Hey everyone, welcome back to the Keep Watching podcast, where we decide what to watch so you don't have to. I'm James,
And I'm Sarah.
and today we're going to be talking about Singles Inferno Season 4.
Oh, yeah.
Episodes 1 through 4 in a couple of days, but
So many episodes.
currently right now we'll be doing episodes 1 and 2, but we might combine it with the 3 and 4 podcast, because they dropped 4 episodes on us on the first day.
Yeah.
Sarah,
Yes.
you're broadcasting or recording from a new location. How are you doing?
I'm okay. My life is in chaos right now. I'm moving because landlords be landlording and I have to buy a house, but I'm not there yet. So I'm living in a friend's house, all out of sorts. It's fine.
Making it work.
Making it work. Glad we have some fun Singles Inferno time, hopefully, to
I think this is fun.
focus
Singles
on.
Inferno time.
So far, yes,
I
but
think
you
it
know,
is.
you never
We're
know.
down on season 3. We're back for season 4. All right.
Mm-hmm.
My hopes are up.
So far, nobody makes me feel as awful as what's his face from last season. So we're good.
That'd be hard. That would be a challenge. All
All
right. Yeah.
How you doing? It's been a little while.
Am I doing? I'm doing good. You know, I was
Yeah,
just hanging
You're
out,
just good.
hanging out
Yeah.
until Singles Inferno 4 came out.
There.
Trader season 3. Traders US, amazing.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
anybody that watches
Oh.
Traders, that's my recommendation of the week.
I keep meaning to watch it, but
Yeah.
you know, chaos. So I'll get there.
They dropped 3 episodes on the first week.
Geez, everybody's just dropping a bunch
Yeah,
beginning of the season.
it's great though, especially if you're a reality TV, experience in the field. There's a lot of names in this season.
Oh yeah? Okay.
All right, let's get into Singles Inferno 4.
Yeah, let's do it.
Ready?
4.
Let's get into it. You know, we're on a new island, right?
I
We're
think
starting
so.
on a new island. I think there's going to be 2 islands, but I think they're both new.
Yes. They don't immediately seem familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, I assume they're also like off the coast of Korea, just like they were last season. They're just different ones.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
All right. All right. We're meeting the women, Sarah.
Well,
Well,
as
we're
far
meeting
as we know, we're
everybody.
just meeting the contestants. Like, yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, we don't spoil it. We don't have to not spoil it. We can, they're gonna introduce 3 women, and then a 4th woman's gonna come. But there's only 6 chairs, so we're meeting all the women first.
Yeah. By the time the fourth woman came out, I was like, oh, are you pulling is this a oops all lesbian season? Because I'm in. Let's go, Singles Inferno.
I did think about you thinking that when I was listening to this. But that's not actually what I thought it was.
Sadly, it is not an oops all lesbian season of Singles Inferno, but that's okay, I guess.
All right, let's meet these women, and then we can talk about, the twist of it all
Mm-hmm.
when we get through this. All right, new people. Xian.
Xion? I think it's
Oh,
Xion.
Xian.
Yeah.
The romanization's terrible for Xian. Okay.
Romanization is terrible generally.
All right, I'm gonna put the SH in there for me. It's myself.
Okay.
If that's right, I don't know.
She says I love all these intro packages on Singles Inferno. It's silly and
They're
fun.
good. Well, I'll talk about what I think later, but yeah, I do like the format better than most shows. Yeah.
She has constantly been in a relationship and has found herself surprisingly single. And so she's joined this show to find a whirlwind romance.
Yeah, she mysteriously became single once she got accepted to be on the show.
Yep, something happened. Oops.
Seriously. The hosts say that she's beautiful. Not a lot of host comments about the appearance of these people, honestly. I didn't write them down.
Yeah.
They at least weren't.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I might actually be the only one I wrote down. I'll be honest. Out of all the people, I usually write down what the hosts say about them. She says about herself though that her attractive qualities are her cat-like eyes, her kissable lips, and her figure.
Oh, well, there you go.
She had the confidence to say that. Let's go. And she was a competitive swimmer, and she still swims, for fun. Which I only mentioned because the second girl we're about to meet,
Yeah.
Eugene, also likes to do free dive swimming.
If this was an oops all lesbian season, right there, we have a connection. It would work.
Maybe. I don't know. Is that enough?
Yeah, it's somewhere to start. Common
I
ground.
guess so, yeah.
Of
It'd be a
being
fun
in
date
the water.
to watch. It'd be a fun
Yeah,
date to watch the
absolutely.
action of swimming. There is a lack of diversity on the dates on this show because they always go to a hotel.
Yeah. It's usually eat some food, ask some awkward questions, go in a pool. Or what's worse is when they just sit in a tub and don't have any of the like hot tub jets going and they're just sitting in a tub awkwardly.
We haven't seen that one yet on the season.
Not this
Yeah.
season,
Do
no.
they not have time to like go do an activity and then go to the hotel at night? I mean, they kind of just like go to the hotel, eat dinner, go swimming in the swimming pool hotel, and then have like dessert and go to bed or whatever.
I feel like a decent part of some of the funding for this show, at least at the beginning, was from advertising the hotel that they went to. So it feels like that's
I
probably
feel like the
what's going on,
hotel
you
could
know?
benefit from like, here are the fun things that you can do near around the hotel if you come stay here. It's like advertising
Yeah.
for the city itself. I actually don't know what city it is. I'm assuming it's
Oh,
somewhere
this
somewhere off the
one,
coast of South Korea, probably in the southern South Korea, if I had to guess.
actually, this hotel is in Seoul because one of
Oh,
our
it
first
is. Oh,
dates in there, they
wow.
say they see a particular tower that I forget the name of right now, but it is in Seoul. So
Oh, wow.
there we go.
How long does it take to helicopter from whatever these islands are to
I
Seoul?
have no idea. I was wondering something pretty similar.
Yeah, Seoul's not on the coast, right? No wonder they have
It's
no
on
time to do activities. What?
Well, it's somewhat coasted, like it's close to the western coast ish, but it's
Hmm.
not like near Jeju Island, which I think is where we assume most of
Jeju's
the
on the south
summery things
side.
happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I didn't realize that. Interesting. Let's meet Eugen.
She said that once she was at a wedding where 6 guys all showed interest in her at once. So
There you go.
she's coming
two
into
two
this
people
with some
back to back.
confidence.
Yeah. This is like so stereotypical singles Inferno though, right? Like these
Absolutely.
like
Yeah.
overconfident intros. Yeah. I wrote down that she looks like she's dressed for sexy Christmas. That's what I wrote down. She had like this
Yeah.
red and white, I don't know, like it was like a two-piece not bathing suit sweater. Like I don't know what it was, but it just reminded me of Christmas instantly when I saw her.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. I don't know how you feel about this, but like I thought for the women that we're gonna meet as we go here, I thought there was like an even more lack of diversity than usual. I don't know how you feel about that.
Oh, yeah, I feel like everybody has the same vibe except for like there's one woman who stands out to me,
Oh
really.
really? I wonder who it is. Okay.
It's the one who has a different color hair.
Oh well, there you
That's
go. Yeah.
why she stands out.
Okay. All right. Next is Minsol.
She is big on she has a puppy face and she has puppy energy when she likes someone. She like does a little woof woof or whatever several times during her intro package.
She had like almost nothing in her intro actually that I thought was like worth writing down. Like what I usually don't write down is when like people say to me this about
Mm,
myself, and then I'm like, that's not very interesting. But if people
yeah.
says like this is how I feel about myself, then I write it down. I don't actually remember what Minsol had besides that she has puppy like energy, but that's pretty much all we got from her, which was
Yeah.
I thought less than normal than what we usually get in these.
Yeah, it did feel like some people got less intro package. Like I feel like Shion got like a longer intro package a little bit than some other folks, and then like similar, like the first guy's intro package was just like they spent a little bit more time on. So I wonder how
Just because they're first.
featuring they're good. Well, I mean, so far in the first 2 episodes, like she goes on 2 dates, so
Oh, that's true.
feels a
Yeah,
little main character energy there.
true. Okay. All right, Ji Young. This is your one girl that stood out to you.
Yeah, yeah. She's got slightly different colored hair. I don't know. I think she's cute. She apparently is a horse girl, though. Her hobby is horseback riding. So there you go. And she
Mm.
wants somebody with a fit body. Surprise. But doesn't want someone too calculating.
Yeah, that I wrote down. That was actually one of the more distinguishing things that anybody said.
And then there's actually a guy later who says that he's not calculating, and I wonder how much of that, like that, I don't think that's something we've heard in a dating show before, and it feels kind of like a response to what was it, Guan Hee last season, who was extremely calculating, you know?
Maybe the thing about that guy when we get to him that says he's not calculating. Every interview is him overthinking everything and telling us
Oh
his
yeah, yeah,
strategy
yeah.
about like he's the most calculated person that we've seen so far. But he
Yes.
told us he wasn't calculating.
Hmm.
Yeah. Jiyoung did get some like extra walk-in music. I did notice, and I don't know if
Oh,
it's
okay.
because of her look or what it was, but I'm not sure why she got. I just thought her music was extra. They might
Mm,
just
yeah.
randomly apply music to every entry, and then I just notice like some of the music and some of them I don't. Maybe there's nothing behind it, but I thought she had some extra.
Yeah, yeah.
She works out a lot, he says. So
Yes.
yeah,
Hmm.
but yeah, she's looking for body over brain. Essentially, is what she said, right? I mean, how else am I supposed to take that?
I guess, yeah, yeah, that's a fair assessment.
She almost like somebody that uses their brain is almost a negative, is what she's saying,
Well,
right?
I don't, well, this is an English thing, but I feel like the word calculating is like loaded in not necessarily just an intelligence way, but in sort of a like manipulative way. And so I didn't immediately go to all body, no brains, but yeah, I could see that being
Okay, all
a
right. You
different
think
way
it's
to look
like
at this.
you think it's like calculating, like scheming or whatever.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
that's the vibe I got, but who
Okay.
knows?
All right. Hyejin.
Hagen has gotten asked out a lot and has a full inbox, I guess, from messages of suitors, I guess,
Yeah, her
is
inbox is. She says like it's nothing but men trying to court her. That's it. That's all it is. These
just
aren't all real things. I don't
is
know.
that is that
Are
the
these
move
all
these
real?
days? You send an email like I am into you, dear Sir Stroke
I
Madam.
think when they
Let's
say
go on a
inbox, they
date.
mean text message. When they,
Oh,
I
okay,
assume they meant
that's
text
fair.
messages. I don't think it's actually emails.
Okay, fair
Well, what do you
enough.
call your like if you had a bunch of texts? What do you call that?
A bunch of
You
texts.
just say I have a bunch of texts.
Yeah, I don't call that my
You know,
inbox. I don't know. Inbox
people
feels
probably
like
do
my
call it
work
their inbox.
email.
Yeah, yeah, true.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe it's all guys she works with just being like, "Hello, coworker. Let's
Yeah,
go on a date."
yeah. All right, maybe. All right. Last one. Arin.
Oh, she says she joined the show because she was told she could meet people who were attractive on the inside and outside, just like her.
Oh, is that what she said?
Mm-hmm.
I thought she gave like the one of the better answers for like why she's on the show, but yeah, but then later I was like, nah, she's pretty much the same. Like at first she kind of stood out to me, and then I was like, nah, she's pretty much the same as all
She
these
stood
other
out to me
girls.
because she comes in like riding on a skateboard in her intro package, and I was like,
Oh, I missed
nice,
that.
that's pretty cool. Um, but I don't know. She didn't say skateboarding's a hobby, so she might have just been standing on it while it was moving, as like, ooh, look at me do a cool activity. So who knows?
Yeah.
Oh, but guys frequently tell her that she's the most beautiful woman they've ever seen.
That's
Is
the
her
one thing
other
I wrote
thing.
down for. That's the one thing I wrote down for Aaron. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. They're all like all the women. They're like the same length and color hair, except for like maybe the one girl, and then
Mm-hmm.
like similar hairstyle, same figure.
Very similar styles.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
their introductions were like the same, like overconfidence, and then like some crazy story about
Mm-hmm.
how all guys think they're attractive, and even like
Yeah.
two of the women were swimmers. I don't know. It's like it just felt like after after meeting the first six contestants on the show, it's like I don't know how I'm going to distinguish all these people, but I found a way to do it. But
Yeah. Yeah.
it's partially because they like don't tell us their occupations. I guess also
Yeah. We
it's
don't
like
have a
hard to
lot to
grab
like
onto anything unique about them to
exactly.
start the show. Yeah,
So at this point, we've got no seats left, and they're all just sitting there going, "What's where are the men?
yeah. That's it. That's the show.
Oops, all lesbians. Great, let's go."
Oh no, here we go. One man comes out.
Oh, she literally gasps the moment she sees him, which is funny.
Who does?
Sheehan.
Oh, okay. Uh, we don't get to see his face.
Mm-hmm.
We just get to see his like recently worn hands. That's what I thought they looked. I thought they looked a little roughed up.
Yes, and the hosts are all talking about how his veins are all sticking out and whatever, as he, I don't know, just exerted himself and looks super manly or whatever, I guess.
Okay, and this man just walk. We still don't see his face, but he walks up. He just stands there, and then the announcer comes on, and basically the men have already done. The men that are going to be on the show have already done a competition,
Yes.
and this man that stands in front of these women has already won first place in that competition.
And now he gets to choose one of them without speaking to anyone at all to go to paradise with.
I love it. But first, before we do that, we have to cut to the men on 1 hour ago on the men's Inferno. We're leaving
Yes.
women's Inferno, actual terms used by the TV show.
Yes, two
Women's
separate
Inferno
infernos
and men's
for
Inferno.
that are gender based. Last season it was two infernos, but was it gender split at the beginning? I forget.
No, last season it was
It was just a random mixing on either side, right?
yeah, it was two groups of six. I think it was six. Yeah, and basically they did the normal match. You have to match each other. to go to
Mm-hmm.
paradise, and then they made them go to opposite islands
Right.
after that, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah. And
then
eventually they all got to one, I think.
I was trying to remember, like we had a really good idea for Singles Inferno 4
Yes. It
when we
was
were talking
Loser
about.
Island and Winter Island, I
Yeah,
believe.
this is like
And
it's
so,
like
yeah.
almost close to the. Is it? I guess it's not quite what they're doing here. I guess
Yeah,
it's not
it's
really winners and losers, but it is
yeah.
kind of. But from the standpoint of like the men's Inferno is way better than the women's Inferno.
Oh,
So
so
it
much.
basically
Yeah.
is winners and losers island.
Except they've deemed all the women losers from the very start.
I guess so.
Because they're stuck on Loser Island, you know?
Yeah,
It's not as
and then but then
good.
the men, and then the men that are going to go to paradise, are, even though they, well, I guess they didn't get picked to paradise. I don't know. It's like kind of it, right? Like the
Hmm.
women got
Yeah, I
picked.
guess.
They got picked to go to paradise, so they get to go to the winners island. But the guys that just like won their chance to go to paradise, they have to go to back to losers island to get a chance to win to get back. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out.
Yeah. All right, we're about to meet the men on Men's
Oof.
Inferno.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
This has all happened simultaneously. All right.
Yes.
Men's Inferno. Here we go. Much big. It looked huge at first, this island, but it just kind
Uh-huh.
of has
They
like
have
a
a
huge
pool.
yeah, they have like an actual pool, and their living space isn't just like a giant blow up tent, right?
Yeah, like literally the women have two tents and I think that's like it. And then the men have like actual structures.
Yeah. So it seems a lot better. And their food might be slightly better. I'm actually not sure. It looked like on Women's Inferno had like the sweet potatoes and spam
Mm-hmm.
or whatever
Yeah,
they
yeah, some
usually give.
canned
Yeah.
something, yeah.
And it looked like maybe they had a couple other things on Men's Inferno. And the island, I think it's bigger, but it's actually not as big as I thought it was. It just has like this huge like drop off kind of hill that they're camping next to
Mm.
at the bottom of.
Yeah.
So it makes the island seem much bigger.
I don't think we've had a zoom out shot. I don't know what these islands
We
are
did at
shaped
one
like
point, and
yet.
it wasn't. It actually is a small island. It just looks
Okay.
big from where they're camping. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Let's meet these men. Taehwan.
Oh, Taewon. He is full
Wait,
of
wait. Let's
self-love and unshakable confidence.
unshakable self confidence. So good.
Yep, yep. He has known he was handsome ever since he was born, and in arguments, people just calm down after looking at his face. This man is ridiculous.
Yeah, he was a handsome newborn baby, straight out of the womb.
Mm-hmm. And he knew it too. He had the self-awareness to be like,
Yeah,
this face is gonna get me out of anything.
yeah.
Jeez.
All the all the doctors and the nurses and the parents, they immediately calmed down as soon as they saw his
Mm-hmm.
face.
Yep, yep. Oh, and he even said some shit about he thinks he can get lost in his own eyes just looking in the. It's like this guy. No, he's my personal villain of this season. I swear.
Wait, really? Well, wait
He's
till we get
ridiculous.
to one of these guys, and I have a theory about.
Hey, the other guy I came around on. This guy I have not come around on yet.
No, I'm not talking about the other guy. There's a thing that happens in these intros that
Okay.
I'm going to speculate
All right. All right.
once we get to it. Okay. I wrote down. I really hope he's trolling. Either way, it's bad vibes. But
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
because either he's like playing a character for the show or he's serious, right?
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
like it's
Mm-hmm.
either way, it's not great.
I hope for his sake he's playing a character for the show.
All right, let's meet Dong Ho.
He's tall and has camel-like eyes. That's a new one. I don't think
Yeah,
I've
we
heard
haven't. I
anyone.
haven't heard camel eyes before.
We've had cat faces, dog faces, dinosaur faces. Never camel eyes before.
Yeah, I forgot about dinosaur face.
They even do a like sound effect when he blinks. Like I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah, so this is the intro package I want to talk about. So they show him like messing up his lines in his introduction.
Mm-hmm. In a way that is like really kind of endearing. You know, he looks like like I don't know, it's kind of adorable or whatever.
Yeah, it shows his human side or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
what I want to make a point of is that like he has lines to say in his introduction.
Yeah, yeah,
I can't believe they showed us this, honestly.
yeah.
Like it was stuff like he said something and he's like, "Oh, I forgot to say like I'm before that," and so it wasn't like he misspoke, like what he like he didn't not say what he wanted to say. It's just like it felt like
He
he was
said it in a
reading,
weird way.
like
Yeah.
it felt like he was reading something that somebody else wrote for him, and he read it
Yeah.
wrong. So then he was like, "Oh, let me do that again," and then they decide to show it again. I don't know. All these things that people say about themselves, where they're like really confident, and then they come up with like a
Oh
ridiculous
yeah.
analogy. I'm almost to the point where I just think the producers are just writing this shit for them, like that, like
Oh yeah, yeah,
all
yeah,
this stuff that
probably.
like Taehyun said about himself, a lot of this stuff that the
Uh-huh.
girls said about like their overconfidence, and like the stories about like I have six guys, or I like six guys tried to pick me up at my friend's wedding, or
Oh
like
yeah, yeah.
I don't
Mhm.
know. I don't know. I'm just kind of a little skeptical now that I've seen this
Oh yeah.
Dongho. I mean, I was already skeptical, but now they show this Dongho like literally reading lines.
Yeah.
I don't
It
know.
is
It's suspicious.
suspicious.
Yeah. But I guess it did us make us like Dongho more because
Yeah.
he seemed like a human.
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
All right, let's make Theo.
He says he's like a bulldozer and doesn't care what others think. But he did take his shirt off during the intro package, so I think he cares a little bit what people think.
In the interview?
Um, Not in
Or
the
in the
interview, but in
montage?
in like
Oh,
in the
okay.
montage. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But he doesn't care if you care that he took his shirt off.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Sure. But he says he's not calculating and doesn't play hard to get. So
Okay.
there you go.
He's definitely calculating, and we're gonna see that throughout all this. If somebody said to you, "I'm like a bulldozer," I feel like that's immediately not a good sign.
Oh yeah, yeah. Every word out of this guy's mouth is just like, nope, nope, nope. Next, not for
What are the
me.
good qualities of a bulldozer
I mean,
that
I
like
guess
you would
sometimes
want
you
to
do have to
instill
destroy
into a
some things,
person?
but
Like you'd
not in
want.
a. Yeah, that's nothing you want in a person.
Okay. All right. He does play the piano though. Did you see that?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think that was
He
legit.
was legit playing like beautiful classical piano music while he's saying over it that yeah, people like who like bad boys like me.
It was like something really fast too. It seemed legit.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It was an impressive skill. It's just the voiceover that corresponded with it was exceptionally silly to me.
But he's not a pianist, right? He's what's he end up being?
Yeah,
Oh, he's an actor.
he's
Oh
an
yeah, we'll
actor.
get to
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
We'll get to that. Oh my god.
Uh-huh,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, let's meet oh no, that so that we already get hip Theo being calculated already.
Mhm.
Ready? I will say Theo is like the first unique person to stand out to me.
Yeah,
Like
that's fair. Yeah.
we're this is the ninth person introduced to us in the
Mhm.
show. First person to stand out at all in like
Yeah,
these.
yeah.
And yeah, I said I can't tell if I'm gonna like him or hate him. And but then he rolls up to the two guys and he's like, "Yo," from like a
But
distance instead of saying
but
the normal
then
like "안녕하세요."
yeah, but then the two soft boys, greet him politely, and it totally throws off his whole thing, and he's just like, "Oh yeah, oh,
Yeah,
no."
and they cut to Theo in a confessional, and he says that he like did the yo thing on purpose to seem tough and like intimidate the other guys, but
But
then
he like wanted to say "Yo, what's up," but then like couldn't follow through
yeah,
with it or something.
but he like
It's so
in
silly.
confessional he's showing us how calculated like this one
Yes.
word thing he decided to do
Mm-hmm.
before yeah like come on, not calculated, get
Absolutely.
out of here.
Yep.
And yeah. And this is like negative calculating, right? This is negative calculating. It's not even like being smart. It's just being,
Oh yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah. This is
actually
just yeah.
negatively
Hmm.
calculating. Okay,
Absolutely.
whatever.
But he does actually introduce himself, and I love it when people actually introduce themselves during the beginning of these shows because it's just so dumb to sit there awkwardly and silently, like
Yeah.
they mostly do.
But he also did that calculatedly. Like
Probably,
he
yeah,
like
yeah.
seized the conversation and took the initiative to try
Hmm.
to like, yeah, will himself over the other guys, basically, is what he told us. All right, Jongsu.
He says his biggest weapon is his deep voice.
Yep. That's all I wrote about him. He's deep voice man.
Yeah, deep voice man. And he says he's like a golden retriever with a person he likes, and he likes a playful and affectionate relationship. So, I don't know.
I don't know
He
what that
says
means.
nicer things than other guys.
All right, we'll see what that is when we see. People make the golden retriever thing all the time. I don't know. I wasn't interested
Yeah.
by that self assessment at all.
It was just a nice contrast after the last guy who I was just like, nope,
Oh,
nope,
okay.
nope about,
Okay. All right, and the last, fifth and final guy for now.
No, this is hilarious though. Like, they play this dramatic romantic music, and you just see the top of his head, and because it's long hair and you see it kind of from the back, it's like, oh, they've added a woman, and they edit in like a shot of
That's
Theo
what you
making some
thought?
sort of impressed sound. Yeah, that's 100% what they were doing.
Oh, I didn't
Um,
even think for a second. I guess I did see. I already
and
seen
then
the
it just
trailer
turns
where the
out it's a
long
dude
hair.
with long hair. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the long hair guy was already in the trailer though, so I guess maybe that's why I
Yeah,
wasn't
but
surprised.
like the music choice was like, oh, here comes a woman sort of situation, and yeah,
Oh, I wrote down. Oh, maybe that was what they were going for. Yeah, maybe you're right. Because I wrote down the music gets like extra sexy walk-in music, basically, and then it transitions into extra dramatic music. So maybe that is what was happening. I
yeah,
just thought it
yeah.
was
The
funny in the
moment
moment.
you see he's a man instead of
Oh,
a woman,
I
then
didn't
then it
time it up.
changes.
I
Yeah.
didn't time it up like that. Okay, I see. This is Junsol. Junsol, right?
Yes.
He is famous, or the host call him Yuke, which is his family name, right?
Yes.
And
Hmm.
he was previously on a show called Iron Squad,
Yeah,
apparently.
which sounded like a reality TV show because he's also a former UDT soldier, which what's his name, Dex, who is one of the hosts now, who was on season 2, was as well, like
Yeah.
Korean Marines, more or less, I guess, or Special Forces or something. But then I like looked him up, and there he was actually like he has a couple like actual acting roles, I think, too. So
Oh, okay.
it wasn't just like a reality show situation, but
But the Iron Squad show, I think it's like the different branches of the military, or like their special forces within each
hmm
military branch or something. I don't know. And they like compete in challenges. So
yeah,
I
yeah.
could see that being a big show.
But yeah, he says he applied to have new experiences that he doesn't have in his daily life, and I wrote, AKA boost his acting career. Yes, that is what I
Oh.
full on thought he was here for from the beginning. But
Oh, okay. Wait, but he's not an actor though. He doesn't say he's an actor.
yeah, but just like the way the hosts already knew him, I was like, oh, this feels like a career move
Did
kind
you
of
look up
thing.
his roles though? Because he very much seems like he could be like he seems like he could be a guy in things where he like doesn't have any lines. He's just like a presence.
Oh yeah, I didn't like
Like,
check to see what his
okay,
role was in things. I just saw that he was in some things.
he's got a good look for like a bouncer in a movie or something. You know, like
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah,
I could especially the long
yeah. Okay.
hair. He's like a unique.
Yeah,
Definitely can
yeah.
be a unique character in a lot of things without actually having to act himself.
Right, yeah.
All right, those are our five guys.
Yes.
I think three of the guys stood out. What did I write? Oh yeah. Well, I wrote down. Yeah, Theo stands out from his package, right? The most
Mhm.
probably,
Yeah.
and then Jinsol stood out because I guess his long hair, but
Yeah, yeah.
also
He's got a
the
different look, yeah.
time that they spent on him maybe, and then the
Mhm.
deep
Yeah.
voice guy stood out to me because his voice was deep. But yeah, it was a little bit better. I thought it was a little bit better than women.
Yeah, yeah. They're a bit more different types of personalities and
Yeah.
looks. Yeah.
All right. Then basically we get the montage, right, of the men
Yeah, they get
doing a
announced that
competition.
they have to do a competition. We don't actually like really see it. Like the show kind of yada yadas over
Yeah,
it.
this is so good. I could not appreciate this more. Like, I don't know. Maybe there are people out there who they watch the show for this for the
hmm
challenges.
For
I
for the
can't
fight pit,
imagine that
that we
that's
hate. Yeah. Uh-huh.
yeah. Well, we hate the fight pit, right? But like we hate the fight pit because of the savagery of it, but even the less savage competitions that are just whatever, like they're the most boring part of the show, right?
Yeah.
Like we don't
hmm
actually care. Well, okay, so they're gonna do this twice. The women later on are also gonna have a competition that is gonna get montaged over. I'm not sure why they did this yet, because we until we see the whole season and see what they show us from a competition standpoint going forward. But like I kind of just hope they do this on every competition.
I think they did it because the best part of watching the competitions is watching the non-competitors watching the people they're interested in.
There you go. Yeah, I did think
And
about
they
that.
didn't have this for that. And like when I saw the little shots of the guys in the pool, I'm like, you missed out by not having the women there. Like they would have had a reaction. It would
Yeah.
have been good.
So you think later they're gonna if
Maybe.
I also I want to say in the trailer there was like some men versus women competitions.
Oh, like more
We'll
than
see.
just like
In like
women sitting on men's shoulders while they do something.
some sort of like wrestling format. I don't know.
Okay. Interesting.
I'm not sure the intensity of it, or maybe I got my eyes played tricks on me, but I don't think it was just the long hair guy. don't think that would have tricked me. I think it was something else. All right, we'll see though.
Okay.
Yeah, to me they could do this on every competition. I I guess I still feel like you could show the like if the women were watching the men in a competition,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you could
Yeah.
still show the women reacting in a montage.
Yeah.
Like I just make the montage a little bit longer. Honestly, this montage was like 15 seconds maybe. Like
Yeah.
it was so short. They basically just showed the final round, and it was Junsaw against somebody, and I don't even know who the other guy was. Well, I guess it was whoever got second, right?
Jungsu, I think. Yeah.
Jungsu,
They
yeah,
more or less interspersed it with him like showing him walk back up to the on the women's island again. Like so it was really short and half of the time it wasn't even the thing on the screen.
yeah. Oh yeah, well, so we'll see what they do with competitions later in the season. You might be right though. They might once they have spectators, they might feel like that content is good enough to show. What's crazy is like they dropped 4 episodes to start the season, and then they're going back
Mhm.
to the 2 a week format after that.
Yeah.
And it's not like I wouldn't say that like we haven't watched episodes 3 and 4 yet, so we're only talking about 1 and 2 right now. Like I wouldn't say that 1 and 2 were like so boring that you couldn't have released them by
Yeah.
themselves.
They weren't any slower than like previous season beginnings, you know?
In fact, they had like so much content, they felt that they could montage the competitions, you
Yeah.
know? And I think that
Uh-huh.
like honestly, I think montaging the competitions to me like shows an awareness of like what is actually good about their TV show.
Yeah.
Now
I
we'll
will
see if
say
they do
that
it
like
later. I don't
definitely
know.
of all the like shows we've watched a bit from different seasons of, like it seems like Singles Inferno is the most willing to like change the format and mess around with things and evolve, which I like. Like last season we didn't like where things ended up, but a lot of that had to do with the casting. But like they're at least trying things.
Yeah, I think the multiple island twist has a lot of different formats you could do that are all worth
Mm-hmm.
exploring. You know, they're
Yeah.
not really doing our idea yet, right?
Yeah, not quite. One of these seasons though.
Yeah, I actually do really like. I don't know if it had to be like men and women, but what they do with the people after they go to paradise, I really do like. So we can
Mm,
we can get
yeah.
into that in a second. All right. So Jinsal wins. So he's back in front of the women, and
Mm-hmm.
he isn't talking to them, right? I'm
It
assuming
is
he's not allowed to say anything.
super
He's
awkward.
not allowed to say
Yeah.
anything. I don't know why. I don't really know why we have to go to this extreme of first impressions,
It might, I
right?
mean, maybe they might not have said he couldn't say anything. He might just not know
Well, he
what to say.
I'm
Like,
sure
I
he
don't
had to
know.
walk up there and pick. Like he couldn't have like one-on-ones with all of them.
Well, that's true. But I like, he could have said, like, hey, nice to meet you. What's up?
You think
Like,
so?
anything.
Oh, I don't know.
I think, you know what? I think Jungsu does when he goes up. He's like, hey, nice to meet you all, or something
Okay,
a
but that's
little
not
bit like
like
that.
it's not like
Yeah, it's not one on
you're
one
not
chats,
learning
but it's at
anything about the
least
people. Like
it's at least like acknowledging the people in front of you before you go, I'll take that one, you know? It's just a nicer experience for everyone.
okay. It's about the same to me, but okay. Okay, so he has to pick somebody. All right, this is what I did, Sarah.
Yeah.
I just like paused the screen when they when they got to a shot that had all the women in it.
Uh-huh. And you decided who you would have
Yeah,
picked
yeah.
in
I
that
mean, like
moment?
I've seen their intro packages, but they weren't that distinguishing.
Uh-huh.
So I was just like, all right, who would I pick? Who would I pick if I was Jinstar right here? And I was like, basically, I'm not allowed to talk to them. I'm only on
Yeah, who would you
appearance.
pick?
I think I'll go with Minsol.
Ah, I
Even
would
though
have
she
gone
had the
Cheon.
least interesting, well, not least interesting, I'll say, but the least content in her intro
Yeah.
package. So yeah, this is like purely just like based on how they looked in that moment, with
Yeah.
whatever they chose to wear,
Mm-hmm.
and that yeah,
Yeah. Cheon all the way.
really okay.
So yep. Mm-hmm.
Um, wait, is Gian the Christmas girl? No. Oh,
No, she's the
Eugen's the
one with the
Christmas
different
girl. Oh,
color hair.
Eugen does get picked. Okay.
Well, Eugen gets picked because she actually has some sort of human interaction with him. You know, like she's kind of like making fun of him because he is scowling a bit and just he says staring into the sun like he's got a scowl because the sun's in the way or whatever. But like she's making eye contact, she's smiling and laughing. There's kind of a human moment that happens, you know.
Junsaw picks Eugen, right? Oh, Eugen gets picked first. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Eugen
Yeah.
gets picked first.
Yeah. Yeah. Junsaw walks up and he just looks not happy to be there at all.
Yeah, I think like Eugen even says like he looks scary. Like she says those
Yeah,
words out
he
loud in
did.
front of him.
Yeah, he absolutely did.
Yeah.
But it turns out the sun was just in his eyes. And then
Yeah.
eventually he smiles or something. Maybe it was because of the interaction you just said.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's 100% because of her.
Yeah. I think honestly, like, if you're the women, if you want to get picked for Paradise, probably just like make eye contact and smile is probably like the best approach to this, right?
Yeah, yeah. Pretty
Like there's
much.
really nothing to go off of here.
Mhm.
And it's not like they're all good looking. You know, it's like
Yeah, yeah.
they're I mean, these shows people tend to have very like micro preferences that they're really focused on.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
maybe the guys are looking for that.
And then there's nothing you can do really. It's just you're that or not. So,
Yeah.
but then there's also the layer of like, do you even want to get picked the first day? Because knowing what you know about previous seasons, like getting left behind and meeting more people is potentially more advantageous. But they don't
Well,
know
yeah,
what's
but they're
gonna
by
happen next. Yeah,
themselves. Yeah.
yeah,
I don't know. I think you try to get picked. Why not?
yeah. I
Honestly,
guess
it's like you're gonna be on the show more, right? You get picked. You try to
that's
get picked.
true, and that's what everybody's there for. So yeah,
I think both. Like you're actually gonna spend time with a guy, and it's better for your if you want to like be on the TV show at all.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but yeah, sure, yeah. I mean, I'd be happy. I mean, would you be happy if some guy walked up and picked you out of 6 women?
I
That'd be
mean,
amazing.
honestly, it's very awkward and weird, and
Oh,
it's
it's
like no
super
names
weird.
or anything. It's just like I'll take that one. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, it's super
It's
weird, but then you get picked and you're like, yeah, that kind of was good though. I didn't mind that. That's how
I
I'd feel.
guess
That's how totally
I
I'd
don't
feel.
know.
Are you kidding me? Come
It
on,
feels a
Sarah.
little weirdly dehumanizing. I
Yeah,
don't
but it's
know.
more dehumanizing if you don't get picked. Let's be honest.
Okay, that is probably accurate. Yeah,
Yeah. You don't have to think about it too much if you get picked.
I hate that you're right about that.
All right, where are we at on this? Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So
No names, no
he picks
introductions. Just
Eugen.
picks her. They walk away. Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he actually says like this confused me. He says, and according to the subtitles, he says, "I choose the girl on the left," which ends up
Yeah.
being his right.
Yes.
But he was saying it from their perspective. I don't know.
Unclear. I don't know.
I can't blame him
Maybe
because
he gets his right and left mixed
I
up.
get my left and right mixed up all the fucking time, so I can't really blame him. But nobody
Yeah.
really called him out on that, so I was getting a little confused.
Yeah. But I guess in the moment he was making eye contact and gesturing towards her, which is probably easier to see while you're there than on
Yeah, that's
screen,
what
you
they
know?
went off. He like motioned his hands in the direction. That's what they went off of. Yeah. So yeah, he picks Eugen, the Christmas free driver. That's what she's known as in my early notes.
Okay.
All right, second man arrives. The second place person, I assume.
Yes. Jung-soo.
Right? Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Jung-soo, deep voice man.
He actually says hi when he walks up, probably because he wants them to hear his voice. Yeah, that makes sense now.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Be impressed by my very deep voice.
I
Yeah.
choose you, Pikachu. Okay. Yeah, so he chooses Sion, the first girl. That
Yes.
yeah. The only person that got any comment from the host that I wrote down. She's beautiful.
It's true.
Yeah, she did have like a moment. They bothered to like show a moment where all the guys hosts like lean forward in their chair when
I
she
think
appeared.
just literally like all the hosts did, even like at least one of them.
No, it was only the guys. I'm pretty sure.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but she was also the very first person.
So yeah, there's
So I
just
don't know,
that
that's tough. Yeah.
anticipation, excitement of, oh yeah, it's starting. Let's
Yeah.
see who this is.
All right, so we're getting Jung-soo and Sion. So it's the deep voice man and the first girl that can swim.
Yes.
The first
So
girl
I
swimmer.
guess key is be a swimmer.
These are tough.
It
These
helps.
are tough. This is what I was working with to start the season. That's it. No more matches. So there's not like a third place guy that's going to come. It's just
Yep.
two paradises.
Yeah, and the announcement is literally just like today's Paradise Bound couple matching is over, and that's it. It's not like they tell them you're spending tonight alone here. We just get nothing, you know?
Yeah. Why couldn't they go 3? I guess they don't need to go 3 because they don't. If they had a 6th guy, I feel like you should go 3.
Yeah.
But I guess because they only 2, they went 2. I don't know.
And plus, they wanted to then send one of the women over to the men's island, and then you would have less left behind for that. And
they had to keep in order to keep it balanced. They had to do that, but they also could have just done 3 like top 3 in the men's, right? And then done 3 Paradise dates and then made them split. And then it would have also, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Although, but
think
then there'd be
then,
more men on women's island and more women on men's island, and we can't have that.
yeah, exactly. It would
Okay.
just mess everything up.
Okay. All right. All right, no more matches. We're just going to Paradise. I feel like
Yeah.
this is the fastest we've gone to Paradise, right? Because they usually at least
Yeah.
do. So in season 3 though, they did do like first impressions instead of doing postcards or whatever. The the
Hmm.
the first impressions did make Paradise dates, correct? I believe.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess they did it. They did do it pretty fast before, and they were doing it on 2 islands at the same time last season. So they also had more Paradise dates probably earlier. So
Yeah, yeah, you're
this
right.
isn't that crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. You want to talk about these Paradise dates?
Yeah, let's
This is a
go.
lot to talk about. So honestly, I'm trying to be more selective about what we talk about than usual because we have to get through 4 episodes this week of the show.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I did not write down every minor interaction.
No.
All right. Jun Saw and Yujin. Let's do their date first.
Yeah. For some reason, I don't know. They did this last season too, where they're just like, here's a sports car. They drive in a sports car. That's the end of the scene. Okay. I don't know. They must have a
Well,
deal.
so the helicopter like must have taken them somewhere, and then they get into a Ferrari and they drive the
Hmm.
hotel. I remember like the guys after the first Paradise date like waited outside the hotel in a sports car
Right.
to like
Yeah.
take the girls back to the helicopter to get back to the because they went to the other island or something.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know. It was weird.
But they mixed the Paradise people and then sent them to opposite islands, or some people went to opposite islands or something like that. Yeah. So I assume this is also a new Paradise Hotel, right? Because we haven't been in
Yeah,
Seoul
I
before.
don't think. Well, I think I saw something that earlier season maybe it was, but I don't know. This I think last season was definitely like near Jeju, right?
I
But
thought it was all on the south side of
yeah.
Korea. That's what I
But
thought.
yeah, I've never like this hotel did not look familiar, any of the rooms we saw, so it
Yeah.
seems like a new one.
Um. Yeah, you said they're in Seoul. Okay. I'll say very quickly, Jinsol actually seems extremely likable despite
Oh yeah.
his early intensity and sun in his eyes.
Yeah,
He's like
100%.
calm and soft spoken. He's actually like
Mhm.
we're gonna get to more of him, but I Jung Junsol is probably, in my opinion, the best
Best boy. Yeah.
best
Mhm.
character in the history of Singles Inferno.
Oh, okay, okay.
Like I can't think. We're gonna get to more of why I guess later, but yeah, I can't think
Mm.
of anybody that I liked more than him. Like any contestant, not even just guys. Just like I don't know.
Huh. I'll have to ponder that one. I don't know. I was only thinking in terms of this season so
Well, this
far.
season's is no contest.
Well, yeah,
So
yeah.
far, so far, like no one's standing out
Mhm.
except for Junso and Theo.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would say,
Theo's not standing out for great ways, so yeah.
yeah, in 2 episodes.
Yeah, in
We
2
haven't watched
episodes.
we haven't watched the rest yet. Okay, um,
Maybe Junso becomes an absolute monster in episode 3. We don't know yet. We'll
seems very
tell you later.
unlikely. Seems very unlikely. Okay. We find out that Junso picked Yujin because she smiled at him the most. There
Mhm.
you go. That makes sense.
Yep.
That
There we
also
go.
might impact my decision. Honestly.
We find out he's 28 and she's also 28, so seems like a decent match to begin with.
They almost reacted like that was bad. Did you get that vibe? I
Yeah,
don't
well,
know. They were
it felt
both
like
like,
she
"Oh, I wish
reacted
you were
like that
one
a little
year
bit
older."
more. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Which I'm like,
That was weird.
okay, whatever.
I don't know.
But
I feel like sometimes though people are happy when they're the same age,
mm,
but I didn't get that
yeah,
vibe here. It almost seemed like a negative that they were the same age.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
It was a little weird.
yeah, and Junsaw is actually an artist according to
Yes, it
this
sounds
TV
like
show.
is him like making this his career might be a kind of recent thing because he says like he just got a studio and he's trying to figure out how to like present his work to people. But we do get to see some of his art, and it looked good.
Yeah,
Didn't
it
look it
looked like he
wasn't
spent a lot of
like
time on it. That's for sure.
yeah,
It looked very
absolutely.
detailed.
I think I like it better than what was it Hushin from Single or Heart Signal
Oh,
4. No butt faces this
oh, you
time.
didn't like the
I like the butt
interweaving of
faces,
body
but
parts?
but I don't know. I think I prefer this season's artwork over that.
Okay.
But yeah, he doesn't mention being on TV or having been in the army like at all to her in this.
Yeah.
So that does not seem to be his focus,
Yeah, he didn't even
at least
mention
as he's
being in
presenting
the
it here.
special forces. Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe it's not. Yeah, it's not as meaningful to him as artist. So he just talked about his art.
Yeah.
I like that. All right. And then Eugen is a dancer.
Yeah, she's like getting a master's in like dance in what was it? The woman's university that I've forgotten now, but the one that we hear about quite frequently.
She said her major was in like Korean dance, but that it was for like traditional and for
And for
modern.
like
I'm not
modern
sure.
dance,
Yeah.
yeah. So she's like she does both, yeah.
But it sounds like she also did ballet or taught classes in a bunch of other forms of dance. So a true master of dance,
Yeah.
potentially.
And I was like, okay, I love these two immediately as a couple just for their jobs alone. Just like
Really?
cutesy
Oh,
artsy
okay.
couple, let's go.
I wasn't getting anything like there wasn't anything bad about this Paradise date, but I wasn't getting anything like unique from Eugen. Like even though now
Yeah.
she's been to Paradise and I've learned more about her, I still feel like I don't really know her. What else do they do though? They go swimming.
They do like
Oh,
talk
the
a little
swimming
bit
was
about
actually good
hobbies though.
though. Oh, do
Which I'm
they?
like, that
What are their
doesn't always
hobbies?
come up. Well, I mean, I guess we only hear about his, and his is looking at pictures of his niece, which really isn't a hobby, but is a humanizing, cute piece of data. Is that
There
he
you
has
go.
this niece who he adores, who does not like him very much or something. So that was fun.
There you go. They go swimming,
Yes.
and Junsol actually like goes under the water.
Yeah, and like does a lap. Like he's all about swimming and not like, oh, let's be close and sexy. He's just like, I want to go swim.
He's about both. He didn't only swim by himself the whole time. Come on.
That's true. But like, I don't think we've ever seen anybody be like, "Oh yeah, fuck yeah, let's swim" the same way he did.
But he was really like super silly with his hair, like making his wet hair go in front of his eyes and stuff. I don't know. He was definitely being goofy.
Yeah. He was being cute. He was bringing his A game.
I want to say he was the first person to like put their head underwater when they were swimming in the
On
history
the
of the show. I want to say that
That might
I'm
be
not 100%
true.
confident about that. But then Theo later is going to do the exact same thing. So,
Mm,
well, not the exact
yeah.
same thing, but he's going to like jump in the pool and get his head wet.
Yeah,
So, there you go. Everybody's stepping up their swim game this season. Watch out.
yeah.
All right. That's all I have
And then,
for that date, honestly.
well, there's a little bit that happens in the next episode in the morning. Do we want to do that now or later? Because I thought it was cute as fuck.
Sure. What is it?
So they're getting ready to leave, and I guess she's just taking a while, and he like draws her a picture of a bouquet and like gives it to her, and it's just like so cute and thoughtful. And I don't know, I liked it.
Well, what I wrote down
I like
about
him a
that
lot.
scene-
Yeah.
that scene only made me laugh because what does he only does this because he's like waiting for her to get ready to leave,
Yeah.
basically. And then when she comes back, he shows her the painting, and then I don't know if she asked like what do you call this, or what would you call this drawing or whatever, or if he just said it,
Yeah.
but he was like, I call this drawing endless waiting.
Yeah, it gets silly too, which is good. I think
Yeah,
all
no, it's
around
good.
great interaction.
It was like
I loved it.
he's so soft spoken that like these things don't come across as like,
Oh
oh,
yeah.
I'm actually upset that I had to wait around.
Yeah, he's
it's
just
like he's
it's
just
a gentle teasing. Yeah.
yeah, it's good. Yeah, love Junsol. Know nothing about you, Jin. That's how I felt after that date.
Yeah, that's fair.
Jongsu and Sion.
Yes. We find out he's 33 and she is 25.
Doesn't she say she's 26 in the other one though? In the other date that she's gonna go on? I don't know. I thought he guessed 25, and then she was like, "You're good at guessing," but never actually said what she was. And then the next date, I thought she said she was
maybe
26.
that's true.
Yeah. I thought she said she was 26 on the next one, but there's this whole thing like Korean age versus.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Who knows?
I have 26, but doesn't really matter.
Mid 20s.
He's 33 though, so this is a
Yeah.
bit of a gap.
She doesn't seem phased by it really though. So
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. What do they do?
She is a model currently for an athleisure brand right now.
There you go.
And he is a bakery and coffee shop owner, and it sounds like there are 5 locations. So,
Oh, really? Okay.
yeah, must be going well.
There you go. Okay. This was not an impressive date. I'll say it right now. I did not care about either of these two after their date. I was not invested yet after this date.
Well, she seemed like super into him, and he did not seem nearly as into anything as she was.
Yeah, they were like real, like the hosts were really harping on how into him she was, and then I was like,
Hmm.
I was like, okay, maybe, but then she
She
is going
does,
to confirm it later
yeah,
that she
and she
was
does
smitten
ask
with
him
him.
to join her in bed like 4 or 5 times.
That I did like that scene actually. I do. I like this. I do like the scenes where they're like uh, subtracting the Guanhee situation from
Hmm.
last
Yeah.
season. I do kind of like the scenes where they're like awkwardly deciding like it's like so where like the women always sleeps in the bed like the main bed, right?
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, a
And then
hundred
the
percent.
guy
It
has
has
to like
some like roll
awkwardly
out
figure
bed
out where
situation.
am I
Yeah.
going to sleep. I do actually think that's pretty funny every time. Yeah, keep doing it. Keep giving them rooms with only one bed. One good
No, well,
bed.
they give them, yeah, they give them a shitty short rollout
That's
bed
great.
that these guys are all too tall for.
It's great.
Yeah,
It's perfect.
absolutely. And never once did she go, "Oh well, you take the big bed because you're taller." She was just like, "No, you can come sleep here. It's fine."
Oh, well, there's no way he would let. Well, has anybody tried that? Yeah, I want to say that women have said like, "Oh, you should take the bed," but like, no guy's ever gonna let the woman not sleep in the bed, right?
Oh yeah, but she didn't offer to not sleep in the bed.
Oh
She
yeah,
was
she
just
didn't
like,
offer.
"Come and
Yeah,
join
I
me."
guess that is
Yeah.
something. Yeah, what I noticed was like, I feel like they were getting settled down. They're ready to go, and
Hmm.
felt like Jongsu was like trying to work his way into the main bed because he was like, "Oh, look how far my legs hang off the end
Yeah,
of this
yeah.
bed." Like that's what I thought he was doing, but then he actually like got to hit the goal that I thought he was getting to, and then he was like, "No, I'm good." So I was like,
Like I feel like
I don't
he
know.
started to tease her with that, and then she immediately called his bluff, and he had to like
Yeah,
back out
is
of
that what
it.
it
Yeah.
was? Yeah,
Yeah, and she like even lays down sideways at the end of her bed, so it's like they're laying next to each other, which was cute.
yeah. I
But
will say that
yeah.
was cute. Yeah, maybe the goal is just to get the woman to invite you in the bed, but then not actually do it.
Mm,
Maybe that actually is the end goal.
I guess, sure.
We have gotten people sleeping in the same bed. Not on the. I want to say not on the first Paradise Date.
Yeah, I
Even
think.
Guanhee like didn't do it right last
Yeah.
season.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, the way they slept was pretty cute. I'll say that. That was probably the best part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um. Uh. Okay, but at some point though, before we got to bed on this date, though, I want to talk about
Uh-huh.
this. Leon asked Jungsu if the other girls didn't interest him.
Mm.
Who is she kidding? Is it? Is she serious? Is this a serious question?
Hard to say.
Did she
It's,
look at the other girls that were there?
I mean, they spent a while staring at each other waiting for a man to show up, so I guess so.
You would think, yeah.
Hmm.
But like I don't know, is this
This is
I don't know.
here,
Either
say
way, I
something
hate this
nice about
question.
me.
I
Yeah.
guess, yeah. I guess I just hate the frame of this question no matter what cuz it's either like yeah, it's either like she's fishing for compliments,
Hmm.
which is fine. It's not
Yeah.
that I don't really mind that so much. Or like she actually thinks that she is the prettiest or something, or she only wants to like it's like a test because she only wants to be with a
Mm.
guy that thinks she's the prettiest, or I don't know. But the way this tends these kind of interactions tend to end is like Jongsu says, "Oh, like he only saw her." So basically, like
Yeah.
he's saying
Uh-huh.
what he thinks
She
she
wants
wants
to
to hear,
hear.
and maybe
Yeah.
she
Yeah.
does want to hear. But like, isn't it more powerful to just be like, "Yeah, all those women were beautiful, and I chose you." Like, isn't that
You
more
always
powerful?
say stuff like that, but I don't think that's a common way that
Yeah,
women
but shouldn't people
feel.
think like that? That's all I'm saying. Like like I could just be like, yeah, I mean, those other girls were ugly, so I just had to choose you, and like
I
that
mean,
doesn't feel good.
like
Like what?
either way the scenario is gross. Like I don't like the idea of like women trying to get other women put down in a way, or like comparing themselves to other, like it's not healthy. It's not great. I don't love it either way around.
Yeah, I mean, I
But
don't like that she asked the question, but even from the guy's perspective, just like the
yeah.
guys in that moment should be like, yeah, they all look great, but I chose you, so that doesn't matter, right? Like I don't know, I think it's way more powerful.
I think not is not necessarily received in the way that you think it ought to be received,
Yeah,
you
but
know?
okay, but if they don't receive it the way I want to receive it, then I'm fine with that. if they can't handle
Okay.
being the the person that gets chosen among a group of attractive women. What are we talking about here? Like, how am I the
I
bad
don't
guy?
know.
How am I the bad guy right now?
You're not the bad guy. You're just, I think, expecting a response that is not the one that you're gonna get a lot. That's all.
I'm just saying, it should be the common response,
Okay. Okay.
especially on this TV show.
Yeah.
Of course, those women are
Literally.
attractive. Why
Yeah.
do you think they're on the show? All right,
Yeah.
let's move on.
100%.
All right, they sleep in a cute way. Fine. Kind of out overall on them though. The cuteness of the
Yeah.
sleeping did not make up for the boringness of the rest of the date or
Yeah. Yeah.
the interaction I didn't like. All right. Episode 2. That's episode 1 already.
Mm-hmm.
we we did the Paradise
We
Dates.
did it.
All right.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to go to Men's Inferno back at night though. We're flashing back
Yeah.
again.
The guys
Or the
are
same night.
eating their super basic meal they made because they didn't have anyone to impress. And then a woman comes out of the darkness.
Yeah. It's Aren, right?
Yes.
So she won a contest between the 4 remaining women on Singles Inferno.
Yeah,
No
we
second
get a
place,
little-
only first place.
Yep. And we get a little montage of them doing that chicken fight where you like hold up one leg and like try to knock the other person over.
Quick
and...
montage. This montage could have
Yeah.
been shorter though. It was like
Yeah,
30
yeah.
seconds. I think I was a little too long.
It is interesting though, like seeing that and comparing it to previous seasons of that exact same competition. They are so unserious about it, whereas previous seasons, when they're being observed by men they're interested in or what, like
Yeah.
it's totally explains why it's a little teeny montage.
There's very minimal stakes though,
Mhm.
because it's not like okay.
It's not a date. It's,
when the
yeah.
competitions get somewhat interesting is when like they set up a scenario. Like season 2 is a perfect example of the season 2 fight pit where like
Mhm.
the guy that's been trying to go to Paradise the whole season like hasn't gone at all, and the guy that's
and there's
gone with
one
the
woman he's
girl, like,
obsessed with. Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
and there's like there's like when somebody's actually fighting for someone, the competitions
there's
kind of
stakes.
feel like there's something
Yeah.
to them. But right now, like these women don't even know any of the existence of the guys or how many there are,
Yeah.
or if there are guys on the season. Well, they know there's guys in the season, but you know what I mean. They've seen 2 of them, haven't talked to them,
Yeah.
and I don't know if they know what they're playing for here necessarily. They
Well, they
probably know they're
probably-
going to
they probably
the
know.
men's
Yeah.
island or something. Yeah, I don't know, but they're fighting to go see men that they've never seen before, so it's like not that high stakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Aren's gonna get to go by herself to Men's Paradise, where there's 3 guys currently. Now they are the 3 guys who didn't win the competition. Does that mean anything to you, sir?
I mean, if you judge all
I'm
your
just kidding,
men
I'm just
by
kidding.
random competitions, then yes, these are the losers.
I think that's the plus side to them in a way. I feel like that's a plus side to them, like not being able to watch. Is like I feel like
Mm.
sometimes like the person who gets like shit on in the physical competitions, especially amongst the guys, can like kind of get a bad rep for that,
Oh yeah,
or
yeah.
like look weak in a way that like
Mhm.
people.
And you don't want
actually care
that to
about.
be the first impression.
Yeah, yeah. So like they didn't really get to see who was like the weakest or the worst at whatever they did some. Did we say what the competition was? It was like getting in the pool with some volleyballs, and they played like water polo
Yeah.
in some way, shape, or
Yeah,
form.
that's what it looked like. Yeah.
So yeah, she's showing up. I guess she knows that these 3 guys didn't win, but she didn't see how they lost, and we didn't even see how they lost, honestly. So
Yeah, that's true.
yeah, is this a better prize than what the 2 guys got for winning their competition?
I mean, in theory, strategically, it's better to meet more people than not.
Yeah,
But
I feel like this is better.
theoretically, Paradise is more enjoyable. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
And you don't get to like pick somebody from a menu, which could be fun, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. But you actually get to, like know people. The shit that's important.
Yeah, so she's gonna come in, and then they do the usual, like, the usual guys get up and they help her and be like, "Oh, we should make more food since we didn't know you were coming," whatever. But then she's like gonna have a one-on-one with every single guy,
Yeah.
and the show doesn't like we didn't need like an announcer to come on and be like, "The guys are gonna go sit in different parts of the island and be visited by Aaron one by one," but like definitely that happened, right?
Yeah.
So there's actually like a lot of times where I think there's production instructions going on with them doing these
Yeah.
one-on-ones, but the
Hmm.
show is not showing it to us because again, it doesn't matter. We don't need to be shown.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh-huh. Who
we
cares
just
about
want
the
to see
logistics?
one-on-one interactions with people. That's what this whole
Exactly.
show
Yeah.
is, right? Even if they're not going to paradise, just
Hmm.
let us see them talking.
People potentially being cute at each
That's the
other.
best
That's what
part of the
we're
show.
here for.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's go. All right, so I think it's pretty good. Now, I guess the guys that won the competition kind of really win, where they like ultimately are gonna get to pick a woman out off a menu, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And then when they go back to, they get to go to uh,
Uh-huh.
women's Inferno, where they're the only two guys there, and there's three women. So that's like
That's true.
really,
They do
really the
end
dream
up spending
scenario.
time with 4 women, whereas the other guys spend time with 3.
Yeah. So I guess winning the men's competition might be better ultimately.
Yeah.
But up until now, I feel like you would rather have the one-on-ones with 3 people versus the paradise with one.
Yeah.
Personally,
Hmm.
that'd be my preference. And she's kind of like, theoretically, Erin should get a leg up on the other 2 women that are coming in here because she's already had a day with the guys, and like
Yeah.
Erin's like the
Hmm.
first woman that they're seeing.
Yes.
I don't know if it really works out for her, but
Not so
theoretically, it
much.
should have been a pretty big advantage. But it
Yeah,
didn't work
yeah, it
out.
should have been.
All right, nighttime's over. Day 2, Junsu's doing a cute thing with the with the drawing of the flowers, right? We talked about that.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
All right,
yep.
back to the Infernos. So Yujin and Sion are going to Men's Inferno, and
Yeah.
Jinsal and Jungsu are going to Women's Inferno. I love this.
Yeah.
I love it
Okay.
because we're breaking up.
Uh-huh.
I guess it's kind of what they did last season, but it's a little different. But I love the idea of breaking up the people that went to Paradise together.
Yeah, so they don't get all caught up just on one
Yeah,
person. Yeah. Hmm.
yeah, I think that's actually really good. Is there
Yeah, the more
any
you can keep
downsides?
people in the mix, the longer is better. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
The only downside to it is if it was like there was some magical connection that was like really good for TV, and now
Yeah.
they're taking that away.
But then you get that longing to get back together again, which is good in its own way.
I guess, but like I don't know. I guess that we rarely see it, but like you could be in a situation where a couple is like so fun to watch that you just wish they were together all the time.
Yeah, that's
But if
true.
that honestly happened, the show could just like change the rules on the fly. Right.
Yeah.
They could just be
Hmm.
like, oh, we were going to do this, but I don't want to separate these 2 people. So let's just not do that.
Yeah,
But
100%.
these two, I don't think these two were like worth not separating.
Yeah.
I think they
Hmm.
were like, let's just make it up. The beginning of this show, maybe this is why they felt like we should put out 4 episodes. Is just like the beginning is about like jumbling it up and muddying
Yeah.
the water.
We haven't
Right.
really seen a good connection between anybody yet. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, what was our idea last season? It was like they all start on the same Inferno, but then the Paradise
Uh-huh.
people, this is almost the opposite actually, right? Where like they all start together, then they match, go to Paradise. Paradise people go to a different island. Force because what we wanted was we wanted the people that didn't go to Paradise to like have to re-choose among the people that didn't go to Paradise.
Yeah. Instead of the people that are hung up on who won't pick them
Yeah,
back.
because we
Yes.
we hate the thing on this show where like one person gets stuck on one person.
For the whole season, never picks anyone else because they're interested in somebody else.
They're always like an option to be selected over and over again, like the person that
Hmm.
is going to Paradise, and the
Yeah.
person that's not going to Paradise keeps choosing them, but that person never picks them.
Yeah. And it's like maybe if you just look around, you might make a connection with someone else. Yeah.
Now the way they're doing this though is that they're delaying the initial selection. So like basically there's gonna be like 2 Paradise dates prior to anybody actually officially choosing anybody based on one-on-ones,
Hmm. Yeah.
or like talking first impressions, I guess you could call it.
Right.
Um, Wait, did we get to the part where the second Paradise Dates went back to Inferno yet? Does that happen before the end of this episode?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because we just get we get one of the dates and then we get the other matching. We don't get the second date yet.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm curious to see where they go
Hmm.
because I almost want them. I almost want it to be like what we said. Like I don't want the people that haven't matched. Like I don't want them to like send the guys that didn't get picked over to Women's Inferno. That's the shitty Inferno.
Uh-huh.
And then all the Paradise people can go to the Men's Inferno.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they're gonna do it. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what
We'll
they
see.
do. All right. Men's Inferno, day 2.
Okay, so I gotta say, like, Taewon gets on my nerves so many times he asks Aaron who the most attractive woman on the show is. And she's like, well, I am. And he's like, really? And I'm just like, no, fuck this dude. He doesn't know how to talk to people. This is weird.
Wait, who? Wait,
Taewon,
oh, Taewon. Wait,
the
who
the
said they're
guy
the
who's
most
full
attractive
of
woman on the show? Oh, Sion says
Ar.
she's the most
No,
attractive.
Aaron does
Oh,
because it's
Aaron. Oh,
before
Aaron's the
everybody
one.
else shows
Yeah,
up.
okay, sorry.
So this is the only woman he's interacted with so far, and he's like, "Yo, who's the hottest?" And she's like, "It's me." And he's like, "Really? Okay." And it's just like, nope, don't like this guy.
You don't like the question, or you don't like the reaction to the response?
All of it, all of it. I don't like any of like this kid looks
It's a
like.
dumb question, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There's at this point, I just really his face bothers me.
What?
He's
He's the
like,
most handsome. You're supposed to be
no, no, no,
calm
no, no,
right
no.
now, Sarah.
His
Settle down.
face
Look at
makes
his
me
face.
angry. He's like, I don't know, like Joffrey on Game of Thrones. He's just like looks like a little spoiled evil prince, and I'm not about it. I can't
All
with
right,
this man.
I'll take your word for it. I guess I noticed. I didn't think anything of Taehwan. I don't know. I guess I just kind of tuned him out after the intro.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought more of the boldness of her being like, I think I'm the most beautiful one there.
But it's like,
it's a weird question though, right?
It's
Like,
such
what do
a
you
weird
say?
question. Yeah,
I just don't see a situation where I'd like if somebody's like, so who's the most handsome guy over on Men's Inferno? I don't think I'd say myself.
but like also like when somebody asks you this, they're being like, well, clearly you're not the most attractive. So who am I waiting for that's better than you? Like that's
What is that? What he's saying? I
That's
guess
what he's
the
saying.
really part.
Because if not, well, even before that, if you're talking to a woman you're really attracted to, are you gonna be like, hey, who's hotter than you? Like, no.
people on this show probably would, but yeah,
Well, that's gross. They need to get better. Unacceptable. He's my personal villain for this season.
really,
I'm calling it now.
I feel like he's not even worth like investing time into calling him a villain
It's
on
too
this TV
late.
show. Really,
I'm annoyed.
Okay. I don't think we have to worry about him like going to paradise with people.
That's true. Like I think a lot of his thing is just like comes from a place of not actually having any experience with people and like trying to portray this person who he's not, and it's probably that's his whole deal. But it's bothering me. So
Okay,
yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess the people don't bother me as much when they end up not being the main characters. Like Guan He was the main character last season, and it made the season
That's true.
awful for me to watch.
I'm not like having Guan He feelings right now, which was that was
like, this guy's not.
That was awful.
Not going anywhere.
Yeah.
At least the first 2 episodes.
I will probably have fun disliking him the whole season, honestly.
Okay. All right. Where are we? We're in Men's Inferno.
Mm-hmm.
The women are talking. Wait, what women?
Yeah, because Xion and Yujin show up.
Oh yeah, okay.
They meet everybody, and then the women go in their bunk and talk.
Yeah, because Xion says she swooned for Jongsu, and she's totally smitten with him.
Mm-hmm.
All right, put a bookmark in that.
She even says something like, she was thinking about how nice it would be to have a boyfriend like him. Like, she's way down the path of like.
What, is it the deep voice? Am I missing something? What happened? I think what it is that Xion swoons easily is what we're
that might be
end
true.
up finding out. But did she give like a reason? It was more just like a vibe thing. It wasn't really like I don't know if she ever put
she didn't give a specific reason or a specific thing that he did that made her. Although there was when they came back in the helicopter, there was a moment where she wasn't feeling well, and he like
okay,
her.
we should talk about that. Okay.
Well,
in the helicopter,
first
I
of
didn't
all,
write this down, but let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're in the helicopter. They're all sitting there, right? All 4 of them, all the Paradise people.
Yes.
They're coming back to Inferno. But then Junsaw is getting Yujin's attention, and he's like, "Hey, I have a cut on my finger, or his thumb was bleeding or something," and he was wondering if she had like a Band-Aid in her purse.
And she did. She fished one out, and like put it on, and they're actually having like a cute moment or whatever. And then the way it's edited, it looks like she unsees this, and then as a reaction is like, "Oh, I'm gonna not feel well and have him comfort me so we can have our own cute moment." Yeah, that is 100% what it looks like.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't feel like he's just like, "Here, you can lean on my shoulder." And I'm like, well, that's not as cute in any way, but okay. But then he ends up like, I don't know, massaging her hands, and that theoretically makes her feel better.
I thought
maybe.
That was really awkward, but
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
don't know.
So
The,
maybe
the
that's where she got her
host
fluttery feelings from. I don't
the
know.
the host sold it as Jungsu was like super cool about it, because like they were like, most people would be like, like go get the pilot and be like, hey pilot, somebody's not feeling good back here or something like that. But
Yeah.
he like, I feel like he was just like didn't do anything for her. Ultimately, is what he did.
Well,
That's how
he
I
gave
saw
her
it. Is he
attention.
did nothing.
He gave her attention, which I think is what ultimately she was seeking anyway. So
Yeah.
there you go. It's
But if she like
accomplished.
actually was about to throw up, he did nothing to help that
Oh
situation.
yeah,
I
yeah,
feel like,
hmm
yeah,
yeah. You got to figure like there's probably a bag somewhere in the helicopter
you
to
would think.
prepare. Like you would think he could get that or
Yeah,
something, but no.
honestly,
So
if like
I don't know.
he should have like taken his shirt off or something and given it to her. That would have been way.
How is that gonna help?
It just, I don't know, something to throw up into.
Sure, there's a bag somewhere.
Yeah, but you gotta take your shirt. I don't know. I just felt like there was so many possibilities of what he could have done, and what he did was essentially nothing.
Yeah. hmm
But the host tried to sell it to us. All right, whatever. Sion is smitten with Jongsu, but
Yes.
Yujin did not swoon for Junseo.
Which was
She
kind
just
of a
had a good
bummer.
time,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
not ideal, apparently.
We don't
Um,
actually get any like info on how the guys felt about their time because they end up on Women's Inferno
that's
and have
true.
no other guys to report back to, I guess is probably what did it.
Yeah, I mean they could have talked to each other, but we don't see that. We also didn't really get confessionals either, did we?
Yeah, I don't think I got anything
Yeah,
from them
do we get
really.
anything from the guys in terms of how they're
Oh,
feeling?
wait, no. I think we do get something like right when they get off the helicopter, we at least get Shion confessional being disappointed that she's leaving Junsu and him being excited about meeting new people in his confessional.
On Jongsu, that sounds right.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I
We
don't
we
remember that one, but that sounds right.
we don't get Junso's confessional, so
Okay,
I
all
don't
right.
know where he lands on it.
And then we're still on Men's Inferno. We definitely get a segment where, like, again, they don't explain it, but I think all the women went to like a different part of the island, and
hmm
then the men rotated between talking to them.
Yeah, they do announce that there's going to be like couple matching in an hour, so it's that
Yeah,
normal scramble to go meet up with
but it's not
everybody.
it's not the normal scramble, because we didn't get anything like social dynamics of like, all right, the guy has to like go into the women's sleeping area and be like, hey, can I talk to you?
That's true.
None of that.
Yeah.
There was zero of that in these two episodes. It
hmm
was all just like structured production one-on-ones that were happening, which I didn't mind. I mean, I don't know. I guess like the awkwardness of like the guys, or I don't know. It's almost like spoilery in a way, if you want to look at it that way. Of like, if we see that a guy is trying to talk one on one with somebody, or if anybody's trying
Uh-huh.
to talk one on one with somebody, that's kind of an indicator of where they're
But I
gonna.
like it.
Yeah,
It's more authentic and it shows what, like I like to see him struggle a little,
yeah, I guess so. I,
I want to
I
see
guess I
who's
kind of like.
fighting
I don't
for it.
know.
And I love the two people who are obsessed with other two people who are in a couple who are off talking and the two rejected people just
Oh, we'll get
waiting
that.
for
Don't
them
worry.
to
We're gonna
like I
get that.
love that.
We're gonna get that later, but nobody's a couple yet, really.
Yeah.
So I think we'll get that later. I don't know. I think for now, I kind of like the one-on-ones, because then we just like it just like guarantees that everybody talks to everybody, and it's not like
Yeah. I like it as an
nobody's
early
awkwardness
game
can get in.
thing.
Yeah, nobody's awkwardness or like being less social can like get in their way of like not having a conversation with somebody. But I don't know. I think I like it. I don't. Let's see if they do it the whole season like this.
Yeah, I like it for now. I want to go back to the struggle for later.
Okay. All right. So Theo, I wrote down. They didn't even show everybody talking to everybody. They just showed the ones that mattered. So
Yeah.
Theo's talking to Sion,
Mm-hmm.
and Theo's intensity. Like I'm feeling embarrassed watching Theo. That's how
Oh,
I feel.
100%. Yes,
But
absolutely. But it works on her.
I guess so. I mean, she's gonna pick him, yeah. But so Theo's so interesting to me because what was the stuff he did? He's like super confident, kind of basically said he's what he said that he was in his intro.
Uh-huh.
He's a little bulldozer in his conversation, and he's super confident about himself.
It's like
But the
bragging
way
about how
he
he
does
worked so
it,
hard to bring up the water. It's like a masculinity performance almost in some
yeah,
ways.
like he's acting maybe. Um, but yeah, if so, here's the thing: if he had told us that like if he was saying in confessional like, oh, I get super nervous like talking to cute girls, or I got super nervous
Hmm.
talking to Sion or whatever, and he was saying all the stuff he was saying that in this conversation, I
Yeah.
would actually think it was like pretty cute, because like it's like, oh, he's like over
Trying so
correcting.
hard.
Yeah, he's like
Yeah.
trying really hard because he likes her, and he's like over correcting. But he's
Yeah.
telling us in the confessionals that no, this is me. I'm super
Uh-huh.
confident. And then that just like it just
Makes
makes
it
him look
so cringe. Yeah.
it makes him look dumb to me. That's
Oh, yeah,
honestly, he
yeah,
just
yeah.
seems stupid. So now I'm like watching him, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm in like embarrassed for him, but it's gonna work out for him, so maybe I shouldn't be embarrassed. But like that's just how I was feeling before
Hmm.
the selections were actually made, because I thought I'm very confused on why Theo's getting any attention on the show, honestly, because he just does not come across as smart to me. But again, some people aren't looking for smarts apparently, and in
Uh-huh.
fact, smarts might be a negative depending on how you take the translation.
That's true. But yeah, it does seem like she's not even like she's embarrassed for him too.
Yeah,
But
that's
then
I
I
thought
don't know
that's
how it turns around and she's just like, "Oh, this is so."
it's just his looks, I guess. I don't
Yeah.
know. Like I can't really explain it.
I think
What's
it's
going
just
on?
like he's different from like the interaction she's having elsewhere, and if nothing else, like it's funny
I
to
guess.
her. And
But if he's
yeah, I don't
serious,
know.
it's not funny. But I guess she doesn't know that. But we know that, so it's like
Yeah, I don't know.
maybe this is the thing. Maybe he's coming across like he's nervous, and it's cute. Like
Yeah.
it feels. I don't know. It feels like if he just settles down, like he's gonna be normal. But I don't think he's ever gonna be
Yeah.
normal. And I don't
It's
know if
that
that's gonna
thing where like a
matter to these
particular
girls.
kind of high energy like is exciting or amusing or attractive in the beginning, and then like in the long run you're like, "Oh no, this is them all the time. This is too much."
Yeah,
You know.
that could be it.
Or I have very different tastes than these women. I don't
Oh well,
know.
that's honestly the biggest factor whenever we talk about anything on the show.
Yeah.
I also wrote down like how bad. I don't know. This is just my opinion. Like how bad are Dung Ho and well,
Taewon.
you think the other guy's really bad, but
Oh, terrible.
Taehwan. How bad are Dung Ho and Taehwan that Theo gets picked by two of these women? I thought that was crazy. Okay, whatever. Wait,
Yeah,
I'm skipping
yeah.
ahead. Let's just. Sian also talks to Dong Ho.
Hmm.
She says that he looks like a carrot and a cute donkey.
Yeah, which
Thoughts,
is
Sarah?
also wild.
Not
Like,
like a carrot, a donkey, cute donkey eating a carrot. They were like two separate
uh-huh.
comments
Yep,
that came
yep.
back to back.
Yeah, yeah, crazy. I've never heard anyone described like this.
Now, I'm
It's
guessing that
ridiculous.
like she must just like donkeys, and that's why she's talking about donkeys. Like I think she like says like, "Oh, I think donkeys are cute." The
I think she
carrot
says
thing
that
never
to
got
like
explained. The
come
carrot
back.
thing,
I
there was
don't know.
no explanation to the carrot thing at all.
Yeah. I don't even know what that's referencing.
Like if
Like,
he was like super tan or something, maybe I'd get
yeah,
it. But
I guess. Yeah.
I don't think that's what it was. All right, or the translation was just weird. I think he
Uh,
said carrot too, though. I don't know.
yeah, yeah. It was
That was a
something.
weird interaction. Oh, this is what I wrote down about Taehwan also talks to Sia. And he says that his playful side will be uncontrollable when it's released.
Oh yeah, gross. Mm,
What is what? Why is that
gross.
gross? You don't know what it means by that.
Just the way he said, he's just like, it'll be too much for you to handle. I'm like, oh, gross. No, I cannot with this man. Ugh,
Wow.
ugh.
Okay.
Uh-uh.
Maybe he's just not good at speaking. That might
Yeah,
be the
he's not
case.
good at speaking. 100%.
Well, he might know exactly what he's saying, and he's good at speaking. But
Mm-mm.
okay.
He should reconsider all of his words. Yep.
Okay. All right. We even get the selections here. What do we?
Yeah, we do. We
Do
do
we
have
see any other I didn't write down any other conversations besides
oh
the
yeah,
CN
yeah.
conversations.
There's
The CN
Yujin and
conversations is the only
Dongho
one that
have a
matters,
nice
right?
one.
It's the only one that actually matters.
Well, I mean, there's also
The other ones
a
were more
whole
generic.
like
There was nothing like weird that anybody said. They were just
yeah,
like,
but we get a weird little like triangle of people who are all their timing's all gonna be messed up. But
okay. What did you write down from the
yeah.
other conversations? Anything?
Um well, there's Yujin and Dongho have a nice cute time, and I thought they would have picked each other. But yeah, that's part of the awkward triangle of stuff that happens. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
And then
Well, let's go to the picks, and then we'll
yeah.
talk about what happened, I guess, then. All right.
Yeah.
So they're all gonna do the normal pick somebody. If you match, you go to paradise.
Yeah.
Yujin picks Dongho because
Yes.
they have similar vibes, according to Yujin.
Mm-hmm.
That was the takeaway from their conversation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Dongho picks Arin.
Yes, apparently it's because he was curious about her first, even though he's attracted to Eugen right now, and I guess there's an order in which he must go.
He felt like he'd be cheating on Arin with Yujin because he knew Arin first.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
No,
I guess. Sure.
But that's the advantage that Arin got by being first.
That's true.
Because it does something to people.
But
sometimes.
She squanders it.
Yeah, because she squanders it because Arin picks Theo. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
I was like, I ripped out of my notes. That's a bold pick.
Yeah.
I assumed Theo was not getting any picks here.
Yeah, especially like their one-on-one conversation. She was like, we are very different people. Like, I didn't think it was going to go this way at all.
Two people are going to pick Theo. I was blown away that people were picking Theo, but then I did kind of think about what the other options were, and I was like, I guess it's not that crazy. Like,
I don't think Dongho's a bad option.
I don't think Dongho's a bad option, but like, I also think he hasn't stood out at all. Like, he's one of the guys that didn't stand out to me. Like,
yeah, but in this trio, he stands out as not one of the obnoxious guys.
One.
You know?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess that's true. I mean, like, I would have probably picked Dongho, but I could see how, like, for some reason Theo doesn't. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I don't know. I guess that it feels crazy to me that he got picked. Like, oh, this is somebody I want to go to paradise with. But
yeah.
As far as like being an interesting character, I do like Theo for that.
Yeah, and that, like, as much as like I will shit on everything he's doing, like, I enjoy watching him. You know, like, he is entertaining to watch.
Yeah,
I don't know why anybody's picking him, but yeah, so far entertaining.
All right, so Theo picks Sion
in the like broiest way too. He's just like, oh yeah, it was. Yeah, I was really hoping for the nobody match. That would have been so fantastic.
Good, and then they skip Sion. They've been going like whoever gets picked says no. When they skip Sion and make Taehyun go first because he has also picked Sion, and then it comes down to Sion to see if we're gonna get any
matches at all.
And I thought for sure there's a chance she's picking Dongho here. That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
But then they also skipped, so I was like, yeah, she's probably gonna pick one of these two. Yeah, she picks Theo. I wrote, no way that's crazy in my notes. No way. No way that just happened. Cannot believe it. And this is where I wrote, how bad are these two guys to lose to Theo?
And then he like takes her hand to leave and like raises it in the air in like a celebratory like move of like, haha,
is that what it
look
was?
at this.
I thought for a second he was like trying to twirl her or something.
Oh no, he was just like, look, I won.
Oh, okay. It's like he just won like the world heavyweight championship. He was like raising the referee was like raising his hand in victory. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Probably felt like that in the moment.
I guess, but also just like, I don't know, it's so like showy and like obnoxious like when you got the guy who didn't get picked right behind you. Yeah,
he's just nervous though. He's just nervous.
Oh yeah, that's
the vibe.
He's overcompensating. Yeah.
All right, only one match. We got Sion and Theo from Men's Inferno.
Yes.
Taehyun and Yujin get no votes. So I kind of like that. I kind of like that Yujin went to paradise with somebody, decided she wasn't vibing with them, but then comes back and doesn't get picked. Right?
Yeah.
So that she's gonna feel way about that because like it's easy to be like, oh, I wasn't vibing with this person when like you feel like I was picked first out of all the girls. I'm the prettiest girl in the season, right? And then not that she was saying that. I was just theoretically.
Yeah.
And then Sion, who was smitten with somebody, did not have an option to pick that same person and is now going to paradise with a different person. So that I liked how this worked out.
And like arguably has a better connection on this date than the first one. So I don't know.
Yes, because she's going to be smitten again with a different guy. Right?
Yeah, you might be right. She just gets smitten real easily.
Yeah. Arin feels bad because she was split between Theo and Dongho. And then I guess she flipped a coin. Or it was close. I wrote in my notes, but how though?
But how
was it close? Yeah. But how was it close though?
Yeah, how these drastically different men even no.
to me, my reaction was like, all right, Iron can go up to him and be like, hey, I'm sorry I didn't pick you. I should have picked you. I really just like, I flipped a coin at the last second and it came up to you. I'm sorry. But then they cut to Dong Ho in his confessional, and Dong Ho feels rejected and is done with Aaron, and he's only going to talk to
But he
to
expresses
Eugene
it in
from
this
now
way
on.
where he's like, well, I don't want to make her feel uncomfortable by continuing to express my interest because she's clearly not into me. And I was like, yes, please sign me up for this, man. Good
Oh my
job.
gosh, really?
Yeah, respecting people's theoretical boundaries. I mean, they should probably talk or
But
whatever,
it's a
but like,
situation where he was
yes.
just not the first pick of the three guys.
Yeah,
This is like
but
single two of season Inferno. It's like it's not ridiculous to be like, oh, she picked like first impressions didn't pick me between these three guys, but that doesn't mean like she hates you. Like
well, yeah, okay, okay,
and
yeah.
like you like trying to talk to her again is somehow like overstepping some line.
This always comes with the caveat of yes, people should just be openly and honest and speak clearly with each other. But I love somebody who's gonna like err on the side of, well, I'm not gonna creeper after her rather than I must persist until the very
To
end.
me, this is way more of a negative because basically because to me he's saying, oh, she rejected me, so I'm done with her, as if like somehow like that disqualifies her of like deserving his attention.
But it does fall in line with your philosophy of why bother being interested in someone who's not interested in you.
Yeah, but he made it seem like even if she comes and apologizes, I don't give a fuck. Like
Oh,
that's the
that is
way
not the
he's.
vibe I got
Oh,
at
that's the
all.
vibe I heard. Like I
I
took it
got
as like
a
he's pissed.
very respectful
Oh,
vibe from him.
I just think he was pissed off that he didn't get picked by anybody.
Well,
Or didn't get
maybe.
picked by Aaron specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took it more of a hissy fit overreaction and being jealous. That's how I took it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Very different vibe from
I
what
do
I
think
got from
if she
this.
comes and apologizes, like he probably will be
Well, I
like
think like
fine.
if anything, he maybe is and should be annoyed with himself for picking her just because of some sense of order because he knew her first. When really he was vibing more with Eugen anyway, and Eugen actually picked him.
No, he doesn't regret that.
Well, he should.
The thing that people always say, like I feel like he said this and other people say is like, oh, I barely got to talk to this person. Like I'm pretty sure you talked to everybody the same amount. That's what it felt like. It felt like
And I'm pretty
everybody
sure like
there was a
you have
structure. Everybody
nothing to
got to.
do on this island but talk. So
Yeah, I don't know. Like Eugen was like, oh, we talked and it felt like we had similar vibes. And then he was like, well, I haven't talked to Eugen much, so I'm gonna go talk to her exclusively now because I'm done with Aaron.
hmm,
All right,
I
whatever.
guess.
Interesting. Different perspectives on the same
Hmm.
thing. All right, Paradise. Do we do these Paradise dates before
Yeah,
we go
this
back to
Paradise
women's?
Date
Oh,
comes
okay.
before. Yep, yep.
Okay. So they're in the helicopter. There's a weird thing that happens, but
Oh
essentially they're
no,
already
this
holding
is
hands.
kind of incredible. like,
Incredible. Okay.
like okay, like as much as he's annoyed, like this is hilarious and cute. Like where this like hand holding thing happens.
I thought it was
Like
just
I don't
awkward.
know.
I thought it was just awkward. But go
No,
ahead.
no,
Go
like
ahead.
this is like maybe where it turned. I don't know. He's just like they just have a. He's trying to get her headphones from her,
Okay,
but
first of all,
she,
he's like, we don't need these headphones in this loud ass helicopter, do we? And
yeah,
then
which is dumb.
he just decides for them both that they don't need the
Well,
headphones.
she also wasn't wearing hers, so it's not like he tried to take them off of her or anything. But he goes to toss them off, and then like she's just like, "What are you?" She I probably didn't hear him because it's loud as fuck in there. Um, she
Yeah,
kind of
I'd
puts
say.
her hand in his hand, and then they like have a laugh about how he was trying to take her headphones instead, and then he puts his hand out, and they actually do hold hands, and it's cute. It's great.
I thought it was super awkward because it was like since I can't hear because the helicopter's loud as shit, and
Uh-huh.
he decided they're not going to wear the headphones, so he like throws his aside, and then she's holding her headphones still, so he puts his hand out to be like, "Give me your headphones so I can throw them in the corner," which didn't
Yeah.
need to be done, but whatever. And then
Hmm.
she's like, "What are you doing?" And then just like puts her hand in his hand, and now she's like held his hand, and then there's like a confusion, and then they realize, oh, it's the headphones. But then he puts his hand out to like actually hold his hand, and now what is she gonna do now? Like not hold his hand? I don't know.
But
She
it
might be
just like
smitten with him, and it's cute, but I just thought it was a weird
it
opening
had a cute laugh
interaction.
about it, and then
I
like
guess so. I
the
thought it was
way they
weird.
do end up holding hands then feels very natural. Like it doesn't seem as forced. It just seems like cute.
The whole thing seemed very unnatural to me, but there we go.
The part that felt unnatural was like the silence they fell into after that. If they had still
can't
kept talking
talk
and
'cause it's too
joking, it
loud.
would have been. Yeah.
We're not going to
That's
talk,
fair.
but let's not wear the protective ear headphones. Even though we're not going to talk to each
not
other.
wearing ear protection is not sexy. That it was a bad move.
If they were going to talk, maybe I would get it. Because they didn't give them I feel like usually what you see is they give you a headset and then everybody in the helicopter can like talk to each other.
Oh yeah, I don't know that we've seen that in here, but yeah, like in other media or yeah, that seems to be like what you should do.
I don't know why they don't do that on the show, honestly. Unless they just
because the pilots don't want to hear these people awkwardly flirting at each other. They got better.
Well, they don't have to keep the pilot, and there's technology that allows us to isolate audio feeds. We can do this.
That's true. You should only be able to talk to the person you're on a date with.
They could do that. That's essentially what happens anyway, right? We almost never see cross interaction.
Well, yeah,
we see cross awkwardness.
Still just loud.
Yeah, but not actually talking to each other. All right. So we've already met. Who we meet already? Sion. So we're meeting Theo for the first time. Who is Theo?
He's 29, and he used to be an actor, but is also still an actor, or is trying to be an actor.
He's an aspiring actor. Yeah, he's trying to make it to Hollywood.
Yeah, he's specifically trying to not be like in Korean things, I guess, and is trying to just go act in English.
He says he moved to New York or something, or went to school.
He went to New York he was taking acting classes there for a little while.
Okay.
And he really liked it.
Which is why he goes by Theo now. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. It just looks like Theo. It's
it's written out as Theo, but I feel like the way he says it is more Korean than that.
Oh, okay.
But now we've been saying Theo for so long, I forgot what it sounds like when he says
Teo or something. I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
So she seems very happy about his age.
Yes.
I mean, Jungso was 33 and she was 26. That's a bit of a gap. 29, 26 usually is in that like sweet spot that people are usually looking for, I feel like.
Yeah.
All right. Can we talk about something though? Honestly though, if you're on this show, you're on the show, and you're on this show to potentially find somebody to be in a relationship with.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
If someone tells you that they are an aspiring actor, shouldn't you just be immediately out on that person?
Yeah. 100%. Because you are not on this show to find love. You are on this show for publicity.
But it's not just that. That's a lot of people. You can say that about models. You can say that about artists. You can say about anybody, right? But actors are like, oh, I'm on this show to get my name out there, and also I know how to act.
Yeah.
So like,
you can't
you're not even
anything.
seeing there's a good chance you're not even seeing the genuine person. On top of the fact, now it's not like a hard rule. Like all actors on these shows are gonna like be a bad choice, but like playing the percentages, you could probably just be like, I think I might go just like try to go to paradise with somebody else next time. It's fine. Yeah.
And then on top of that, he's like, I want to be an actor on the other side of the world.
Yeah, there you go.
So like, if you are not open to living on the other side of the world, then I guess this is not going to work out.
Yeah. At the same time, she's a model, so their motivations for being here might line up. Actually,
probably pretty similar. Yeah, that's fair. She probably would not mind modeling in the U.S., I guess. So whatever.
Yeah,
sure.
So they have a pretty, usual back and forth of some amount of flirting, talking about whatever.
Yeah, they seem like they're vibing.
Even the younger woman host on the show, they cut to her. I don't know if this has ever happened. They cut to the younger woman host on the show, and even she is saying she doesn't really feel the sincerity from them. I thought that was amazing. That way, they actually showed the host saying that. That's crazy.
But this felt like much more like authentic vibing than her last Paradise date.
I don't know. It could be. I'm not sure.
Again, I don't know. Whenever somebody is giggling as much as she is giggling, I'm swayed. Like,
oh, they got
that
you?
feels like she's into it. Yeah,
I'm more in the camp of the younger woman host right now, where it's like first of all, this Theo guy either is not being authentic or his authenticity is not good.
It's gross. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not like that gross, really.
It's just his authentic self is
I'm more embarrassed.
Not fun.
I just feel embarrassed kind of watching him, if that is his authentic way. But he's not like, it's not even close to Guanhee level.
Oh yeah.
But and then for Sian, it's like I've seen her on 2 dates now, and she is totally smitten with both the guys. So again, it's like maybe there's a chance it's real, but there's reason to be skeptical at this point, right? Like,
yeah,
because again, if you're trying to be the character on the show, ideally, like you are into every guy you go on a date with, right? And you're like, wow,
yeah.
it's going to be so hard to choose between all these guys that want to,
Yeah.
So I think it's, I wasn't like, I'm definitely not invested in these two as a couple, just because they had good time. Now they go swimming. I did like, this might be my favorite swimming segment.
Yeah, they're definitely like fun to watch.
Yeah. So they, well, first of all, she said she was a swimmer. So I was like, all right, we're in the pool. We're doing it. We didn't get that on the first time, right? With her. I don't think we did. And then, yeah, but she's not putting her head underwater though. So it's not like full on swimming, but she basically smokes him in a doggy paddle race. Am I wrong?
Oh yeah. They do a cute race. Yeah.
She was absolutely smoking him. And then, they're like actually like splashing each other and stuff though. So they're like swimming and splashing each other.
They look like they're having a lot of fun. Yeah.
Theo jumps in the water. Yeah, I did think that was like one of the funnest swimming segments, if not the funnest swimming segment in the history of the show. So
yeah, good job.
There you go.
He's entertaining to watch. Wouldn't like him as a
both
person
know
in
what
real
I
life,
want to see, and they're giving it to me.
That's true. They're good at being on this show.
Yeah, and Sion is swooning again.
That feels like it's going to be a theme for the season.
We'll see if that keeps going. Again. Yeah, I want send Theo to women's. Make sure Sion's not with the two guys she's going to paradise with. Whatever it takes.
And then add a game changer man in there, and then she will swoon at him too. It'll be great.
I don't even need a game changer. I just need to make her choose a third guy, and then hopefully go to paradise again and see what happens.
Yep.
It doesn't even matter who that guy is. I will say Theo does seem more interesting than Jungsu so far, so I can't blame her for being more into Theo. It actually kind of makes sense to me. As much as I I know that this might be Theo's real personality, and I would not want to be interested. From her perspective, I can totally see being oh, I got on the show and this guy picked me. I wasn't the first pick, but I was the second pick. And I went to this amazing hotel and it was amazing. And now I'm all smitten and swooning over this guy. But then I met this other guy who seems like he's like really nervous, but he's like, and funny about it because he does all these crazy things because he's so nervous. And then I went to paradise with him and had actually more fun than I did with the first guy. So I'm actually more smitten with him now and I'm swooning over him. So it like kind of adds up, actually, if I want to be realistic about it. Either way, she's like a quick swooner, but
quick swooner, that's fun.
I'm only using the word swoon and smitten because these are the words that were in the subtitles, by the way.
Yeah.
These aren't normal words that I would be using, but I'm using them because that's what we're working with here.
That's how it's been presented.
So yeah, it might be a mix of both, like a little bit of like she came on the show. Did she actually say? Yeah, she's the one that said she's here for fiery emotional romance. So she came in here with like an objective a little bit.
She wanted to do good on the show, yeah.
Whether that's like trying to be part of the show more or just the emotional strategy that she went into the show with, I don't know. But it kind of lines up actually with everything we know about her.
Yeah.
All right. Where are we at? Only one date, right?
Only one date. And we're off to Women's Inferno.
Women's Inferno. Started out. I'm lost in my notes. Oh, here we are. I found them.
It's Jung-soo and Junso arrive back from their paradise dates.
Now this is awkward. This is awkward. The other island was like, okay, the two girls that these guys have never seen show up. That's pretty fun. More girls on the island. This island, however, there are now 3 girls waiting for 2 guys that specifically did not pick them the first time.
Yes.
They were here.
Like, Heijin is specifically vocal to the other women about how she is unimpressed that these guys are, coming back after not having picked them before.
Yeah. Actually, all of them are kind of bitter except for Minsol. Minsol's like, oh, finally, there's guys here. I'm so excited. And everybody else is like, I don't know about these 2. They didn't think I was the most beautiful of the 6 women, so I don't know about this. That was points for Minsol for me. I liked her perspective much more.
But yeah, then everybody has some one-on-ones. There's not a lot that happens really.
Oh wait, I wrote this down though. Apparently last night the women had to split their own firewood and start their own fire with flint.
Oh
And
yes.
they show like this small little flashback of them like chopping wood. And then they were like trying to use flint. They never showed them actually making the fire, so I question whether or not they were able to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
But I only mention this because it's gonna turn out that who Ji Young like cut her finger or something.
Oh yeah.
Whatever part of the process they had to do to make a fire, she somehow like cut her finger, right? And then she has a
Mhm.
one-on-one with Jinsaw where she mentions this, and then Jinsaw like sticks up his thumb and is like, "Me too," or like,
Yeah, I
"Also
think
I," or
specifically,
something weird.
like he tells her, "Oh well, you got to take a break and not do things," and she's like, "Oh, now that men are here, you can do all the things for us." And he's just like, "Well, but my finger too." So he's just like trying to get out of work.
I actually
too.
hurt myself in paradise. It's really rough out there.
Yeah.
No,
Mhm.
he probably cut it in the
The helicopter. Yeah.
no the well, he got the bandage in the helicopter, but it probably got messed up from the water polo fight or whatever they had to do
Oh.
game. So it's just funny that they both had bandages on,
Yeah, yeah.
and they laugh
And I
about
think
that.
their whole interaction is pretty cute, and they seem to be like laughing and flirting pretty easily.
Yeah. Again, we're gonna see Jung Seo talk to Ji Young and Min Sol,
Uh-huh.
and I just think he's amazing. He's especially amazing with Ji Young. I thought, like, I don't know,
Yeah.
this is the
Uh-huh.
most likable person I've ever seen on this show. That's honestly how I
Yeah.
feel. Yeah, I wrote in my notes best character in Singles Inferno history. Is that crazy? I don't think that's
It
crazy at
might
all.
not be
Like,
crazy.
there's only 4 seasons. You know, there are a lot of duds on this show. This show, right? Am I being too harsh
Yeah.
on the past seasons?
Either way, I think he's pretty top tier, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then he has these funny interactions where like he is aware of the situation that he's in, where all these women were not picked by him, and he's very aware of it, right? So he
Uh-huh.
like tries a couple times to like show that he was kind of like, you know, he looked at everybody and he remembers everybody, and he's like, she says to Jung, "Oh yeah, like you're wearing green today, and you were wearing green yesterday." And she's
And I
like,
think
"No, I
she's like,
wasn't."
"No, I wasn't."
And but then he immediately is like, "Oh, sorry." Like he's like the way he said sorry so fast was just like so good. "Oh, I'm sorry."
And I think like somebody does like bring up, "Oh yeah, you didn't pick me," or give some shit about it. He's like, "Look, I was just following rules. I had to pick
Yeah,
somebody." Like,
you do not want to be in the position I
sorry.
was in. It was tough to have to choose between 6 women. I don't know. It's like you could probably be saying the same exact things he's saying though, and if like he was saying it as like I'm a super confident person and I bulldoze people,
Yeah,
it would come
it
across a
would
totally
hit
different
differently.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's just so the way he says everything, I just like him so much. And everybody that meets him and finally talks to him, like as soon as the girls talk to him for like 30 seconds, they were like, "Oh, you were totally different than that guy that was like scowling at us when he was like
Yeah.
looking us over." Yeah. What else? Yeah, I think you're right. I think that was like the best conversation. Jung Seo and Ji Young. Best conversation so far on the
Yeah.
show. Right. This season. And then Jun Seo and Min Sol talk.
It just doesn't seem like it hits the same
Yeah,
way.
it was weird. I don't know if they did this intentionally, like they showed us the beginning awkward part of their conversation and then it got better or what, because the picks don't go as okay. I did watch the beginning of episode 3.
Oh yeah,
we can talk
same,
about that,
same.
right?
I
Okay, okay, yeah.
100%. Yeah,
Well, all
I
right,
was
yeah.
not gonna tolerate that cliffhanger.
So Jung Seo is kind of like more sitting back, and he's like doesn't seem as interested in Min Sol, but he's still like talking. It's still a good conversation.
Yeah.
Second best conversation of the show so far. But did you know this? I swear Min Sol also had a bandage on her finger,
Did she? Oh, I didn't notice.
and maybe
They all got injured when they were chopping.
all the
wood.
women like got hurt trying to start the flint, and they were like, "All right, stop. We'll make it for you." And then that wasn't part of the montage. Yeah, maybe they also had a funny bandage, like, "Oh, we both have bandages," but they didn't show it because they wanted it to like trick us. I don't know.
Maybe.
And then Jong-soo and Haejin. Oh, this is what I write. Jong-soo and Haejin are talking, and Jong-soo says he thought about picking her when Haejin asks some sort of question, right? Well, now this man has lied at least to one of Haejin and Sion, right? Am I wrong?
Yes.
See, now he's caught in this trap where he could have just said, "Yeah, they're all beautiful, but I chose you," and then it wouldn't be crazy. He's not lying, you know?
I get. I don't think he's gonna get caught in this lie.
He was absolutely lying to Sion, like for sure. Right.
He was
He was
probably
just saying
lying to
what she
both
wanted
of
to
them.
hear.
Let's be honest. Like, if he was gonna pick her, he would have picked her, right? Like, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have to pretend like it's like you don't have to pretend like it's it means nothing because you were just the most. I don't. It doesn't make any sense. I can't get over this. I can't get over how dumb it
Okay,
is.
okay. I don't think he's gonna get caught in this lie, and it'll be a big deal. I think it'll pass without anything else.
It might be a bigger deal if Sion wasn't totally smitten with a different guy, but I think it would mean something to her if like she stayed only into
If she,
Jungsu and then
yeah,
Jungsu
and
with
then
Hyejin.
overheard this somehow or whatever.
I
Yeah,
thought you
maybe.
thought I was the
Yeah.
most beautiful, and then he'd be like, "Well, I changed my mind actually," or
Well, then he could
something.
just be like, "Yeah, but I don't like your personality. Oops, sorry, bye," or
Wow, that's way
whatever.
nicer than just saying what he could have said initially. Okay, all right, whatever. All right, they're all gonna try to match. Hyejin picks Song
Jung
Jungsu. Remember the
Soo.
S there.
Yes.
Jungsu. Jungsu picks Hyejin. That's a match. We got a match.
Yeah. Nice, nice.
Jiyoung picks Junso.
Yes.
Minsol picks Junso. And then, of course, Jungso picks Jiyoung.
Except not, which
Except
is
no. Except
dumb.
no. Yeah, which is like a classic like production lie. Something's
Yeah.
happening here, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Or Junso like actually liked Minsol somehow in a way that we didn't know, and that's like actually how he behaves when he likes somebody, is like he's like really nervous and he is more
Maybe.
standoffish. I don't know. It was just weird.
I did not watch beyond them revealing who he picked to see if there was a confessional about his why or anything, so I don't know yet.
Yeah, neither did I. But I'm happy that Minsol is going on a date because she doesn't mind
Yeah.
not getting picked first. It's fine. Doesn't mean that much.
Yeah.
You didn't
Doesn't
even
matter
get
if
to
you
know
get
me.
picked
You picked
first.
off
You
of
gotta,
what
as
did
long as
ever-
you're picked last is the only thing that matters. There you go. Bam.
All right, that's it.
That's it. Yep.
Junsol and Minsol are my ship for the season after 2 episodes. That's what I'm wanting. That's my most invested relationship, and they haven't even been to paradise yet.
They're gonna have to show me something cute on this date, because right now I liked him interacting with Jiyeon better, and I like her generally.
No, but Jiyoung, right? She should just be like, he didn't pick me. I'm done with this man. That's what you wanted to do, right?
No, that's not what I said I wanted. I wasn't advocating for this behavior.
But isn't that like the appropriate way to go about it? Wait, you like
I was
Dong Ho? You like
advocating
Dong Ho because he did that. So don't you want
No,
Jiyoung
because
to do that?
you're coming at it with a totally different tone. You're like, he's dead to me, not I will respect his boundaries. These are different
Okay.
things.
Okay, but how are they gonna become a thing?
How are you
on
gonna
the
know?
show?
You're gonna have an adult ass conversation. That's how you're gonna know. If anybody on this show
How can you
ever
talk
did
to them
that,
and respect their boundaries?
it's just one quick check in to be like, you vibing at all, or is this a no? Okay, good.
Of course, you can talk to them and not cross their boundaries.
I'm just saying, if anybody ever did this, they'd be my favorite character on any of these dating shows ever, but no one ever does it.
Wait, didn't Dong Ho just do it? What are you talking about?
No, like have the adult check in of just like, hey, what's up? You into this at all? Okay, then I will respect your boundaries. Bye. Like, like a real actual adult conversation.
Do adults talk like that when they're like meeting somebody for these people barely know each other? What?
I know they barely know each other. It's just there's somewhere along the line before you pine over them for the rest of the season, you just go, or is there anything happening here? That's all.
I feel like that's more of like a long term, whatever you call it, relationship, but not relationship with somebody, and then you're like, hey, is this like a thing that might have like?
I'm sorry.
Happen,
I thought,
but this is.
I
like...
thought I was supposed to be pretending to labor under the belief that people are here to actually get a relationship or some bullshit, right? If that's what
so
we
formal
say
about it, it's like just you don't have to do any. You don't have to be formal about it at all. Like Dong Ho could just still be interested in her, and it doesn't. It's not creepy. Like it's not. He's not stepping over a line by still being interested in a girl that didn't pick him on the first try. It's not like he doesn't have to like go out of his way to respect her boundaries. Like you just talk to her like a normal person, and you're not overstepping any boundaries here. It's not weird at all, unless she actually says, "I'm not interested in you," which she has not said. She just picked another guy over him on the very first thing. Then there's nothing to even think about as far as boundaries. Like nothing has happened.
I just love the idea of somebody actually talking about boundaries on this
This is
show.
why I don't think that's what he was talking about. I think he's butthurt that he didn't get picked, and this is his response to that. Not that he's like this amazing, ethically social person that has been
Let
told,
me have this. God
no, I will not.
damn it.
I will not. I'm not letting you have this at all.
I get force fed this storyline bullshit of like, oh, the man perseveres over and over again after being rejected, and then she comes around and really likes him. Bullshit all the time. Let me have one man who I can pretend actually respects a woman's boundaries.
Like literally
God damn
only
it.
one season of the show had that narrative, right?
I feel like there was definitely some season 2 shenanigans too. There was, I don't know. And it's not just Singles Inferno. It's a common theme in so many types of media. I hate it.
Heart Signal 4. What else? Gotta be other ones. Yeah, even other media besides
it
this.
Is, yeah. I hate it. What I don't get enough of is men respecting boundaries like a boss. That's what I want.
My trope with the show, or whatever you want to call it, is like Singles Inferno 2 is my favorite of the first 3 seasons, and it's like the least like this, but it has the trope that you don't like. So, but what I think happens on the show basically is like the men are the main characters. Actually, I don't know about season 1. But for a lot of it, it's like the men are the main characters, but the women decide which man is the main character, because like the women choosing which guy goes to paradise results in that guy being the main character. You know what I mean? So like that's what season 3 of Single, as much as I hated Guanhi for being the main character in Singles Inferno 3, it's like he had to be the main character. All the women picked him. Like it's like the women picked him. What do you want him to do? And then this season it's like, oh, Theo's like probably the main character, or probably going to be the main character. I'm not sure, but it's because the women are picking him, right? But it's never like the women are the main character and the guys are picking them. It's only really the other way around.
That's not true.
I guess it maybe
like
in
season 1.
I guess.
Yeah. You definitely had the 3 guys going after the one girl, right?
Even season 1, like,
and like it's
season
the
1
woman's
didn't have
final choice at
right,
the end that makes it like her sort of become the main character in a way too.
Yeah, season 1, you're right, didn't have that narrative, but still somehow like the guy that wasn't getting picked was the main character. I feel like still.
That's true.
And then I don't know, the way they set it up. I don't know. It feels like even the way they casted the show just feels like they want a guy to be the main character. I'll be honest. Like the women were largely the same in their intros, and then at least a couple of the guys stood out. And the 2 guys that stood out the most are like Theo's probably like the main character of the show, but then the guy I like the most is the other one.
Yeah.
Jungso, I don't know. Jungso might be a main character. I'm not sure. I'm interested in what other people think, but he's my favorite character. But that doesn't usually translate to them being like the main storyline of the show,
right?
And he might just be in these first 2 episodes because he went to Paradise twice, and he won the first competition. If you win competitions, you get some attention.
That's true. Yeah.
All right. Well, there we are. First 2 episodes.
Yep. Awkward cut to us recording in the future.
Yeah. So
the other 2 episodes.
We're gonna sign off here, and we'll be back in seconds to talk about episodes 3 and 4. Sound good?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go.
See you soon. Bye. Bye. Hello, and we're back. Sarah.
Hi.
Sarah.
Yes.
How you doing?
I'm
been a couple days, but not on the podcast.
It's almost like we instantaneously got to the second half of the podcast. Surprising.
Yeah. I finished editing the first half of the podcast, so we might be on pace to get this out before episodes 5 and 6 get released. So
no, we're gonna do it.
Crossed.
It might just be a day before, but we'll do it.
Welcome to part 2 of this
maybe
marathon
the day
podcast.
Of.
Yeah. All right. Where were we? Where did we leave off there?
We had some people pairing up for Paradise, and it ended on a cliffhanger, right?
I think. Yeah. Wait. Okay. Yeah, we're going to Paradise. Yes. We didn't do any of the matches, or the 2.
We did all.
We're doing
the
the women's
matches,
Inferno Paradise matches. That's where we're at.
Is it still called that at this point? Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, sure. Okay,
There are
we're going to
many
paradise
people
again.
there. Yeah.
Junso and Minso going to
Yes.
paradise. What's going on
And
with
I
them?
think what like everybody matched except for on this island
Oh yeah,
except for
your
Jiyoung,
girl
who's
Ji
like
Young.
who is
Ji Young.
stuck alone on Inferno, which is a crime. This is ridiculous, but okay.
Hey, you haven't talked to her.
That's true. She hasn't gotten a whole lot of screen time. She might be awful in person, but I don't know. Seems like there's no reason to not pick her. She seems pleasant enough.
Somebody had to not get picked. Okay, tell me who you think should not have been picked out of
Mm,
these three girls who should be there.
either of the other two, I would have been fine with not getting picked. Honestly, I'm fine.
Oh
Fine with
wow,
it.
okay, okay. It's just
I'm
something
fine with
about
it.
Ji Young. Okay,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
don't want to single anybody out. It's like this person deserves to be on Inferno by themselves.
I mean, well, you asked me to choose from these two women. You didn't ask me to pick from everyone on the cast, and the answer is Taehwan deserves to be alone on Inferno.
No, I'm saying
I'm
one of the
sticking
women
with it.
had to
I
be
know. I
had to be left alone.
know.
The way they structured it, had to happen. Actually, there could have been
No,
multiple
no,
women.
it does. Yeah, it could have
Two or
been.
three could have been left alone. That's true, but they left
But
it
then
open as a
also, like,
possibility.
they all could have been there on that island, you know? Like, nobody would have matched up, and they all would have been there, and it would have been fine.
Yeah, unlikely, but yeah, it could have happened. But yeah, so after these paradise dates, they're gonna merge everybody together. I don't know why they just didn't tell Jian like, "Hey, you can go over to the other island like tonight."
Because
You
they
don't have to
wanted
stay
it to
here.
be a whole fucking thing, you
Or
know?
really just like make her feel like she sucks for one night
Mhm.
at least.
Yeah. I mean, that was kind of our idea with Loser Island and Winter Island, right?
Yeah, but
So,
once you're the only person on Loser Island, I think we've I think we've done enough. I think we
that's
could
true.
move on from that.
In our scenario, it's then impossible to get to Winter Island because there's no one
Yeah,
to
there's
match
no one to
with.
match
So
with
yeah, you're
anymore.
right. You're right.
Okay. Well, actually, no. In our scenario, we need to send the two guys that haven't gone yet over to Loser Island, and now
Oh, that's true.
one of them,
Yeah.
Jian gets to pick between the two of them. All right, whatever. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
Junsol and Minsol.
This was a surprise pick, right? Like I totally expected him to pick someone else.
This is
right?
what I wanted him to pick, even though the edit didn't make it seem like it was going to be.
Yeah, yeah. They tricked us.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's on this thing where he thinks she's being very genuine and that's why he's into her or whatever. But so we find out she's 23 and a sportscaster.
Sportscaster, yeah. Yeah, it looks like she does like mostly like sideline reporting, but they did show her like in studio. So she might do some like she might also be like a TV personality.
I think she did call herself a freelance anchor as well. So she's doing sports stuff now.
That's pretty legit.
Doing other things. Yeah.
If I had to guess, she's probably doing like more like maybe like minor league kind of stuff, maybe, and she's like working her way up. But I mean, she looked like she looked like she was doing the real job when they showed clips of her. So solid job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that. Jinsaw tells her that he felt like everything would work out eventually between them, even if they didn't match for paradise that day. That would like
I guess
as if to say like after talking to you, I knew like we were meant to be together. Even if it didn't work out that day, it would have been fine. It didn't have to be today, but eventually.
Yeah,
is that what he's saying? I don't know.
I think what he's saying is basically he's too laid back to be super bothered about who he ends up paired with successfully for paradise. I think is what is happening.
Too awesome. He's way too awesome.
He's just too chill. You know?
Only has like the best mentality of anybody ever on the show. So, yeah, he does say he had the best conversation he's had so far with her. So that includes the Jiyoung conversation.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's blowing smoke here. I think it's
it's just like, the edit.
He could
is
have picked
Jiyoung
and he didn't. So yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you said, he says to her that he didn't feel like Minsol was putting up a facade. This man is speaking my language, Sarah. This is the dream contestant I've been waiting for all these years.
Finally found him.
I'll be honest with you. This is a Junso podcast from my perspective. Nothing else really matters. If you just want to fill in everything else, I'll just talk about Junso.
I guess I'll take on the rest of the responsibility. That's a lot of people. All right.
There's not much to talk about with everybody else. Okay. I don't think.
Your half will be the Jinsol love podcast. My half will be like the Taehwan hate podcast.
Your favorite part of the show is complaining about Taehwan.
I'm just really annoyed with him and his dumb face.
Okay. Oh man, I can't wait for all the A Juan stands to
To come and yell at me.
come
Yeah,
at you.
that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, whatever. I mean, he was right. His face does evoke a lot of feelings in me, just not the positive kind.
It seems like by the end of this, it seems like he's on the path to success on the show, at least from actually getting into a not a relationship, but like a TV relationship at least.
Yeah. That's
All right.
extra why I'm mad at him, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah. Okay, so Minsol kind of questions how an artist like Jinsaw could have won the men's challenge yesterday. And then he still doesn't bring up that he was in UDT.
Yeah, he is leaving out his whole like military thing.
Yeah, he wants nothing to do with his past. He's trying to move on, I think. Okay.
Yeah.
And then apparently Jinsaw's art is like 7 meters tall, and Minsol's like trying to get him to give him it, and she like doesn't know what a meter is. What was going on here?
Yeah. It seems like she
It didn't seem like there was
estimate
a
how
confusion.
big things are. Yeah, I don't know.
I would have been very confused if I was on that date with Minsol. Like a meter? Like is it like the size of this table? The table is like maybe a meter big.
Maybe she, spent a lot of time
We're
in
Americans
the US.
too.
Maybe that's what it is, Maybe we'll find out.
Oh yeah, maybe she hasn't been in Korea for years. They use the metric system.
Seems
in Korea,
unlikely, but yeah.
Yeah, they definitely do. They talk about centimeters all the time with their heights. Yeah, okay.
Exactly, yeah.
All right.
I don't know. And then we get some quality awkward tub sitting on this date.
Yeah.
Which, is always a highlight.
Yeah, there's some good stuff here.
Yeah, that's alright.
Did Junso write Minsol's name on his hand so that he wouldn't forget it?
100%. Yes.
He got away with this too. It was like no big deal.
Yeah, and he was not really putting effort, I think, into remembering other girls' names, and maybe that was also helping this work for him, because she's like, oh, he put the effort into actually trying to remember mine.
Yeah, because I think Minsol like quizzed him on the other girls' names, and he was like, I don't really know.
He's too laid back to have to know names, Just
this guy's a legend.
Write the ones that are.
I think even he
down.
brought up that he wrote her name down on his hand.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. He was not embarrassed at all about it.
And then I don't know. At some point, Minsol suggests that they should come back to Paradise together, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna be all in on it.
It's like they're having a good time. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Junsol says that he thinks that she'll probably be popular with the other guys once she gets to meet all of them.
Yes.
That's like a sneaky, really good compliment, right?
I guess, sure.
Not so sneaky, but like he said it in a positive way. Like,
oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think it ends up not being true though, right? How many chocolates does she get? Like one?
Yeah, I think it is
one,
something like that. Yeah.
Oh well, it was still good. It was still a nice thing to say at least. All right, that's all I have. Anything else?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Gary, you take over from here.
I can't do the rest of this on my own.
I'll set you up at least. Oh, it's Johnson and Heijin.
Yeah, they go on a Paradise date. I have very little notes on this. We find out she's 25. She's a model currently for an eyewear brand, but also does like fashion and beauty shoots. And they tease each other a lot. And that's about all I have for this date.
Well, yeah, Heijin looks like someone that is fun to tease.
Apparently.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
Okay. Also, why isn't she wearing glasses on the show?
You don't have to need to wear glasses to model glasses.
When we saw her like modeling with the glasses, I was like, why isn't she wearing glasses all the time? She was born to do this.
Well, great. She's on vacation from work right now.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I don't.
Work with you.
You gotta pay me to put some glasses on.
Exactly.
I don't put glasses on unless someone pays me.
Exactly.
But they should be paying her
work.
to wear glasses on the show. No, somebody should be.
Yeah, she should have a glasses sponsorship deal for this show.
Yeah, definitely should. She's already making money. They wear the glasses on the show. We'll give you a little extra. Yeah,
it's probably in her contract or something that she can't like promote a brand whilst on the show unless it's the show is getting money for it or something.
Yeah, but those they should all be working together.
They really
glasses on Gage on it in the show. All right. Oh, no sleeping segments in these two.
Yeah, apparently nothing interesting happened.
Yeah,
or something too interesting happened. No, nothing interesting happened.
Oh, if something too interesting happened, we would have gotten
We would have gotten
something up
something.
until the point, and then they would have
Yeah.
let us speculate. And then they go to day 3. I got confused here
Mm-hmm.
because they like switched us back to the other from the men's the who's here from Men's Inferno right now. The time swapping got me confused.
Oh, I
It
did
was
not take solid notes on who all was there.
oh, it was
Just a bit of something that happened.
God, uh I'm
Dong
forgetting
Ho and Yujin
everybody's
are
name.
there, right?
No, it's Teo and Sion. Teo and Sion are here, right?
On Men's Inferno?
No, they sorry. The people that were on Men's Inferno that went to Paradise.
Oh, yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Sion and Teo are here, and they switched over to them without me realizing it. And then Teo was saying some shit that I thought was sketchy, and, and then I thought it was Jung Su the whole time. Though I was all messed up for a while, and I had to go back and correct all my notes.
Okay.
But what happens? Yeah, there was just something weird about. I think this was Sion and Teo, right? Like where he was saying stuff to her like, "Oh, you shouldn't try to look good for the other guys" or something.
Oh, yeah, he was just generally being corny as hell, yeah.
Corny or just like gross. I couldn't tell what the tone of this was. It was dipping into Guanhi territory. That's all. That's really what I want to
Okay,
get at.
okay.
He's dipping
But
into
he
Guanhi
says it with
territory.
this like jokey way that makes it hit a little softer and you don't necessarily feel as gross about it, which isn't great either, but he's just
But was he joking though?
I mean, he was laughing while he said it. I don't know. I don't know the true intent of this man.
Okay, I got confused because the whole Jonsu and Hyejin experience was like him teasing Hyejin, and then like
Uh-huh.
we cut over. I guess it was like they cut to day 3 morning, and I didn't realize that they switched the dates.
Uh-huh.
And then Teo was teasing Sion,
Mhm.
and I was like, "Oh, that's Junsu teasing some more, so it's not too bad." But then I was like, "Wait, that wasn't Junsu teasing Heijin. Was this teasing or was it not?" I
I
got all
think it
messed
was
up.
teasing. He's always like joking and teasing and being
Teo is
corny as hell. Yeah.
okay.
He's over the top all the time.
I mean, he's intense, but I didn't know if it was a teasing thing. The teasing narrative was
Just
definitely
yeah,
Hyejin
I mean,
and
he didn't
Junsu.
specifically
Okay,
say he was teasing, but it was that vibe of like playful nonsense.
all right. Let's keep an eye on him a little bit. I'm scared. I'm scared he's turning into Guanhi a little bit.
Okay, okay.
Oh, we got to go to Men's Inferno night too. Oh, this is what threw me off. We went like they got me with
You're
the
just all
sequence.
over the
They went
place.
they went to like Men's Inferno. They went back to Men's Inferno and then came back. I don't know. Whatever. What happened on Men's Inferno night two?
Well, I thought you would care about this because we got some height information.
Oh yes, I have this now. I see my notes. Let's get to it.
Because we got Dong Ho and Yujin hanging out, and they're comparing heights. And I think she said she's like 167 centimeters, and he's 20 centimeters taller, so 187. So there you go, some heights.
That's
Your
right.
favorite content.
5'5.5" and 6'1.5". So the 8-inch difference in their heights.
There you go.
There you go. That's interesting. Now is he's Dongho said one of his strengths is his height, but is he the tallest? 6'1" is
I
usually
don't.
the tallest on the season, but it's pretty tall for these
I
shows.
As much as we talk about heights on this show, I never notice this shit. So I don't know if
I
he's the
don't think he's like
tallest.
dramatically taller than everybody else, but I couldn't tell you who the tallest. Usually you can tell like, oh, this person's the tallest once you've seen enough shots.
You'd think I could have figured it out when they do the log thing, but
Oh, that would have been a good
they're all
chance.
standing in a row. But I wasn't paying attention, so I don't know.
All right. Yujin is flirting really hard with Dong Ho there. That's the main thing from this, right?
Yeah, yeah, and they're theoretically at this point on the same page, right? Or at least he switched over to Eugen because Aaron didn't pick him in the last
Yeah.
in the matching.
Oh
so.
yeah, we had a whole thing. I just listened to
The
it.
whole
I
thing.
just listened to it again on the Redditing. We got into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. The conversation was like mostly led by Eugen though, and she was really initiating all the flirting from my perspective. And the way they like
Okay.
compared their heights was they faced each other like face to face. So she's just like staring at his chest, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how that helped them measure the distance.
Oh, I think she just liked looking up and being like, "Oh, you're
I guess
tall."
you're just testing, like, hey, I would look at you like this if I was to get close to you. I don't know. That's definitely something we've never seen before, right? Let's compare
Yeah,
heights by like
maybe.
getting close to each other.
I mean,
She was going hard. That's all I'm saying. And Dong Ho
yeah.
wasn't doing much.
She
I'll
she
be
knows what
honest.
she's here
He
for.
wasn't doing much,
I think he was being him, which is kind of a little.
which is not much.
reserved, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go day 3. We ready?
Okay. Yeah, we get an announcement that the 2 Infernos are merging into one today.
Yes. So we're finally coming together here. We're not going to keep going with this amazing 2-island Twitch, which makes people not choose each other. But all right. We're actually not going to go back to Paradise again, are we? Wait, we're about to watch 2 episodes with no Paradise? Well, they had Paradise in the beginning, but there's no Paradise again?
There's Paradise at the end of episode 4. It's just not the kind of Paradise we're used to.
Oh, okay. That doesn't count. We're not getting like people matching again. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
All right. Sion is wondering if Jungsu went to Paradise with someone else. All right.
Yeah, so much for her being suddenly smitten with this new guy. She's still.
I was like, yes, this is so good. Okay, thank you, thank you for not keeping this,
not being
Theo
super into this
going.
this Theo guy. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Everyone's arriving at Men's Inferno.
Yes. Poor Gian arrives
Gian
first,
arrives
alone
first, yeah.
from other Inferno.
I cannot believe she had to spend the night by herself. That's crazy.
And this is the first time she's meeting these guys that are here. And we kind of get a Taewon locking on to being interested in her moment. And I was like, no, don't do this to me, show. I don't want it.
This was like the only moment that was like the normal opening to all the other singles Infernos, right? Where they're like sitting and waiting in their specific spots. And then somebody walks in and sits down in their spot.
Yep.
This is the only time it was the same, right? I think so.
Yeah. The only time.
So we get that kind of vibe moment from this.
Yeah.
But GM did not sit next to anybody. She like specifically chose a seat that was not next to anybody. Okay.
Yeah, she's leaving her options open.
All right. Theo and Sion arrive.
Oh, yeah, and he's being ridiculous.
Yeah.
And shouting about forgetting to bring their wedding invitations for everyone. So, he is.
Yeah. Sion looked kind of upset that he said this. What do you think? If you watch her face, it was like shocked into like embarrassed into like maybe looked a little bit not happy that he said that. That's what I thought.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's what I thought, but I don't know.
Oh, well, maybe she hadn't seen if Jungsu was there yet or not. And maybe she was
worried that he would
worried
hear
that
That's
he would
true.
hear that,
yeah, that's true. This is where I wrote after that. This is where I realized that I had gotten confused because I finally realized in this moment that I had gotten the whole conversation earlier with Theo and Sion confused. And then I combined with this joking about the wedding invitations plus the, hey, why don't you not look good for the other guys? Joke, in quotes. This is where I wrote Theo is dipping into Guanhi territory for me right now. Or I'm getting I'm getting worried at least.
All right.
Fair. Yujin tells us she was curious if Junso would arrive with another woman. I mean, if she did the math, wouldn't she just know that at this point? Or maybe she didn't know what actually happened over at the other island.
Who knows?
All right.
Yeah, that's true.
I wrote maybe Junso's looking a little bit better now that after meeting some of the other guys on the show.
Yeah, exactly.
Junso's not looking too bad. Wasn't so sure about him after one date, but now he's looking pretty good. All right, the rest arrive.
Yes.
Jinsol and Minsol were funny carrying the bags. I thought this was amazing.
Yeah. That was pretty cute. Absolutely.
And then they showed at somebody do a flashback to him like they're like he can't carry. Is it his bag or Minsol's bag? It's probably Minsol's bag.
It's Minsol's bag, yeah.
But
I think he's also carrying his bag.
Yeah. He's also carrying his bag, but he's struggling to carry both bags. And at first we see he's like asking Minsol to help him, so they're like both have a handle of the bag.
Yeah, which I'm sure makes it so much easier.
But then they do a flashback later to him because they're entering with Jeonsu and Sion, and they're like walking ahead of Jeonsu and Minsol, and he said something in like military language, like hold.
It was like point, hold up,
point, hold,
like whoever's in the point, yeah,
point.
Exactly.
Wait, he called him point because he was in front.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was laughing this whole time.
Even though he's keeping it a secret, it comes out,
Oh, true. Well, nobody really picked up on it except for Dix, the host.
Yeah.
Junsu tells us he felt sorry when he saw Sion again, meaning he's more into Hyejin? Is that what that means? Or he felt guilty and that means he's more into Sion? I don't know what it meant necessarily.
I don't know what this man wants right now.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not feeling Junsu either, really.
But we do. I think it's now we also get from Jun So saying that he feels weird around Yujin, and Yujin won't look at him anymore, even. And so that becomes a whole thing too, where he gets confused and she gets jealous or whatever. It's weird.
Yeah, it does seem like Eugen. I couldn't really tell what to believe their dynamic was since getting back. It does seem like they didn't really talk, but I don't know if it's like both of them were
Mm-hmm.
waiting for the other person to say something, or Eugen was doing like the well, your version of the Dong Ho move where she's just like giving him his space because. But he didn't. But he didn't. I don't know. I don't know. Eugen. I do. From my perspective, Eugen wasn't going to talk to him, but I guess he wasn't also going to talk to her. So I don't know. I don't know
Yeah,
why
I
why it
think.
took so long. Not until
Yeah.
tonight when they talk at the fire. Basically, they're not gonna talk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, kind
It's
of weird.
just too awkward and don't adult at all for this whole part, you know?
I guess. I also don't know how much time they have to talk to each other. Like we don't really get like a free form or like open everybody talk, do whatever you want until nighttime, right?
I mean, that we're
That we're
seeing, but they
seeing.
do
Yeah.
like they have lunchtime together, and like we
Oh
just
yeah, they
see
do have
soup
lunch.
appear.
Yeah, there was
We don't
plenty
see
of
them
time. They could have done something.
cooking.
Yeah.
Maybe they probably cooked. Like, I don't know. It just seems like,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, they did have some time. All right. It's weird. It's getting funky. All
yeah,
right.
hmm
All right. Women's chat. Classic
yeah. We
women's
get
chat.
all the
Still,
girls in the
any guys
bunk.
chats on this show yet? I don't think we've had one.
There's like one teeny little one at like the end, and I was like, I've been waiting for one this whole time. I don't know what any of these guys think about things because they won't talk.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It's
Even what
annoying.
they say, the guys, I don't know, even what the women say to each other or what the guys say to each other isn't always like totally accurate with what they're actually going to do or what they're thinking. But
Yeah,
it's
but
better
it's
than
it's
nothing, I guess. But
something, and
yeah,
it's better than confessionals where they're like hard prompted. You know,
I guess so. Yeah, it does feel more in the moment, but I think sometimes they, I don't
they're
know.
lying
We'll
to
get
each other.
we'll get to
Yeah,
this
yeah.
conversation later
Sometimes
with the
too. Yeah.
women. I don't know if it's this chat or another chat, but it it felt like there was some inconsistencies with what they were saying to each other and then what they're gonna do with the chocolates
Mm,
later.
yeah, yeah. That's true.
But all right, what's this chat all about?
So first we get Yujin and Minsol basically comparing Junso notes because they've now both gone to paradise with him.
Yeah, and they both kind of really undersell here, don't they? Or like somehow they like underplay it enough that both women think the other woman is not an issue, right?
But yet they're both a little jealous about it still, even though they're like playing it off like they're confident.
Yeah, I can't tell how like they actually feel because it did feel a little bit like they were worried, but they're confident enough to say they're not worried
Mm-hmm.
or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. But it was funny just the contrast of them going back and forth, being like,
Yeah,
"Yeah,
yeah.
it doesn't seem like they had an amazing connection. I'm not that worried about them." And then they cut to the other person saying the exact same thing.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. We get Shion is all about telling her Jongsu helicopter story
Oh yeah, there you go.
from like 2 days ago. Not a whole lot about her date she just came back from. So
That's
she
good.
is
I like that.
still swooning
I'll
over
take
this
it.
guy.
I guess it was. Yeah, she said the helicopter thing. I don't know. I feel like she still doesn't really know, but just like when she told the helicopter story, then the other women were like, "Oh, that was why you swooned," and she was like, "Oh yeah, I guess maybe it was that." Like I don't know. I feel like she doesn't fully understand
Mm-hmm.
herself what's going on. But there you go. I guess that was the best moment. The best. It's the most interesting moment of her date. I guess that's why she's
Yeah, that's true.
telling
Yeah.
that part of the date. Yeah, even between both dates, that's probably the most interesting thing that happened. Even if she did have a
Mm-hmm.
better time with Teo, that's still more interesting.
Yeah, I think she does say that well maybe this isn't confessional, but that Teo didn't make her swoon at all. And
She
that because he
does
was
say that.
constantly
Yeah,
constantly over the top with confessing his feelings or whatever, that it didn't like feel real, and she just thought he was joking the whole time. So
yeah. She said that. And I wrote, "Thank God, we can move past this." And then we're not going to move past this, right?
we're not gonna move past this now. But truly it's Jungso's fault that we don't get to move past this.
Junso's fault. Oh, I forget. All right, what to do when we get there? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, when we get there.
But even Sion says about Theo, he would confess his feelings for me constantly, and it didn't feel genuine. I was
Yeah.
like, yes, finally, we have somebody that's willing to acknowledge what's actually happening in front of themselves. Yes.
Yeah.
And
He's just
I wrote this season is so much better than Singles Inferno 3. I'm so happy. This season is just going so much better. I love it.
Yeah, definitely an improvement.
And then I wrote like, so I guess Sion should be interested in Junsu, but I was like, also she could just try another guy and probably be happy too. I mean,
Yeah. I don't know. She still seems to be like she like talks about him a lot in this segment, like it seems like she is hung up on him, yeah.
yeah, I think it seems like she's kind of settled in and to those being like her two choices. But she does get like 4 chocolates.
Yeah.
But I guess some
Sure.
of them are maybe from people she wouldn't be interested in. So like one's probably from like Taekwon.
Yeah.
Actually it's really hard to tell exactly what happened with all these chocolates once we get to it, but
that's true.
They don't reveal. I don't know if they plan on reveling later everything or not, but they don't. I actually don't mind that they don't. I don't think they did
last time. Yeah.
Yeah. I also wrote Hyejin is not happy. Does not seem happy that Jungsu treated both his dates the same way, because she was like,
yes,
she was feeling that Jungsu did a good job of like taking care of her
on being their really date, attentive,
and then when she realizes that Jungsu will also take care of Sion on their date, she was like,
it's just a thing he does.
Yeah. She
doesn't make her special.
Yeah. She said, I decided to keep an eye on him.
Which, you know what? Fair.
Is that sketchy? Is it sketchy if a guy like treats both women well I think when he goes on dates with them?
Yeah, he should.
Is that sketchy?
It's a good sign if he just generally treats people well. Absolutely.
That's what I was thinking.
But the disconnect is like, this isn't a red flag, but it is a moment to maybe reflect on how you interpreted it, like it doesn't necessarily mean he's into you. It just means he's a decent guy who takes care of people.
That's true, I guess. Yeah.
But she says it in a way where like she's suspicious of him for like it's weird that he's attentive to 2 people, but
yeah. So. I guess you could take like the super like pessimistic interpretation of that and be like, oh, he didn't like me, he's just nice to everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of being like, oh, he must have liked both of us, or I don't know what the
I don't even think she took that frame. She took the like, oh, he's playing both of us.
Yeah, that's the vibe I got.
It's really
He's being calculated, Sarah. He's
he's
scheming calculated. He's scheming. He's like, you know what I'm gonna do to get these women to like me? I'm gonna be nice to them.
Gonna treat them like real people.
This guy, he's so calculated. I don't know. You gotta watch out for this guy. All right. It's mealtime.
Mealtime, yes.
Theo and Jungsu have a competition over who can help Sion the most. It was barely a segment. I just wrote it down in the most dramatic way. It was almost nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. But like they edited it like it was a big
it's a huge deal.
There's so many like kind of cranky Theo shots, reaction shots to things. It was pretty funny.
It was literally just like Theo gave her like the parts of the soup that she wanted because she didn't want other parts of soup. It was like seaweed soup, but she didn't want the seaweed.
And he was serving everybody, yeah.
He was already serving everybody, yeah.
Yeah.
But then I guess he like did the work, Theo did, of like getting the right ingredients into the bowl for her. And then as soon as she walks away with the bowl, Jungsu swoops in, is like, let me carry that bowl of soup for you.
And then maneuvers it so like
which is basically Theo's bowl of soup, right? He made it.
I think he's really just mostly mad that he ended up not being able to sit next to her, and then like Jungsu has her attention for the whole time.
Is that because he was serving everybody? He was late to the table, maybe.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Also, like they're not cooking their food on this season, right? Like,
no, they didn't make this soup.
I think it's just made for them.
Well, actually, like the first night on Guy's Inferno, they were just like they made their own food there.
Yeah, I got the impression that they did,
and we didn't really see it.
I feel like there's a point where definitely like at the campfire there was food. It wasn't just drinks, and they were like, "Ooh, look what they have here."
Oh well, like, that they definitely didn't make, and that's typical. The like drinking snacks.
But did they have drinking snacks like that?
Yeah. Not maybe
previous seasons on this show.
Like they had like barbecue this time, I think, which is a little bit more involved than I think maybe they had before. But I think they've always had drinking snacks.
This is the greatest Inferno of all time. If you were like a terrible, terrible, terrible person,
okay,
you would hope that this would be the hell that you went to.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yes, yes.
This would be an
It
amazing
is
punishment for years and years of
catered
being
Inferno.
awful. Yeah.
Yes. Uh-huh. You get to hang out on a beach. People bring you food.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get to compete for a coffee date, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, not a bad place to be.
All right, women's game time.
No, wait, there's one move that
Oh boy.
happens.
Okay, what is it? I don't know what you're about
So
to say.
annoyed. Jian
Okay.
can't reach the kimchi, and Taewon just goes and gets a bowl and puts
Was
it in
this
front
worth
of her,
talking
and it
about,
becomes
Sarah?
a thing. No, because it comes back later, and they're gonna be a thing, and I'm gonna be annoyed because I don't like this guy.
You're only annoyed because you like decided that, or to you decided like Jiyoung
Yes.
was like your girl because she was like the hottest. to
Yes.
you. That's like the only reason, right? Like, there's nothing about Jiyoung that screams like she literally said in her opening thing, like, I just want guys that are fit, and I like if they're dumb, that's even bonus points. Like, that's kind of what she said.
Yeah.
So it
Okay.
makes total sense that she's falling for Taewon. Also, every other guy has
Yes.
rejected her at this point. What is she
I
gonna
know,
do?
but I just really don't like this man. Okay, I can't help it.
I don't know. Because he's not like the main character of the season, I'm like willing to be like, oh, this is a cute scene between these two. You know, like when I get to the campfire scene, I don't know. I thought their interactions were cute enough.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
I'm bummed about it. Okay, we can move
All right.
on.
But in this podcast, I'll actually I don't want you to like him. I just maybe I can convince you to be like, you know what, he's not worth my time.
Maybe I'm a little disappointed
having
that
fun doing
he's
this.
not going to be the villain that I wanted, that I thought he was. I don't know.
He's only going to be the villain if like 3 women start liking him, and then we really don't want that, do we? Do we really want that?
We don't want that.
We don't want that. Then I'm on board with you at that point. Let's just shit on this guy.
I just don't like any of the words like whenever he talks, I don't, he's got such an attitude. I don't like it. It's not a good one. It's bad.
You're confident about that?
Yes,
like
I'm confident
at some
about
point
I
I
don't
have
like
to
his
be like,
attitude.
well, I don't really know the tone at which he's saying certain things, but
I guess that's true. But I mean, he
hard to
did
tell.
start this whole thing off about his whole rant about how his face just makes people calm down in fights, and I just can't get over it. It's
Oh, that's like that triggered you already. I guess I'm not gonna. I don't.
it's true.
I
I
don't
should
hold
not
people
really
too
hold
hard against
that against
yeah.
him when it's in the freaking intro package when they're being hard prompted by production. But
Like, I'll be honest, like, I don't know how they get to the point where they like put those things in there, because I was thinking about like, why was Minsol's intro package like the least interesting, right? And it's probably because she just didn't have any line that made her look like overly confident, so they didn't have a lot to put in there. Because that's what they want to put in there. Like, probably when you apply to the show, like, you probably write some like ridiculous thing in your application, and then they're like, you have to say this as part of your intro. We loved it. Like,
yeah.
like, so he like ironically put like, I've been handsome since the day I was born, and then they were like, you have to say this as part of your. I don't know.
Okay,
It's
but
like,
but if that's the case, he took time, thought about it, wrote it down on an application, and went,
yeah, but
yes, people will like this.
He's probably like, what's like the most ridiculous way I could phrase that I'm attractive, and then he put it on there. Who knows?
Ugh, maybe I will
I'm
continue.
not saying
to
I
be
love the guy.
mildly
I
annoyed
think
by
he's
this man.
whatever. I'm just saying, I can enjoy a good connection if he finds one with Ji Young on the show. It's fine.
I suppose I can tolerate
Okay.
it. We'll see. We'll see.
All right, let's get to the women's game.
Yes.
It's at the pool, but the guys are
yes.
shirtless and the women are not in their swimsuits.
Yes, it was very confusing.
And they're playing for an iced coffee date. This is not even for paradise. High stakes here.
There's also dessert.
Okay.
You know, so there you go.
All right. Maybe they're not getting dessert on Inferno, but they're getting everything else.
But yeah, so there's a big log across the pool, and all the guys are standing on the log, and then the girls have to race across the log. And if anybody falls in, they're disqualified. And at first I was like, this is a ridiculous thing. And then the first run happened, and I went, no, this is an excellent game. Good job, show.
Wait, oh no, this is like, before this even ran this, I was like, this is probably going to be the best game they've ever done on this show. Like, and this is definitely what I saw in the trailers, as I thought like, oh, there's like a men's versus women's thing. But it's like, oh no, they're like helping each other, but they have to get close.
Yeah.
This is like a classic old school Survivor challenge, like they did this.
Oh,
Or
really?
I feel like this might be in like some like summer camp. It might
But
be like a summer
like,
camp activity that you would do too, potentially.
oh,
Not that I went to summer
but
camp,
this
but
is so like just giving excuses for people to get close to each other for no good reason. It seems too,
it's
I don't
great
know,
for this
spicy
show. It's
for
perfect.
Survivor. Yeah, it's perfect for this show.
Well,
I just
Survivor,
wouldn't
they're
have.
gross. And it's actually so
Okay.
Survivor they'll do it like on an actual balance beam, whereas this is like a log. There's more work to work with
Ah,
here.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But it's harder if it's like only like I don't know 4 inches wide or
Yeah, okay,
whatever.
that's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah. So basically, they have to. The strategy of this is basically you have to be willing to like hug the other person in order to
Yeah,
maneuver around them, which is hard for some of these people.
yeah. And some of these people, not so hard for, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Can I just say, Jongsu had the longest pants known to man, or the longest shorts known to man that I've ever seen. He was like, I don't know, maybe his just legs are so long. He was just all shorts, and it made me giggle.
Who? Who was it? Was he wearing
Jungso,
shorts? I thought there might have
he
been
was wearing
pants.
shorts,
They
but
were
they
so long they were
were
pants.
no, because Jongsu was wearing. No, I can't say words now. Jungsu was wearing shorts, but they were like down past his knees. And I guess just like also because he's so leggy, I guess they just seemed like
Oh, okay. All
just
right.
so big.
Didn't even notice, but okay.
It's the only thing I could notice at first.
All right. All right. We're not going to montage this challenge on the
Nope.
show, but we will
Mm-mm.
montage through it here.
Can I just okay, I have to shit on Taewon a little bit more. Like
Oh my
what was
god.
he doing? What was he doing?
He's just awkward.
He's just so
He probably
awkward.
thankfully he wasn't the first on the beam.
That's true.
So Jungsu's going to take a lot of the hits for him here, but he did seem to be Taehwan, even though Junsu is going to fall in 3 times. I still think
Yeah.
Taehwan was the worst at this.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I think he like it's a combination of like core strength and just a willingness to like hug the other person, and I think
Yeah,
he
he
had the
was
least willingness to hug the
so
other person.
unwilling. Yeah.
Which on this show is not
It was
surprising.
very silly.
Yeah, this is the best challenge they've done by far. Like there's
Oh yeah.
something to see on every run, even though I have to watch all of it.
Yep. I feel like everybody there enjoyed watching it too,
Yeah.
like it was
Very
good.
intimate challenge.
We get to see who uses their manner hands with who and who just full on grabs people. It's great.
Yeah. And before I watched it, I wrote the advantage should be, I thought, to the girls that go last, because I thought the guys would get better at it.
Oh yeah.
As they went.
And yet
but that does
somehow
not
they
turn out to
didn't.
be the case. So yeah.
I also kind of thought like if this happened later in the season and had been for like a Inferno date or something, you might have like guys sabotaging girls runs, like actually like people joke that that's what happened here, but I don't think that's true at all. But like that would also be an interesting dynamic. Like I half expected like Theo to like just be push all other girls in and be like, nope, Xion wins.
Oh, but he didn't get a
was,
chance. He didn't get a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 3 girls went past him and he didn't, sabotage anybody, but like, I don't know.
Well, nobody after Sion went. Sion was the fastest, right? She smoked it.
Yeah, she just went for it.
But everybody after that's gonna fall in, so he didn't have the chance to be like wait for someone to be faster than her and then be like push him in so that she would win.
Yeah, but the girls before her, he also didn't like try. He didn't mess with any of them either.
Yeah, joke's on him though, because Sion wins and doesn't even pick him. So
I know.
Wow, there was no win scenario for him.
Mm-hmm.
Although maybe like Arin would have picked him. I don't know if like some other people would have won.
Oh
would
yeah,
have picked
yeah.
him, maybe. All right, here's the montage. I'm gonna give you the montage, the full montage.
Okay,
Ready?
okay.
All
Let's
right.
go.
Taehwan struggles the most.
Mm-hmm.
Theo, what did I write here? I wrote that Theo seemed very calculated about which woman he held tighter and which ones he did not.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Like honestly, it kind of looked like he wasn't gonna let go of Xion for a second there.
Yeah, that was the one he hugged, and other people like he had enough core strength where he actually didn't have to like hug the person all the way.
Mm-hmm.
He just kind
or
of
he'd like
move
just
them along.
like keep his hands out to make sure he wasn't like he's used the rest of his arms to guide them along. But
then Sion got there, yeah. So calculated. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sion just beast modes through this thing. Was no shame, physical contact. Just gonna do it. Even got past Taehwan quickly. who the first two women struggled with Taehwan.
Mm-hmm.
And then yeah, the next three fall in all on the first guy, which is Jinsol.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say they're all Jinsol's fault because I think there was an element here of Sion just did this in 22 seconds, which was like what 40 seconds faster than everybody else. Like
Yeah,
she did
yeah.
it so fast that the other women knew
Suddenly
that they
there's
had to go
pressure.
super fast, and then
Uh-huh.
they just fell on the first guy. Basically, is what I think
Yeah.
what happened.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a I don't think Junsol just like got dramatically worse for no reason on the
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the on he did the first three no problem and then couldn't do them the last three.
And then like after he fell in, then he was wet, and that just makes things harder and weirder. And yeah,
Yeah,
that's just fun. Yeah.
and I do appreciate though that all the women like went for the win. You know, like I feel
Yeah.
like people from other seasons they would have just been like I just don't want to get wet, but
Mm,
these women
yeah.
like all kind of went for it, which
Yeah.
I
That was
appreciated.
good.
The only other thing point of note is that when Minsol fell in, Junsol didn't fall in with her, which I
Yes.
did agree. I did kind of be like, in retrospect, like he probably would have thought in if he was more calculated.
Yeah. But that's good then.
Yeah, yeah, it's good because he's not, I guess. But you don't
Exactly.
know if he did it on like didn't like you enough to fall in with you, or
See, this
who
is why
knows?
he should be sharing his military background because it's just like his military and his train kicked in to stay on the log or whatever, you know? That's
Oh,
all it was.
that's the excuse Dex gave. Like, oh, us UDT guys, we hate cold water, so
Was
we'll
that
do
what he
anything.
said?
He said something like that, right? Like, we hate cold water; it gives us PTSD or something. That
Okay,
was
yeah,
he gave him an excuse, but then he fell in on the next two right after that. So
yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. All right, Sion wins
Yep, yep.
and picks Junsol. Let's go.
Yep.
Junsol main character. Let's do it. We can do this.
Absolutely.
We can do this
It's
in singles Inferno 4.
shaping up to be his season.
Didn't pick either guy she went to Paradise with. Maybe that was like I don't know. I mean, I don't really know what the strategy is. Like, what are people actually thinking when they pick for a coffee date? Like, it's totally
Yeah,
different
it
than a
seems like
Paradise
a
date.
good chance to just like talk to somebody you're maybe a little bit curious about without the full commitment of a paradise pick. You know, like it seems like a good opportunity to broaden your horizons a little bit if you aren't super zoned in on one person.
Yeah, but it's also like, but she said she
You
like
do risk a
swooned.
misunderstanding, yeah.
Yeah, she said she like swooned for the first two guys, and maybe she just didn't want to choose between them. Also, might have been part of it.
But like if we're taking what she said so far this day seriously, she's not really into Theo at this point, right? Like she
Maybe.
doesn't really believe that he's being genuine. She just keeps taking telling people that story about when she was on the helicopter with Jungsu. Like it seems like I wouldn't have expected it to be a hard pick between the two of them for her if that's what was
Yeah.
going on.
I just think it's also an opportunity to really like prove that you're seriously interested in somebody if you are. And it
Mm.
seems like she would be seriously interested in somebody. Like as much as you could just go up to somebody and be like, "Oh, you're the only one for me here," or whatever. And like the show is giving you an opportunity to like prove that. And
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
not choosing to take it, which I don't know how Jung Soo should feel about that. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
I wouldn't blame either Theo or Jungsu and being like, oh, maybe she doesn't like me as much as I thought she did.
Yeah.
I wouldn't blame them because it's like I don't know. She had a chance to like really say,
Yeah.
like you're
Yeah,
the
yeah.
one,
Double
and she
down,
didn't.
yeah.
She didn't take it. So I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm glad she didn't. I'm
Hmm.
glad she's going on a date with a third person. Theoretically, if that's what you want to call this. Good for the show.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
also think
Hmm.
like we're gonna find out later, at least when the women chat, that every single woman is at least curious about Junsol. So
Of
maybe the
course.
curiosity she couldn't
Yeah.
resist. What is this man like? Everybody's talking about him.
Yeah, you come out of
This might be my
a
only chance.
little chat with all the girls when they're just all talking about this one guy, and suddenly you got a chance to pick anybody.
Yeah,
Might as
there
well,
you go.
see what all the fuss is about.
Yeah. All right, I like it. All right, that's the end of episode 3, right?
Uh
Pick Junsol. We're gonna get the actual
oh, yeah, yeah,
date
yeah.
later. Okay. Episode 4 is an 86-minute episode, so
Yeah, it is.
this felt like a long time to watch and take notes. Here we go. Let's do the coffee date. Jinso and Sion.
Yeah, yeah.
He had no idea she was gonna pick him, so it didn't seem like they talked or had Junso at least didn't feel like if they did talk, they had a connection that was worthy of a
I
you
think
can
she
choose
does say
anybody you
like
want.
She tells him the reason she picked him was because she hasn't had a chance to talk to him yet, too. So I think
Yeah, but it's not like
really,
he's the only guy here that she hasn't had a chance to talk to. So
yeah, but he's the
a
only
little less.
interesting guy
Yeah, there you
here.
go.
She hasn't
She
had the
didn't
chance
add
to
that on
talk
there. It would
to.
have been nice, but okay. She asks why he picked Eugen on the first day, and he says they made the most eye contact. That's what we knew that already, but
Mm-hmm.
she wanted to. He was a little like, hey, why did? It was a little bit of like, hey, why did you pick me? But instead, I'll ask you why you picked Eugen. But like,
Yeah. And then she does actually go as far to ask if they got close on their paradise date. And he like says he thought they did, but now like it's weird and she won't look at him, so he's confused.
yeah, yeah. So at this point he just feels like Eugen's not. He feels like Eugen's like avoiding him, and that's
Yeah.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then and then they're gonna talk about ideal types, or she brings up, hey, what's your ideal type? I just thought this was funny because Jinsaw says someone who is honest and not fake, and then Sion says her response is, I like someone who is masculine. It's like so polar opposite of like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
sentiment, and then but then she's like,
Mm-hmm.
but for personality, if you care about that, yeah, at all,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
someone who is deep and serious. And then I was like, so not Junsaw, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know what deep and serious means necessarily, but
Oh, like if there was anybody, oh, I mean, he gives that kind of vibe in that
he
he's that
does. Yeah, that's
kind of
true.
quiet, like mysterious guy or whatever.
But we know he's
And that is
not.
the opposite. I
Yeah.
mean, he might be a little deep at least. I don't know. He
It
doesn't
depends on what
have
you
to
mean by
be.
deep. Yeah.
He can be silly sometimes and serious to other people. I don't know. But I mean, at the very least, that's not Theo. So, like, if anybody doesn't seem deep and serious,
Theo's pretty serious though. I don't know if he's deep. Again, I don't know exactly what she means by
no,
deep,
that
but
man is so unserious. He is
he's
saying over the
very
top,
serious about his.
corny shit all the time, though. That
Then
he
why'd she
might be
pick him?
serious
Why'd she
about
pick him in
the.
the first place if he's nuts?
I don't know.
He never
Maybe she's
he never
she's
came
got bad
across as
taste.
serious if what you're saying is true. I don't know.
I don't know.
I would say Theo's a pretty serious guy. I mean, we know that he's serious. I don't know if she knows that, but
Well, there's like being serious about like the things that he is expressing, and then there's behaving in a serious way, and he is not behaving in a serious way. He might mean the over the top corny shit he's saying, but he is
well, if you
not
mean what you
behaving
say, then aren't you
seriously.
being serious?
I guess it depends on the nuance of what she meant,
I
but
guess, yeah, we're overanalyzing these two words that she chose or that got translated for us. All right, whatever. Doesn't seem like a good match to me. I'll say that, these two.
I mean, he does say something along the lines of, "Yeah, let's go to Inferno so we
He
can
does
have
say
deeper
that. That
talks or
surprised me.
something."
I was
So there you
surprised
go.
he said that.
But I also kind of feel like he might say that to anybody, just like, "Yeah, sure, we could talk more
Yeah.
in Inferno."
But it does. It is going to seem like that later.
Although in a confessional, he says she seems genuine, and that's like his whole fucking deal. So maybe it's working for him.
Maybe. Was who did the it was the Sion and Theo date that the one host was like, both of them seem like they're not being genuine or something like that.
Oh yeah, I think so.
So I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't think this is Jinsol's person. I don't think like he might be interested because he hasn't really gotten to know her yet, but I think he'll see through it and he'll realize Minsol's the only
Yeah.
one for him.
Okay, I was gonna say like if that's your
That's my goal.
what you're aiming
That's
for.
my goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're gonna do it. We're gonna make it. I have high hopes. All right.
We'll see.
Also, it seemed like Sion was like trying to coach Junso on like how to talk to women a little bit.
Oh
And
yeah.
I was like, I think he's doing all right. I think he's might be the greatest in the history of the show. I think you're fine. I think he's fine.
Yeah. I think he's doing all right on his own.
It did seem to be there was a couple of moments in the show where because I think Minsol is even gonna mention something about how he talks, and it's something about I don't know if it's like the Korean structure or of the sentence, the way he says stuff, or I don't know. It's something about how he structures his sentences that is maybe less formal. I don't know. I don't actually know exactly what's going on, but there did seem to be there's something about the way he talks that the older woman host was like, no woman ever would like to be talked to like that. And I was like, I think you're being a little too dramatic. I think he's doing all right. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's more insulting the way he talks to older generation. I don't know.
Yeah, that seems likely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think he's doing okay. All right. Yeah, she keeps saying she wants to like bring out more of his personality. Does that just mean like he's not being Theo enough? Like what are we talking about here?
No, I think that just means like he comes across as kind of a maybe quiet, mysterious, reserved guy or whatever, and then like by being a person to bring out more of his personality, that's like, ooh, she got close to him, got to know him, like she's,
I guess so. Yeah. I guess she hasn't like seen him on the other Paradise dates, so
yeah,
from her perspective, he's like this closed off person, but he's doing a good job. He doesn't need
yeah.
advice. We're good.
And like also like everybody's first impression of him was, oh, look at this like terrifying man scowling at us, and then anybody who went on a date with him was like, oh, just he seems like a big softie or whatever. So it's like that is also part of like she's trying to see that side instead of the intimidating vision he gave from the beginning.
Yeah. I guess I just personally wouldn't appreciate like the hey, I can teach you how to like talk to women or do better.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, that's.
I'm pretty sure I'm doing exactly what I wanted. It's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I don't know.
That was
didn't like that
suboptimal.
vibe.
Yeah.
I didn't like that vibe. Or whatever. But yeah, after all that, Junso suggests they go to Paradise together. So I think if I had to get in Junso's head, I feel like he has this like I know he's in the position of somebody that's been to Paradise twice in the first two goes, and usually those people on the show are more open to going with a third person or a fourth person because they just think like the TV show is I'll just go with as many girls as I can to Paradise and then I'll choose which one I like.
Whereas people who haven't gone are
just get me one Paradise
to get that one perfect person. Yeah.
Yeah. So he probably has like I think at this point he still likes the two girls he went with, and he still has like one or two other girls that he's interested in just from a looks perspective or whatever vibe he's gotten from them, and he's totally open. Or his plan is just to go on dates with them if he can, and then figure it out for himself after that. And he's not really he's being very not calculated in my opinion. He's just like yeah, it'll be fine. I'll just choose who I like after I date everybody, which is a perfectly normal real life thing to do. But this is Singles Inferno, and it might backfire.
So everything's crazy. Yeah,
I'm worried. I'm a little worried. All right. All right. I have we cut to are you good with this date? This coffee date? All right. Minsol and Jiyoung are talking, and Minsol tells Jiyoung that she would choose Junso again for her next date or Paradise or whatever they're trying to say. Yeah.
She seems pretty into him.
So she seems really likes him. Let's go, team Junso. Let's do it. We can do this. All right. Here's the other women's chat.
Yeah, they like go around the room, I guess, to like be like, who are you interested in? And we get Arin is attracted to Dongho, but she's curious about Junso.
Yeah.
Yujin says she always has Junso on her mind.
Yep.
And is curious about Dongho.
Let's go. It's 2 for 2. We're doing it.
Xian's curious about Junso.
Let's go. I just have so many let's go in my notes for this whole segment. All right. 3
and
for 3.
We have Jiyeon is curious about Junso and Theo because she heard some rumors about it.
Heard some rumors. And you know me.
Like,
I love those rumors. Yeah, what rumors did she hear about them that I don't know. I guess it could have been anything.
Just probably the way he behaved, just over the top declarations of stuff.
Much. You're gonna love him.
I mean, okay, yeah, true. True.
But she also mentions Junso, so that's 4.
Yeah.
And then wait, that's not only 4. Well, plus Minsol.
Plus Minsol, yeah.
Oh, were we actually missing someone here? I thought we were 6 for 6. I thought we were 6 for 6. Maybe we're not. Maybe it was only 5 for 6. Wait, somebody didn't go.
Heijin. We don't get Heijin.
Oh no, Heijin is also curious about Junso.
I do not have that written down.
Oh, I do.
Okay, well there we go.
Although I only have 4 written down, so maybe I got confused.
Maybe you just preemptively wrote it because
we'll
you expected to hear
Junso,
it next.
6 for 6. All the women are at least curious about him.
Let's just say everybody's in love with this man. Yeah. Sure, why not?
Actually, we're gonna find out Leo that Theo is also in love with Junso. So it's actually 7 people on this season that are in love with Junso.
That have admitted it. I mean, the rest of the guys are surely to follow.
Yeah.
Within an episode or 2.
I think so. Plus, whatever game changers they're gonna add, they're kind of like her too. So.
The crew is just like madly obsessed with this man. Yeah. Producers are just like, ooh, look at him. Yep, all the way down.
Yeah, we're gonna see him back next season probably, where he can get a whole new cast of people to swoon over him. All right. All right. Is it campfire night?
It's campfire night.
All right. Campfire
So
night
all
and
the
drinking. A
yes,
Singles Inferno classic.
yes. So all the guys get there and immediately decide that they're gonna sit every other seat, and then the women are just gonna have to pick who they sit next to. There is nothing natural about how
Oh,
all
is that
these
what
people
happened?
sit down. Yes,
They did have
they're
like there were like 6 tables or something. There's something about how the tables were where everybody like
it looks like you would sit there in pairs, but it was just like not
kind
quite
of
right because
yeah.
we're on an uneven
They
number of
weren't evenly
people.
spaced once they all sat down, right? Because everybody was like using a table, so it was like 2 people to a table. So you sat closer to the
Hmm.
person that was at your table than anyone else. It seemed.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's not a amount of people, so I don't know what happened.
What happened was Eugen was basically in the middle being awkward, I think, is mostly what
Eugen was in
happened.
the middle. Oh, I thought Eugen was with Unsaw.
Well, sort of, but also not. I don't know.
They didn't
She
talk
seemed the most awkward.
much.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
they didn't really talk, and it was weird. Yeah.
All right. All right. What happened here?
Um,
Nothing.
there's a
Yeah.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
No, go
No, I'm good.
ahead. That's it. Okay,
I don't know.
done.
Did anything happen? It was the Eugen sitting was like the most interesting
Well,
moment, I
yeah.
guess.
Okay, so there's that. We do have like Shion sits next to Jungsu, and they kind of like snipe at each other about like who they went to paradise with yesterday, like in a sort of I'm annoyed at you because you went to paradise with somebody yesterday,
Oh
but I
yeah.
can't be too annoyed because I went with somebody else to paradise yesterday, sort of way.
Okay. Yeah, I think I just decided not to write that down because I was like, I don't know. I wasn't feeling these two. Also, like Junsaw wasn't involved, so it was like, why?
Oh yeah, I know. But Heijin was right on the other side of Jungsu, like kind of listening into this entire conversation. It is very awkward. She's who he went to paradise with, most recently.
Okay. Yeah, the host made a moment out of it, and they were like, "Oh, she could listen and hear them," and then I thought they like replayed it, and I thought Hyejin was going to be like leaning in, but she was just like talking to somebody
Yeah,
else. Like it
it's
wasn't.
just like an awkward placement,
She was just in the
yeah,
shot.
she was just there.
Hyejin was in the shot next to them. Yeah. Yeah. So Yujin sits next to Junsaw, but then mostly talks to Theo
Hmm.
the whole time.
Yeah, and they're like laughing a lot, and it's like maybe she's trying to make him jealous, or just I
You
don't
think
know.
that's what it is? I don't. Yeah,
There's maybe a
it's
vibe where it's
weird.
like, is that what she's doing, or is she just like this big bubbly personality and she's just having fun? I don't know.
I will admit that like Junsaw is like not giving her anything really, and then
Yeah.
when they do talk briefly, he says something about like his stomach isn't feeling well. So I don't
Oh
know
yeah,
if
yeah.
how legit that is. If Junso is just like making an excuse, or he's being quiet because he actually isn't feeling well. But he's gonna drink a
But he
good
was
amount
also
tonight,
drinking a
so
lot. Yeah,
he
yeah.
was drinking a
Like even
lot.
before they
Okay.
start the drinking game. Yeah.
Well, if he was drinking a lot, he's pretty chill when he's drunk. So because he didn't
Oh
change
yeah,
that
but you
much.
could he was a little spacey, definitely.
Okay. I couldn't tell if that was normal him or not though, because I guess we haven't seen them in this situation. We haven't seen them much in like a do whatever you want situation, so I couldn't
That's
really
true.
tell. But I mean, to me, I felt like Eugen was flirting with Teo pretty hard.
Well, we do get, I think, a little later, like I forget exactly what it is, but Junso's just like, "Oh, are you two like flirting or whatever?" And like they both start laughing because like previously they had already had a discussion that they are totally not into each other at all.
According to them, we never see this conversation, but I guess
Yeah,
we
but
believe
like,
them. I
why would
guess.
you
I
lie
guess why
about
would you lie
that?
about that? Yeah, yeah, that's true.
You're on a dating show. It's it's
Yeah,
totally reasonable for you to be flirting
but
with somebody. So
Jun Saw's just not going to believe them,
yeah,
which I guess I don't know. Is that reasonable? Why would I don't know. I guess some people could have that conversation, and it just like it sounds like an awkward conversation to have, where like you could still have feelings for them, but you were like it was too awkward to admit it somehow. So you both were like,
mm,
"Oh yeah, totally. I'm totally not into you. Yeah, the same. Yeah, no."
I
Yeah,
guess.
that's crazy. That's crazy. Why would we get together? That's nuts. And then like both secretly just don't want to be the
But
one that
like,
says it. I don't know. But
but not when you're on a
but Theo
dating
does not seem like that would
show.
happen in his
Yeah, that's
conversation.
100% not his personality
Well,
at
and
all.
actually I could see it going where Theo is like the first to say, "Yeah, I don't see us as like a romantic couple." And then Eugen's like, "Oh yeah, totally me neither." or something. But so maybe she
Yeah,
might be feeling something, but he isn't. I don't know. But
I guess. But I
regardless, they're
mean,
flirting pretty hard. It looks like flirting pretty hard in front of Jinsol like the whole night.
yeah, I guess that's that. Yeah, he could see it that way.
Yeah. All right. we got to give out chocolates. We did this last season, right? And it was the same format, right? Where
Yeah.
you can give out one to as many people as you want. So you didn't have to choose one person.
And they're little mailboxes.
I forget. I feel like we liked this last season.
I think we did. I don't think.
I feel like it's
Did
fine.
they publicly reveal them last season though?
They
I don't think
probably
they did.
reveal. Oh yeah. Oh no, yeah. I think you're right. Like they secretly
Because they
found
just
out how many they got.
Yeah, they like put them in mailboxes and then they all then went to their mailboxes to check them. Whereas this, it's like they brought the mailboxes to the campfire and then they each one by one had to announce how many chocolates they got.
Yeah. What's better?
This. I like this. This was
You like this better?
good. I mean, it is awkward if somebody has to announce that they didn't get any. That's a bummer.
Yeah.
But
I was thinking of that. I don't
that
know.
didn't happen, so it was okay.
It is kind of. I feel like if I don't know, is it like nice to know like if the person you're interested got like 4 chocolates and you're like, oh, I guess they have a lot of options, or I don't know.
I
Is
guess.
it that useful
Well, it
for
just
other people to know other people? Like it's important to know your chocolates, like how many you got, right? But you
Mhm.
could do that anonymously, which they did last season. Is it that valuable for other people?
It
to know
is
each other's
because it
chocolates?
rolls into a game of truth or drink. So it gives people more ammo to ask weird probing questions that get good rather
I guess so,
than
yeah. It's more
just
information to ask
hypothetical stuff.
more
Yeah.
specific questions. Because they did the same thing last season where they did truth or drink after
Mhm.
this segment, but I guess they had to ask different kinds of questions because they didn't even
Yeah.
know. They probably had to ask like,
Mhm.
"Oh, how many chocolates did you get?" And that was a question. But now they already know that part, so they can get more specific.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
like
don't
it.
mind it either way. It just would have sucked if somebody got 0.
Well, yeah,
That's
absolutely.
just kind of embarrassing. Or maybe because nobody got 0, they were like, "Okay, we can make it a public." We want.
Oh, that's true.
Did somebody
Yeah, they
get
can
0
always
last
choose.
season? I forget. Probably.
Probably.
Yeah. Also, like, why wouldn't you just like give a chocolate to everybody, but then say you only gave out like 2 or something? Like, you know, why not?
Because you have integrity. That's why.
Yeah, I have integrity. I want to. No, I don't want to make anybody feel bad. Why do I have to? You know, in
Yeah, but
case
then you gotta
somebody's
lie
gonna
to
get 0,
everybody.
just let them have 1.
But then, if
If,
you either
if
have to
everybody
lie to
finds out the
everybody,
numbers.
yeah, like everybody's gonna see the numbers, and the math's not math, and somebody's lying.
Are people going to ask enough questions to really get all the numbers? I don't know.
Well, probably not, but then so either you have to lie to everybody, or then you have to be like, yeah, I just gave one to everybody, so nobody wouldn't have any, and that sucks. But then also like maybe the person who wasn't gonna get any gets one, and now thinks somebody else is into them, and it's like false hope and weird and not great.
But how's anybody going to know that I'm the one that lied about how many I gave out?
Now, I'm saying you choose to lie or then you don't lie, and then you have to admit that that's what you did, and it probably doesn't look great.
I would just lie in the truth or drink game.
Okay, so but then even if you do lie, then there's somebody who got one who wouldn't have gotten one otherwise because you're not actually interested in them, and now it's
I guess
like
if they
this weird.
think they got one from somebody that's interested in
Yeah.
them. Yeah.
Then
I
they're no
guess.
longer getting an accurate representation of where they are in this
At the
game right
same
now.
time,
You're
they would have gotten
denying
0.
them, but you're denying them data.
All right. When we get to it later, I have an actual number of what I think strategically is the best amount to give out. But I wrote it down later in my
Of course
notes.
you do. Okay.
All right. We can get deep
All
into
right.
this. All right.
And there's a best number regardless of who you're actually interested in, I assume is what.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. Or there's like the safest number for sure, and then like depending on the confidence you have in your situation, yeah, obviously you could do something different. But we'll get to that.
Okay.
We'll get to that.
All right.
All right. Taehwan gets 2.
But he was expecting 3 and is very confused.
Yeah. Also, I thought
See,
he was
I
going to
don't
get
like
0
this
for
guy.
sure. I really thought he was going to get 0.
100%.
But he
How
just
did
thought
this
he was
man
going to
think
get 3. He
getting
thought
3?
he had a connection with 3 people. Also,
No, he has also said that he's not interested in like all of the women are just like not interesting to him.
I do think
until
that
Ji-young
that
showed up.
comment is pretty scummy because it's
Yeah.
it's
Ugh,
not
they're all
that it's not that
beneath
they're not
me.
interested in me.
Like-
I'm not interested in anybody except for Ji-young.
And it's not like, and he
All of a
doesn't even
sudden.
say it in a like, oh, I'm only interested in you. It's like, well, before you showed up, I was stuck with all of these losers, and I didn't, like that's the vibe I get from it, and that's continued why I don't like him. Okay, sorry.
I agree with you. I actually 100% agree with you on that, but it's like almost the inverse of the like what we talked about in the first two episodes, where like
Oh, yes, everyone's pretty, but I picked you over them. Yeah.
yeah,
Is
but
that what you
he's
mean?
like doing the
The gross version?
no he's doing the version he's doing like the invert or he's doing what I don't like, but in the other way, right? Where he's saying like, just so you know, I haven't connected with anybody else until you showed up, which
But yeah,
actually
there's a way to say
weakens
it.
his connection because he's
I don't
saying
think
I'm
that's
only having like wait, that's literally what you just said, no? That you didn't like the
no,
way he
no.
said that because
I didn't like the way he said it because it like puts down all the other women. Where what you're saying is you don't like the way he said it because it weakens his position in terms of like the strength at which he has this connection. It's just the only connection he has
well, yeah, because
rather
it
than
shouldn't from Jiyoung's perspective, it shouldn't feel as good as if he said like as if he said like, oh, I I was like kind of having a connection with this one girl, but then after talking to you, I realized like you're way better match or whatever, something like that, you know?
Now, the way I took the thing he said
What is he
is the
supposed to
same
say,
as
Sarah? Tell me what he's supposed to say.
just, hey, I like you. You don't have to worry about everybody else. You don't talk
That's
about
true.
everybody else. You just be like, hey, I like you. It's
Yeah,
not a competition with all these. I mean, it's a competition show, whatever.
this
But
kind
like,
of
if
is.
you're like having a real conversation and a real connection with someone, it's just, hey, I like you.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to compare other people. You don't need to put other people down. It's like saying, oh, you're not like all the other girls. The other girls are great. You know, like, I hate that.
But he's doing the same thing that he's doing it without being asked, but he's like doing the same thing that Jongsu did to Sion with his response by saying like, "Oh, you're the only girl I saw." He's trying to like preemptively say like lay it out like you're the only girl that I'm interested in.
Yeah, but you're the only girl because like I saw you, I was instantly attracted to you, and so I didn't bother looking anywhere else. Whereas
Isn't that
this
the
is
same
like
thing
I looked
Jongseol is
to
saying though?
no.
Kind of is.
Taewon is saying I looked around me, went ugh, gross, and then finally you showed up and you're acceptable. I guess let's go. You
I
know,
think they're
it's
saying the
a
same thing, but you're
totally different.
interpreting it dramatically
It's a
differently.
totally different vibe, and I
The
don't like
question to
this
Jongsu
man.
was, like, so did you think about picking the other girls? And then he was like, you were the only one. And it's like not very. He's not like saying like you're. He's not saying like you're amazingly beautiful by saying that, right? He's just saying like you're the only one that was worth picking, or something like
No,
that.
no,
It's
no.
like
I think it is. It's raising one woman up versus pushing other women down.
I just want to point out that both of them are lying. Can we agree on that? Like they're
Wait,
both
is that
lying.
true? Like, I don't know that
Like
I.
Jungso's definitely lying. He thought about picking the other women.
Oh yeah. But
Taehwan
like,
definitely was. Well, I guess we don't know for sure for Taehwan, but chances are he was willing to go on dates with other women and just didn't get the chance to.
yeah,
Right.
I don't know.
So I think they're just
Anyway,
both lying.
we can move past this terrible man.
Right.
It's fine.
All right. I have no idea who gave him to. I'll be honest. When this happened, maybe we get some information later.
I think we do get some information
Okay.
later. I mean, we know at least one is Jian.
Okay. I wasn't even sure if that was true because that's going to happen. Their biggest connection is going to happen after they do the chocolates, right? So
No, he already did the kimchi thing. That's why it was
Oh,
important.
the kimchi thing. Okay, got you. All right. Min Sol gets one. One? Come on.
But this is an important one, right? Because
It doesn't matter to her because as long as it's from the one guy she likes, right?
yeah, it's the
Doesn't
one
matter.
guy she likes. So yeah.
And it wouldn't have
It's
felt
good.
bad to get more, you know.
Oh yeah, definitely. But at least she got one from the guy she likes.
Yeah. I guess she hasn't. From what we've seen, we've probably seen almost no interaction between her. I think actually the show has not highlighted any other interaction between Minsol and
Yeah.
another guy besides
Mhm.
Minsol. So probably because of what's happening right now. All right.
Yeah.
Arin gets 4, which means
Yeah, this
she only
was a
didn't get
surprise.
1.
Like she hasn't matched with anybody for Paradise and seems to have been left behind before. It was kind of, I don't know, I was surprised.
Yeah, I was trying to figure this out too. Because so at first I was like, I really hope the one she didn't get was Dongho. I really hope. which I don't know if we ever get confirmation
We do, yeah.
that
Because during
Dongho gave one.
well, we don't need to because she got 4, and we have one person who definitely is like, no, I did not give you one. So
Who was that?
it was Junso during their
Oh yeah,
the
okay,
drink.
okay. Jungso did. I actually thought it was I thought it was Teo that didn't give one. Because Teo at some point, okay, so Teo's gonna get 3, right?
Mhm.
And then he cuts to him in confessional and being like, I don't give a shit about the chocolates actually, because the only person I care about is Sion. So I didn't even care about the
didn't
chocolates. So I was
fucking
like,
put this together. This man is so full of shit. He's more full of shit than
yeah,
I
because
thought
then
he
I was like,
was.
oh, I went back in my notes Because the only thing I wrote down if Aaron got 4, I was like, I hope it's Dong Ho that didn't give her one, but it probably wasn't. And then we got to Teo being like, I don't even care about the chocolates, so all I needed is the one from Sion. I didn't even think about the chocolates. I was like, oh, I guess he only gave one to
Yeah.
Sion.
He acts so
But we
dialed in
know now that he
exclusively
gave one
on
to Aaron.
her.
So
But
if he didn't care about the chocolates, why is he giving out more than one?
yeah,
Riddle
'cause
me
he's
this.
full of it.
Uncalculated, non-calculated
Mhm.
person. All right. What he's doing though is he's like being very uncalculated, but then he's being calculated about covering up like his poor decisions in confessional.
I don't know.
It's really like he's not thinking in the moment, but then he's very much thinking about it after the fact. Maybe that's what's actually happening.
Maybe.
All right. All right, Dong Ho gets 2.
Mm-hmm.
Arin and Yujin must be.
Seems pretty reasonable, yeah.
They must have given him 1, so it's gotta
Yeah.
be that. Jiyeon
Gets 1.
gets 1. Sarah.
Yeah, it's a bummer. It's from this garbage man that gets her.
So it's from. Do we know that
from
it's from him?
Taehyung.
Yeah, I guess we do. Okay.
Yeah.
Taehyung. All right. Theo gets 3. We saw that. We said that. But how though?
But how though is a very important question.
Okay. Yujin gets 2.
Mm-hmm.
Only 2?
Yeah.
Jinsol, Dongho, Jongsu, who didn't give her 1.
Well, I don't wait. So she would have gotten one from Dongho and one from Junso, right?
And Jongsu.
Jungso?
Oh, you think
Junso.
They
not
both.
Jongso.
She
Yeah,
went to Paradise with Jinsol. Oh, I might have got confused.
Yeah,
here.
I
Okay,
keep saying his name wrong. Their names are very similar, and I
Wait, she has no connection to Jongsu. I think I got confused.
Yeah, I meant to say
It makes sense.
Junso.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah,
Jinsol and Dongho. Oh wait, we figured it out. I got confused.
Yeah.
Jinsol gets 4. Let's go. Only 4?
Yeah,
we
I'm
just had a
actually really
conversation where
surprised, yeah.
7 people were in love with him. What happened?
Well, the cast and crew couldn't. I mean, the crew couldn't give him chocolates. So
why couldn't Theo put 1 chocolate in for Junso and we could got to 7? Why couldn't we do this?
That would have been pretty good.
I will say this though, like I don't know if it was actually it was at least 5 women that said they were at least curious.
Yeah.
If not 6. But it used to mean something on the show. At least we used to think it meant something on the show when somebody said, I'm curious about this person. Like, I feel like you used to interpret that as like, oh, they like them.
Yeah, I think he might just be too mysterious, you know? Like, he made such a strong first impression in one way, and then people are hearing he's a different way. And so, like, people are legitimately, in the normalest sense of the word, curious about him. But maybe that's not strong enough for 2 of them to actually care about picking him, you know?
Or the only other thing I thought of was like, it seemed like he was in everybody's top 2. That's kind of what it felt like.
Yeah.
And then he only gets 4, but like one of the women or 2 of the women could just only have given out 1 chocolate.
Yeah.
But I was doing the math on it. It seems kind of unlikely. But
it just really depends on how everybody interpreted this chocolate assignment, you know? Like, how strong does your interest have to be in order to give someone chocolate?
Yeah. I thought 4 was low. You know, could have done more, but it's fine.
He tied for the top
with. He shouldn't be tying for first place. He's in first place. Come on.
He's in first place amongst the men.
And there's 6 women giving out chocolates, not 5 for the women. So he ties 2 of the women, but he should have gotten
But he beats all the men.
That's true. He did crush all the men. Actually,
he crushed them. Actually, he
they
didn't fully.
Wait, Theo gets 3. Theo got 2nd. I guess that's about right. That's kind of what I expected. All right. All right. Hyejin gets 1.
Mm-hmm.
She only has Jongsu, but again, she was stuck on Minsol, and Hyejin and Jongsu were stuck on Women's Inferno the longest, and they all got 1. So I think we're seeing the repercussions of the production.
Oh yeah, Jiyeon, Minsol, and Hyejin. Yeah. I see. Yeah, you're right.
And then Jongsu gets 2.
He is disappointed in his 2 that he only got 2, and so that makes me feel a little whatever about it.
Yeah, I think it's partially because he gave out 4, maybe. So I don't know. Maybe he was expecting people to be more liberal with their chocolates.
Perhaps, yeah.
Or is he like he knew he was going to get 2, but he was hoping like there was going to be a 3rd option.
Yeah.
So it had to be Hyejin and Sion, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sion gets 4. That's not too surprising.
That sounds right. Yeah.
So also he only one person didn't give her one. Do we think that one is Theo?
Wait, no, Theo definitely gave her one.
Oh yeah, Theo. Wait. Oh yeah, that's
I
Theo's girl. Okay. So who didn't give her one? I don't know.
is it like Dong Ho maybe?
Could have been Dong Ho.
I forget if this has actually been answered in the questions that
Yeah,
they
I
ask
forget
each
too.
other a
All right,
little bit until
here's
I
the
get to
map.
my notes there.
I'll give you the map
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
So the men gave out 13 and the women gave out 13, despite
Oh,
having more
okay.
women. So that's 2.6 per man and 2.2 per woman.
Mm-hmm.
So
So
the men were giving
men
out
are
more,
less
slightly
discerning.
more.
Yeah, got it. Mm-hmm.
And then I wrote in my notes at this point, before the Truth or Drink game, assuming Theo only gave out one, that's the 4 other guys gave out 12. So that'd be 3 per guy. But we're gonna find out Theo definitely gave out more than one, despite not giving a
Yep.
shit. So maybe Theo gave out 6 because he didn't care. I don't think he did though.
Yeah, I don't think he did, but he definitely
Actually,
gave
there's no
out
chance
more
he
than
did.
one.
Actually, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. We don't get the full numbers here, I don't think, but we're gonna get a little bit here because it's Truth or Drink time.
Yep.
All right, Aaron voted for one person.
Yes.
That's kind of bold for her situation.
Is it bold for her situation?
I don't know. I don't know what you do in her situation. She hasn't been to Paradise.
I mean, she wasn't getting like any formal interest from anybody else, right? As far as she knows, there like she was at one Paradise matching and he picked her, and that was it.
But why? Like, what happened between her and Theo for her not to give him a chocolate? I mean, he didn't pick her, but
I mean,
why not?
She listened to him speak, I think, is what happened.
No, she did that before and picked him to go to Paradise. What are we talking?
Yeah, but then she saw him come back from Paradise.
Oh, maybe, yeah. I guess there's plenty to be like, yeah, maybe not.
Talk about forgetting his wedding invitations. I think it's safe to assume she went,
oh, that's true.
That ship has sailed.
Yeah. Then you're just letting Theo win. The comment is working. Wait, is it working? No, because he's not getting chocolates. He's not getting chocolates.
Yeah,
okay.
Okay, no, it's not working. If he was deterring men from their interest in Xian, it would be he was winning and it
that's
was
the goal, yeah.
This is just no more interest in him, which theoretically he's ambivalent to, but...
Say what you want to say about Theo. We're not high on him. He is all in. I mean, I don't know why he's giving out more than one chocolate. I feel like maybe he regretted that later or something, but it does actually seem like he's all in on Xian. Yeah. It's not like
later on in this episode he seems sincere, which is a strange thing to say, but yeah.
As much as I said like, oh, I'm worried he's turning into Guanhee, he's not trying to become like the center of the attention of all the women, where like Guanhee was.
Yeah, he's not trying to pit them together to compete for his affection or whatever bullshit that guy did. Yeah.
I've chosen and I'm gonna bulldozer my way into that selection. I'll try to one path to victory here. So Arin, the one person is Dong Ho, right? She confirms that.
Yeah.
She admits that to everybody. I like that. I like when people answer the questions. As dumb as the questions are, I like when people answer the questions, because there are some dumb questions.
There are some very dumb
in this
questions,
one.
yeah. But then immediately after that, Dong Ho gets asked who he wants to go to Paradise with, and instead of answering, he drinks.
Yeah, this man's weak. So weak.
Well, I mean, if you're in his position and you're into two people at this point, you know, what is theoretically the better choice to make, right?
No.
Okay. If you're not trying to alienate anybody,
it's a better choice to make if he himself has not decided, I suppose.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're risking like pissing off both of them.
That's true. Yes.
But if you actually kind of already thought about it, and you know, like, if they were going to do like matching immediately after this exercise, which they're not going to do, but if this was somehow, if the announcer's about to come on and do matching, like, why not just say what you're going to do anyway if you've already decided? Like, give the other person, give the people that care about what you think more information. Yeah,
but I don't think at this point he has decided.
I think he hasn't decided. Yeah.
Oh, you were going to tell us your perfect math of chocolates? What was the...
Oh, yeah. Well, that's later in my notes.
Oh, okay.
We can do it now if you want.
Oh, no, wait. It's fine.
There's a specific moment.
Okay.
Where I wanted to talk about it, but it's fine.
All right. Sorry.
I wanted to point out, though, that when Arin admits to everyone that she gave out one and it was for Dong Ho does not smile at all. He could not have a positive reaction to this. This is like amazing. How would you not feel so good? And how could you not smile in this moment?
Similarly, like when they were pairing for Paradise and like Yujin picked him, he had no like response in his face. He just does not respond to information. like with his face.
Yeah.
It is unfortunate.
Yes.
But that is true. Now that he has that information, given, you would think that he would then say he'd want to go to paradise with Arin, given that he had picked her before and then was like, oh, I guess she doesn't like me, and now he's getting confirmation that she likes him.
Yeah. If he
So
was
yeah,
smart, he would just say that immediately, and then they'd be like, "Yes, we want to go with each other. This is so good."
yeah.
Because I wrote down this, Sarah, because
Mm-hmm.
we had an argument over how Dong Ho felt after not getting picked, and whether he had a good or
Uh-huh.
bad reaction. But I
Yeah,
would say
yeah,
at this point, after Arin admits to everybody that she's only picked Dong Ho,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
and Dong Ho has no reaction whatsoever to this very personal
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
revelation that she is
Yep.
doing, I think it would be totally fair for Arn to be like, "Oh, this guy's not into me. I should probably stop making him feel uncomfortable." Like
Yeah,
that would be
that's true.
totally fair. And that is
Yeah, it
not
would.
what Dong Ho actually wants at all, I'm assuming. But
Uh-huh. Yeah.
this is the kind of interaction which where you back off afterwards when they don't give you anything.
Yeah.
Not what happened before when Aaron just didn't pick him first over three guys. This was pretty dramatic. Like, oh, you were like, I'd be like, oh, I'm
Stone
sorry.
faced.
I'm sorry for making you feel uncomfortable. I'm so sorry. Please forget I said that. Like that. It was so awkward to me. That's how
Yeah,
I
it
felt.
was. Yeah.
All right. All right. And then next person,
Uh-huh.
instead of being satisfied, oh, now I'm going to shit on Aaron actually. Instead of
Okay.
being satisfied that she got 4 chocolates, Aaron is on a hunt to figure out which guy didn't give her a chocolate, because it's like, why,
Yes.
why didn't I get 5? Can I? But she's gonna do this in a sneaky way instead, and go one by one and ask every guy, if you gave me a chocolate. She actually asks this in a very
Mm-hmm.
weird way too.
Specific way, yeah.
If you gave me a chocolate, like, can you admit you did and tell me why? Because she wants to hear the good compliments.
Mm-hmm.
But if you didn't, just like, don't talk at all, please. Just
Yeah,
don't.
please do not tell me why you
Don't
did
talk.
not pick me. I just need to know if you
No,
did,
it's
and why
literally
you
don't
did.
speak. Just don't speak. I don't even want to hear that you didn't pick me. Just be silent, and I'll figure it out.
I don't know that it was that intense,
No, it
but
was
okay.
because
No,
she
she's
asked.
like, you don't have to say anything. Like, you don't have to like explain why you didn't pick me. Is
But
what
I
she meant.
swear, the second guy to go is Junsaw, and all that Junsaw says is, "I didn't pick you," and then she's like, "Oh, you don't have to speak. You don't have to speak. You don't have to speak. You didn't have to say that. You didn't have to. You didn't have to say it like that. That's enough. Stop."
Yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah, all right. It only took 2 guys deep, at least from what we saw, but she figures out
yeah.
that
Mm-hmm.
Junsaw didn't give her one. Um, all right. I thought that was a weird approach to getting. I got 4 chocolates. What should I do first?
Well, I mean,
I don't
wouldn't
know.
you want to know who, like, you narrow it down so you know who picked you?
I think I just, there's an 80% chance when you go to any guy that they give you a chocolate. I think that's just, you know.
Yeah, but you have a chance to know 100% who
Also,
it
she
was.
only. Okay. I will say that this is after Dong Ho has given her nothing
Mm-hmm.
after she admits. So now I guess she's doesn't know what to do on the show. So she's a little
And
like,
I
all
think,
right, I gotta find somebody.
she wants to know the reasoning behind them picking her so she can judge how, like, with what spirit they were giving chocolates, how serious their interest is or not,
Yeah.
Because it might just be we haven't gotten a chance to talk yet, that, okay, this isn't a thing I really need to worry about.
Yeah. I just feel like really the way that she framed it was like, I want to know who didn't give me one, instead of being like,
Well, yeah.
I'm curious who did give me chocolates now that Dong Ho hates me. So, I don't know, she could have said something. If she had said something along those lines, would have been like, yeah, I would be curious too. Gotta do something.
Well, if she felt that way about him, she would assume that he was the one that didn't give her chocolate,
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's actually probably what I would have assumed. I would have been like, oh, you're the one who didn't give me. That's awkward. But I guess at least everybody else gave me one. Um, and I guess theoretically, I don't know if she was in the last segment. Was she one of the ones that said that Jinsaw? She was curious about Jinsaw. Oh, she did. So her backup also didn't give her a chocolate. Oh no,
Well,
unlucky.
she didn't give her backup a chocolate either, so it balances out.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, yeah. She can't be mad. She didn't give one to any of the guys, so she
I
can't
don't
even
think
be
she's
upset.
mad. She was just curious.
Yeah, she just went about it a weird way. I thought, all right, whatever.
She went from like not having a lot of interest in her to suddenly having so much and then like needing to understand it, you know?
Yeah. All right. Minsol admits she gave a chocolate to Junsol.
Mm-hmm.
Was it the only one? I don't think she said it was the only one, but it could have been. I don't know.
Yeah, she specifically gets asked to reveal one person she gave chocolate to, so we don't actually know her number.
Yeah. I didn't try to like really dig into this to see like how many each person gave out. So like if Auburn gave out one, that means 5 women, the 5 other women gave out 12.
Yeah.
And then it almost seems like Minsol, I guess she could have given out more. Again, like it doesn't really mean that much to give out a bunch of chocolates.
I
But
mean,
it does mean
I
something.
feel like
it does mean something to
depends
admit
who you ask.
how many you gave out. But like secretly, it doesn't really matter how many you gave out.
Yeah.
Publicly, it does matter. All right. Then Jian.
Minsol gets asked. Yeah, Jian asked Minsol if she'd rather go to paradise with someone new or someone she went with again, and she doubles down on same person again. So she wants to hang out, and she's all in on. And so
This is funny because Jiyoung already knew the answer to the question. She was just like setting her up, right? Because they had this we saw this conversation earlier where she already admitted this.
Exactly. She is just wing womaning this.
I guess so. Unless she didn't want to admit it out loud, maybe. But I guess you can always drink, so whatever.
Yeah, she has an option.
Yeah. So Minsol admits she would go with the same person, and she's only been with one person, so she's pulling the same stunt. Now I think but the big difference between Arin's confession and Minsol's confession, though, is that Junsol is gonna like at least like acknowledge her and put his like he's gonna do like the cool
his little like
finger motion or whatever above your head. Yeah, like sick, bro. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, I heard what you said and I'm liking it. At least that's all. That's all he had. That's all his little casual signal did, and that's all you needed, Dongho. Just to be like. Like an awkward thumbs up, like something. Give me anything.
A slight smile would have done it. Honestly,
yeah, look at her and smile. You know? That's all it is.
He doesn't have to. If he blushed a little and looked away, that would do it too. I'm like we're truly coming at the bottom of the pit. He did nothing. Like anything would be an improvement, you know.
All right. Yujin won't say who she wants to go to paradise with next week.
Well, mostly we get a confessional saying she was gonna say Dongho, but he was so busy chatting with Arin that she just like drank instead.
Yeah.
She was feeling left out.
I'm a bit worried that the narrative here might be somehow Junsol and Yujin are like gonna reconnect later after like this kind of I don't know. This isn't really a misunderstanding. Where
I don't think this is a misunderstanding. I think it's a like he ends up not actually liking sort of like who she is, right? Like because she is this more bubbly person, and
I think it's a misunderstanding from the standpoint of like they theoretically it sounded like they were both still interested in each other, but then for whatever reason neither of them talked to each other. But then they end up sitting next to each other here, and then they're still weird, like where they kind of talked a little bit. I don't really know. I don't know. Junsol said I will admit like Junsol didn't seem like he was super into talking to her. But at the same time, she, the vibe she was giving off with Teo was a lot different than the vibe she was giving off on the date with Junsol. And I don't know if it's because of the alcohol in the situation or what it is. But I actually totally agree with Junsol. Like, I would have been turned off by the way Yujin was, like, acting as well. But I'm not really good with people that are drunk. So that's just, like...
Yeah, I think there's a storyline here of like Yujin drank too much and then like made a bad impression.
She did seem to be like into drinking. I will say that.
But like he was also sitting there pretty drunk, right? He was just a quiet drunk. But I think there's like this other like aspect of like I think from his perspective, it maybe looks like she's playing games by like not talking to him and like trying to make him jealous or something.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
You know, but like also he's also not going and talking to her. So like, is he not also sort of playing games too? Like, I don't like as much as we love this guy, there is like this potential aspect of like this weird double standard of I don't know. But also maybe they're just really truly not compatible. And
I don't think they are.
Okay too.
I get the confusing part is like at what point did Junsol actually give up on Yujin? And like was it really during this fire thing or was it earlier? I can't really tell.
Yeah.
But I totally like agree. Like I was kind of like whatever about Yujin, and then watching the fire scene, I was like, I don't know, I wasn't vibe. I also like kind like the way she was with the drinking made me uncomfortable. I'll be honest.
Mm.
So I totally got Junsol's point of view, but from the point of view of like them not talking to each other, it's like equal blame for
Yeah.
sure. It's equal blame on
It
both
does
of them.
seem like earlier in the day when he was talking to other people, like who asked about his connection with her or whatever, he did seem annoyed already that she like wasn't talking. And so like yeah, I think it started to turn for him there probably.
Maybe, yeah.
But like at that point he's also equally responsible for not talking to her.
Yeah.
And then just like the how you know her personality that came out while she was drinking, he was also not vibing with at this point
Yeah.
either. And then I don't know. I think he did also get a little like jealous and salty too. Like honestly, because like
Yeah, I
he
guess
kept
so.
harping on the like she clearly there's something between her and Theo. Like so, I think it's a little bit more nuanced than just like oh she's you know not this genuine person he thought she was because she's behaving differently now. There's an extra layer also of just like maybe he got a little just pissed off of being jealous about her potentially like vibing with somebody else.
I don't think she was being like, or I don't think there was a realization that she wasn't being genuine. I think he saw her genuine side and was like, "Oh, I don't actually like you like this." Like,
Well, there's that, but I think he also does like allude to like she's very different now than she was on our date, so she must have been putting up a facade then or something. Like I
did he
think
phrase it
that
that way? Yeah, that's not really
maybe not
fair.
exactly, but I think there was an element of that.
That wouldn't be fair. Yeah,
Um,
that's just it's
yeah.
just like I thought he said something along the lines of like, "Oh, when people drink, it like can bring out their true personality or something." And
Oh, I think somebody's at
was
least
it
if it
him? I
wasn't
don't
him,
know.
somebody else said
Somebody
it.
said that.
That was
Yeah,
definitely a thing that was said. Yeah, yeah.
which I guess I kind of agree with that to some standpoint. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, and I mean, regardless, like of the exact nuances of the when and the how and whatever, I just think they're truly like not compatible. Like she's not gonna the
Absolutely, I
kind of
totally
person
agree.
he's gonna like. So it's fair to move
Yeah,
on.
I'm not like upset
Um,
with either of them because I
yeah.
don't think they're like a match.
But I do think like the rest of the way the episode goes, it very much looks like oh look at her making a fool of herself or whatever, and she put a bad taste in everybody else's mouth about her. So I don't love the rest of the edit, but I don't
Oh,
know.
okay. I mean, for me personally, I saw it that way, and I don't think the edit manipulated me to think that. I just,
Yeah, maybe that's a wrong way
but
to
that's
put
just
it. Yeah.
me, also like not being comfortable with like people that get drunk and act. I couldn't even tell you
Yeah.
specifically what she did. It like she didn't do anything
I mean,
wrong. It's just
she
like
was
I
just
would
kind of
also
loud.
want to not be around her in that moment.
Yeah,
That's how I
she
felt.
just has a big outgoing personality, that came out more when she was drinking, because maybe before she was trying to be more reserved because, these are new people, she's trying to make a good impression or whatever. And then I don't know, maybe I don't like it, maybe it's not the edit I don't like, maybe it's I don't like everybody's reaction to her, I guess.
Okay, I thought everybody's
But
reaction was fair, honestly. But
well, there is also a line of like, well, maybe she did get a little too drunk and nobody's like worried. Everybody's just like find it like nobody's checking in on her. Everybody's just gonna kind of judge her over at their other tables, and I don't know. I didn't I
that's
didn't
what I
love
would
how
do
it all went
personally,
down.
but yeah, I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
I'm not the person that like checks in on people when they're drunk. That's just not me. I'm a hopefully get away before it gets to that point person.
Well,
And if they get to that point, I'm like, I'm out of this, man. I'm out.
and I mean, I guess it's true that there's a whole crew there. There's production, so maybe the sheer
Oh
number of
yeah, she's
people
gonna be
who are
fine.
actually
They're
there
not gonna let her.
like makes
Nobody's
everybody else feel less responsible for that. But it's just
true.
like I don't know. I think there's room for. I would have enjoyed a little compassion from literally anybody on this cast
Mhm.
when she ends up kind of isolated and probably a little too drunk.
Okay,
It's just kind of a bummer.
that's fair.
But
I'm not going to blame the cast for doing exactly what I would have done, so that's fine.
okay.
All right. What else happened? Junsaw specifically asked Yujin if her top pick is Theo, right? And then she says no.
Um.
Oh, this is the part we kind of
Mm,
talked about. Yeah, she says no, and that there's this whole thing where like, oh, we talked already, and we know we're not gonna pick each other.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Minsol asked Junsaw if he'd rather go to paradise with a new person or not, and he says someone new.
And she is low key devastated.
But yeah. I was so it hurt me. I put a sad face
hmm
in my notes. I was
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. But I get it. He's riding the high of going to
Uh-huh.
paradise every time. He's riding it.
Mm-hmm.
No, I
He
hope
is
this
too
doesn't
popular, too
destroy the
fast.
season. I think we're gonna be fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I got sad face.
By we're gonna be fine is you mean these two are gonna make their way back together and choose each
Yeah,
other at
I
the
don't
end?
even
Is
think they got
that
that far apart. It. I
okay?
thought it was
Okay.
gonna be more devastating. I think both these people are so reasonable. We're basically gonna be okay,
Okay. Okay.
like immediately. I think like maybe
We'll
they'll
see.
miss out on the next paradise dates or something, but it's fine. All right. Yeah, who does he want to go with? Probably Sion because of the coffee.
I guess.
I don't think we
Sure.
get that specified.
Like, I don't know that he hasn't, like, we haven't had any guy talk. I don't know what he's thinking, you know?
Guy talk's not interesting. I mean, who? Okay, here's the thing: if we had guy talk, Sarah,
Uh huh.
who's talking to who, and who do we want to hear talk?
I want all
It's
of the
not a lot,
boys
right?
to get in the room and do exactly what the girls did. Tell me who you want to
Okay.
go to paradise with next, who you curious about. Give me your top two. Let's
Yeah,
go.
I
That's
just
what I
can't. I
want.
can't think of somebody on the season that is initiating that conversation.
Theo.
I don't think so.
Why not?
Why he doesn't give a shit about anybody. He's only interested in
Guess
his
he
what?
doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit about anybody. Uh,
Just
Jen
thought
Saw's
he
too
would be
reserved.
amused at least. Ooh, ooh. When we get a game changer in with the guys,
Maybe that's what I
be
need.
like, hey, what's going on around here? Tell me your feelings,
That's true.
new
Maybe.
acquaintances.
Maybe we'll get something with the new guy entering. All right. Fingers crossed. All right. What else? Taehwan gave 3 chocolates. There you go.
Yes.
That's more chocolate information. Whatever, who
Ooh,
cares?
I
That's what I wrote.
love this. I was about to love this series of questions that come. Like, this is the first one that he gets asked. And then, like, he somehow weasels his little way out of it. Because next we have Jungso asks him who his second choice is, which is a crazy,
It's a crazy
amazing
question.
question to ask. It is so good. Because,
Wait,
like,
this is the dumbest question. It's such a
no,
stupid
no, no.
question. All right, tell
If
me
you're
why it's
trying to
good.
sabotage someone, this is great.
Okay.
Because if they are dumb enough to answer, it just makes the person they say feel bad about them, right? Like it's just not like there's no
I
way you say a
guess.
person and they're like, "Yay, I'm second." I can
My This is what I would have said. Because my goal would be not to drink in this game because I think that's stupid, right? But this is what I would have said to it's Jungsu that asked this question, right?
Uh-huh, yeah.
I would have said to Jungsu, if I asked you this question, would you answer it? I'm not afraid to answer this question,
Mhm.
but be honest with me. If I asked you this question, would you answer it? Or I think another good answer to this question would be your mom. That would be a great answer to this question.
Okay, okay.
Fuck this guy, man. What a stupid fucking question.
I
What an
like it
ass.
as a just like when you're trying to be a dick to someone question. It's like well
So,
constructed in that way.
Sarah,
Mhm.
who's your 6th favorite woman on this island? I'll
You
drink
know,
to
this
that
reminds
question.
me
Who gives a
I
what the
I
fuck?
went on a terrible blind date once where the guy like this is only tangentially related, but
Is this the one I
he
know
was
about, or is it a different one?
I don't
Okay.
know if I probably told you about this, but I went on
Okay.
this date with this guy and he was like very boring, but he was telling me about all his hobbies and stuff and like Halloween was his second favorite holiday and
This
like
sounds
hockey is
familiar.
his third favorite sport and I'm like this is my least favorite date.
Oh
Can I
yeah,
go home?
that was an amazing retelling of an experience, though.
But
This is the
yeah,
guy
so
that ended every text message with haha.
no, I don't think we
Oh darn.
I don't
This
remember
sounds very
that.
familiar. Like you've told me this
Oh
before, but
yeah, I
maybe it's different
probably
people.
told you
Maybe
this.
it's different ones. I'm getting confused. Okay.
I don't think so.
All right.
There's anyway, just the concept of third favorite whatever got me
Yeah.
on a tangent. Sorry.
No, that's great. Is there anything interesting about ever asking what, like skipping over the first, what their first favorite of anything is and going straight to second or
It's
third or beyond?
it gives very just like, oh look at me, I'm so quirky. I'm gonna ask you your third favorite pasta or
Yeah,
whatever. You know, like I don't know.
I guess so. It could be funny. if you do it once. But you're saying like this guy was doing it on like multiple topics. But he was going in. He'd be like, "This is my first, and this is my second.
No,
This
no,
is my
no.
third."
Something would come up in conversation, and you'd be like, "Oh,
Oh.
that is my fourth favorite movie."
But then would he
or
tell you the
whatever.
top 3 afterwards?
No, and
What?
he never.
I need to know.
Okay, no. You don't need to know anything about
I
this
need to
man. He was
know.
very boring. He was extremely boring. But he never followed that up with what was my fourth favorite movie, or my first favorite movie, or my favorite anything. He had no interest in getting to know me whatsoever. Just, he was very boring and
Maybe
stared at
he
my
was
boobs the whole
setting you
time. It
up
was a
to
terrible
ask
date.
Maybe he was setting you up to ask about his favorite. And then,
He was
well,
not
maybe you did
interesting
do that.
enough.
Actually, did you do that?
Yeah. I am a good conversationalist when I'm trying,
Okay.
but he was not bringing it to the table. It was a bad date.
Oh
But
my
anyway.
god, that's a perfect sign off question for this podcast.
What, their fourth favorite whatever?
Yeah.
Or what?
Who's your second favorite character on this season?
Okay. We'll see if I remember that at the end and what number I pick. All right, let's go.
All right. All right, we said Taehwan got 3. I wrote down whatever. But then stuff is actually going to happen, so let's talk about it. Okay.
Yeah, so his second choice is Shion. And then
answer the question.
he gets
I respect the answering of the question regardless. The question asker is way more at fault than the person that answered it. That's how I feel.
It felt like very clumsy of him.
Absolute ass.
Well, yeah. But it was funny because it's directed at the guy I hate, so it's fine.
Okay.
But it seemed really clumsy to have answered it. But then, like, the next question he gets, and he is so lucky it got set up this way, is that he gets asked to choose someone who he would want to go to paradise with next. And he says, Jiyeon. So, like, in the very similar to the way where you're like, oh yeah, all the girls were pretty, but I picked you over them. This is sort of like, oh, his second favorite choice is the one of the most popular girls on this island right now, but he's gonna pick Jiyeon over top of her. So, if you're into that vibe, it worked out really well for him, and I don't like it.
Yeah, because I don't know, like giving out 3 coins isn't great, but it's fine because he hasn't been to paradise yet. So I don't think there's any heat for him admitting to 3. And then I think it looks good that he was very definitive about who he wants to pick, even though he gave out 3 chocolates, right?
And then he follows it up by asking Jiyeon directly if she'd go to paradise with him.
Okay,
if he
that
asked,
was cute. Come on, Sarah. That was great.
Smooth. I fucking hate to admit it, but
it was so good.
He pulled this shit off so well. God damn it!
He just straight up asked somebody out on a date on this TV show. We don't get that.
Yeah.
I thought that was against the rules. I'm gonna be honest. I thought they weren't allowed to do that.
He didn't ask her on a date. He said, "If I theoretically asked you on a date, would you say yes?" You know.
But
so
even that, I feel like
allowed.
I don't know. I guess it doesn't happen that often, so I just assumed they weren't allowed to talk in those specific terms.
But so, like, 100% next time they're going together, right? Like, unless something weird happens, why would, like, if you had this interaction with someone, this is the choices you're both gonna make, right?
Yeah, it's hard to see how anything could happen. Like, theoretically, she could have, I don't know, if Junsaw like talked to her, and because they seemed to kind of have a good conversation before, and they had a good conversation again, and he also admitted he wants to go to paradise with her. I could see her switching. Maybe.
Oh, also Game Changer shows up. That fucks everything up.
The Game Changer too. Yeah. But they're 2 people that haven't gone to paradise yet. So I mean, I love that this is happening from that perspective. Like, neither of these people is keeping going after somebody that's already been to paradise. You know, they've actually just only met. So if they want to say to each other, like, oh, I didn't have like a super connection with anybody until you came, like it adds up, it was great. Jiyoung's reaction to being asked out in front of everybody was like one of the like the cutest moments
it was
ever on the show.
She's adorable.
It was great. And then she doesn't even say anything. She just like looks at him after blushing and just nods and is like, yes, I'll go with you if you ask me.
Yeah, theoretically.
So good.
No,
it was great. It doesn't matter. I'm here for good moments, even if it's people that maybe have said some things that I wish they had phrased better.
I was so prepared for him to shove his foot fully in his mouth on these series of questions, and he just pulled the whole thing off. God damn.
This is when confidence pays off, Sarah.
Ugh.
When you actually have the right answers with your confidence, it pays off.
Ugh. Yeah, I guess.
I will say this. I would say also him responding so fast seems very uncalculated,
That's
right?
true.
So it's
Mhm.
Jiyoung's.
Yeah.
She's gonna love this.
Mhm.
I mean,
That's true.
he doesn't even know, but this is like the best way to win her over. I will say, I don't think Taehwan is the most fit guy on this season. I mean, they're all, I guess they're all fit. I don't know what she like. I don't know if there's like
Yeah.
the fitter you are, the more attracted she's going to be. I don't know what the scale is here, but
Hard to say.
he did seem the least fit out of everybody. But
He was
it's all
very
relative.
awkward
It's
on
just
that
relative
log.
to the other guys in
So,
the show. So
yeah.
yeah, he's fine. Plus, his face is amazing. So who cares?
His face still makes me angry. I don't know. Okay.
This is going to be like the best couple in the history of the show by the end of the season, and you're just going to
I'm
have
gonna
to
be
180 on this. You're going to have to. We're
annoyed.
gonna have to. You're gonna have to come up with some way to rationalize why this is your favorite couple of all time.
If he turns out to not be an absolute shithead, I'm gonna be kind of disappointed.
Okay. They're gonna say they barely talked, so I'll say that. I said that also makes sense. Like she doesn't talk to him yet, so maybe she's like, oh yeah, of course I'll go with you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. He did remember her name. That's
It's
hot.
true. Didn't even have to write it on his hand. So there you go.
Yeah. That was what the kimchi moment was all about, right? It was like it wasn't so much that he got the kimchi, it was just like he asked her with using her name, even though they only just met that day.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. It is good. I'm very bad at this, but I will say like if
name remembering is a key component
it would like if I had to admit like if a girl just met me and then like talked to me using my name and I was like attracted to them, I'd be like, oh, that felt good. Like it definitely would do something.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This could be a good match. I'm actually, I'd rather them match up and we get to watch some cute scenes than, them either have nothing going on for them the whole season or they go after somebody else that's never going to pick them.
He just has to stop saying stupid shit in confessionals.
Okay.
He needs to get his shit together, start behaving.
This is going to be like the most liked couple from the fan base.
It's going to be awful. It'll be like a storybook romance where they're like an actual real couple. And, like it'll go the distance just because I, hate it from the beginning. Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, you could still like not like somebody and be like, yeah, but they found the person for them.
I guess.
Yeah. Your impressions of Jiyoung may be a little skewed.
I mean, they were 100% very shallow and
yeah, exactly. They're little,
level,
they're not very deep yet.
But I also don't want this story arc to be like, oh, I find out she's really terrible too.
She doesn't be terrible just to be yeah.
I guess. Okay. Anyway,
yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
I'll save shitting on this man for later when he deserves it again.
All right. Jongsu says he gave out 4 chocolates. I wrote immediately, not a good look. Not a good look.
Yeah, not a good look.
But only because he's been to Paradise twice.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Well, I mean, even if he didn't, 4 just seems like too many,
Yeah. Now, we don't find how many Jongsu gave out, but he also might have given out 4. I have no idea. It's very possible.
Yeah. But they do show us that, so Jungsu gave it to Xian, Yujin, Heijin, and Arin.
Oh, they did show us, yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't tell people, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so what is the best amount, though, Sarah? Without knowing a situation, like a specific situation, I want to say it's 2.
Okay. 2 seems reasonable.
Yeah, 2. I think 1, you leave yourself open to, like, being embarrassed. Like, if that one person is totally not into you.
Mm-hmm.
Or, I don't know. It depends on if I guess chances are that one person's going to know that you gave it to them, probably. But I don't know. I feel like 2's the nice one where it's like, I'm not going crazy, like trying to have all the girls like me, or I'm interested in all the girls.
Yeah.
But like you're a little focused, but you're not so focused that it feels like sad. I don't know. But at the same time, if you had a connection,
like very sure, yeah, like you have a connection with one person.
If you're Minsol and you like really feel like Jinsol's your guy, it makes sense to do 1. Yeah.
But
also,
you would actually give it to everybody and then lie and say you only gave out 2. Okay, yeah. Got it.
Yeah, I think that's fine too. I mean, who cares? I mean, lie about how many chocolates you gave out. Also, well, Yeah. It kind of breaks if somebody asked you specifically who you gave the chocolates to,
Yeah.
though, because then you have to have like a reason
Well, in
that you
your
gave out the
theoretical
chocolates.
thing, you're just giving chocolates to everybody to make sure everybody has at least one, not because you're.
But even if I lie and say two, then somebody could be like, "Oh, who are the two people you gave chocolates to?" And then I have to then have two at the top, and then like
Well, I just assumed you already had all the women power ranked anyway, or at
I
least you had
guess
two
I
that
don't
you
know.
were
I don't
interested.
know.
You know
And
what
I
I
mean,
mean?
yeah. I mean, depending on your situation, it might not be worth power ranking them. Like, just like, I'm just waiting for somebody to be interested in me. Honestly, like I just gave
I
out
mean,
6, and if anybody's interested, let's talk.
that would be crazy energy, and now I want to see it. Just be like, I'm
Yeah,
open
actually,
to
is that
anything, guys.
crazy? You give out 6,
It's
right? And then they ask you, be like,
crazy.
"Yeah, I gave one to everybody." And then I just thought, anybody wants to talk to me, I think that'd be nice.
That's the one that feels the
It
saddest.
does feel sad, yeah, but at least you don't look like that explanation won't make you look like you're like trying to get with
Yeah,
everybody, I
yeah.
guess. You just,
Hmm.
I think everybody's great, and I'm just looking for some attention.
just, just anyone at all.
Also, didn't want anybody to get 0, so I thought I'd just give one to everybody.
Yeah,
I think everybody's
yeah.
great. Everybody deserves at least one. You could be that guy.
You could almost make it kind of cute. Yeah,
Yeah, I think you
yeah,
could make it
yeah.
work. You just don't be you
All
just don't be like the super I'm macho confident and be like I gave out 6.
right. Yeah. Hmm.
All right.
Well, I think in that case, you also have to like put a chocolate in all the guys' boxes too. Just be like, I literally gave everyone everything.
I
I
mean, I
didn't
would if
want
I could.
anybody to
What
feel
if I could?
bad.
What's the harm?
Yeah. I mean, you're in that room alone. They can't stop you. They can stop you. They can take it out. But I don't know. Just
Yeah.
feels like you
And if
could.
and if no one presses me, and like it causes a little bit of confusion in the show because everybody got a chocolate, that's
Well,
just
then
good
that's just
TV. That's
fun.
just good
Yeah.
TV. I know, like it's fine. All right.
Okay. So then Jongsu gets asked if he wants to go to paradise with somebody new or somebody old, and he says
He
new.
says no.
And then he gets asked who, and he says, "Oh, just one? I have to just pick one?"
I
And
did
he
kind of get that vibe
picks,
too. Yeah.
and then he picks Yujin, and then Yujin asks Shion to pick her top, or who her top pick is, and suddenly it's Theo.
Yeah, okay, that's how we got back to Theo. I was like, no, how I thought we were over this. Why are we going back to Theo? But I guess that's why.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yep.
About Jungsu, we kind of said this about Junseo also, but like this is the confidence of a man who has been to paradise twice already.
And yet, like, somehow I think Jongso comes out better than Jungsu, Like, they basically both said the same thing, right?
Yeah. I think Junseo was fortunate maybe not get asked how many chocolates he gave out, although he could have
Oh,
also
that
given out
does help.
4.
Yeah, that's true.
I also think Jungso later on is gonna have like an amazing conversation once he finally leaves Yunjin and
Mm-hmm.
Theo alone and goes to talk to Minsol, and I think it's Hyejin that's there as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's basically gonna
He saves it later, yeah.
go be himself and just I think he's gonna just say the perfect thing to say. Like
Yeah.
he doesn't have to be. He's not like defensive about it, like he did anything wrong. He just explains what his thinking was. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it doesn't come. And I don't know. He's able to explain himself and the way he's thinking without it coming across as like scheming or calculated or whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Who knew? Just an open and honest conversation could just, smooth things out. It's amazing.
It's harder. It's harder for. It's hard for people not to take a defensive stance, which then leads them to like looking defensive as if they did something wrong. I guess is what often happens. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to lie and say you were the only girl I was looking at. It's just like, whatever.
Yeah,
I picked you. This was the task I was assigned with. I had to pick somebody. I picked you because I thought you look good. You smiled at me. I thought maybe we had a connection, but everybody else would look good too. It's fine. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be this like defensive thing,
Yeah,
that's what happened. This is what happened. All right. Okay, so but later, if you just want to skip to the comment, Jongsu's gonna ask to talk to Sion.
Yes.
And then he's gonna say that
Some
thought
bullshit.
he was gonna make her uncomfortable by saying that he wanted to go with her again to paradise.
Yep.
That is some
And
bullshit.
if that is
That's
true,
exactly what I wrote in my notes. Yeah.
if that was true, he would just drink instead of answer. That's the how you deal with that.
Yeah. I guess so. Yeah. Yeah. There's no way. Yeah. She should be able to see through this. Like, this is like, at this
Hmm.
point, how many times does this man have to lie to her before at some point she just has to realize that
And
this is lies?
he's not lying well, you know, it is a very detectable lie.
That's how I feel. At this point, any of
And,
the,
yeah.
if she gets fooled, it's on her, I think, at this point.
And like he even ends it with like, you know, and of course there are people I haven't really talked to yet, you know. So it's like, which is it, my dude? You didn't want her to be uncomfortable, or you're looking around? Like,
Yeah.
just pick a lane.
I wrote in my notes, I only had eyes for you, and also I gave out 4 chocolates. When I had the option to like choose more than one woman, I chose
Hmm.
4.
When I
But I
got
only had eyes
extra
for
eyes,
you.
then you know,
Yeah. Yeah. Their entire relationship's built on lies. Is that fair to say?
a relationship feels strong right now. You know, for what
A
you want to describe
relationship,
this
it's
as,
not it
but
doesn't have to be romantic. It's just whatever relationship they have
that's
right now,
true.
it's built on lies.
Fair,
Okay.
yes,
He tells her that she is his top pick, though.
yeah, yeah. So reassuring.
Okay.
Top of the pile of 4.
All right. Anything else from Truth or Drink? I think that's all I had.
No, yeah, that's it
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah.
Other than fallout afterwards, I guess.
If Sion wants to choose Theo at the end of this, I think it's actually the right choice. I like it's kind of seems crazy to say that,
Mm-hmm.
but it's a tough choice between Theo and Jungsu, I think. And I don't think these are winners out like once they leave the show, I don't think either of these guys are winners for a relationship with
Mm.
Sion.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I think she at this point is still open to third options. You know, I don't think she's.
maybe her and Jungsu will get something. Because it seems like
Yeah,
no, Jun Saw would go with her. That's what it kind of seems like. So if they get a thing
yeah. Uh huh.
that could get Theo and
Maybe they'll click. You know, who
Jungsu out.
knows? But then that ruins your perfect ending.
No, it just means
So
that Sion picks Junsal and Junsal picks Minsal, and then Sion
okay,
doesn't have
okay,
anybody at the end.
okay. That's fair.
But that would be great. It would be great to see Theo and Jungsu get
Mm-hmm.
nobody at the end of this. Maybe I don't know. We'll see. All right, post campfire. We talked about some of this. What do you have from post campfire?
There's some Taewon and Jiyoung stuff. It seems to be going well. That's all I need to say about that, I guess. Oh yeah, there's the Junso is sitting there with Yujin and Theo, and it's very awkward. But then he leaves to talk to Minsol and Heejin.
Minsol and Heejin. Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
this is the best conversation, right?
Okay.
So he sits down. So he leaves. He's finally like, I've had enough of. I don't know why he stayed so long. That's also what's kind of weird. Also, I will say about the Truth or Drink team, like, wasn't there was something about? Did we say this about like how somebody answered a question a certain way because they noticed somebody wasn't paying attention?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It
They
was
didn't bother.
Yujin.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It was. I feel like usually on the shows when they play Truth or Drink, like everybody's very attentive to all the questions and
Yeah.
what the answers are, but it seemed less formal. Like people were having side conversations while it was going on.
Yeah, I guess.
Not
But
everybody.
I
Was
think also
focused.
like Song Ho and Arin were, you know, this is after she went, I only gave one to one person and it is this guy right here. And so his interest is probably peaked in as much as he failed to make a
Okay.
proper facial expression, he's like, oh, I should chat her up somehow.
I just thought there was like awkward moment at some point where like a lot of people left to go talk in other places, and then some of the people that were still at the campfire were like, "Wait, where did everybody go?" Like they
Oh,
were still
yeah,
playing
yeah.
the game or something, and nobody was there. But somehow it ends up being it's only Jinsol, Yujin, and Theo at the campfire, and
Mm-hmm.
finally Jinsol leaves and leaves him alone. But yeah, so he gets down and joins. Well, actually, he leaves because Minsol and Yejin came to like get drinks, and then he like followed them and was like, "Can I
Yeah.
join you and talk to you guys instead of whatever the hell's going
Yeah.
up there at the campfire?"
Yeah, he goes on about how he really thinks there's something going on between Yujin and Theo.
Yeah, that is a kind of a weird. Yeah, something's going on internally in him for him
It's
to
like
be
if
saying
he's
that.
really like turned off by how she behaved tonight or whatever, then why is he also so bothered that she's maybe he thinks she's into Theo? Like, you
Yeah,
know, like either you're interested or you're not.
Yeah, I guess I kind of took it as like he was just sharing information with them, which maybe it is, but also I don't know. Yeah, he could. There could be some underlining thing why he's
Yeah,
feeling a certain way. Yeah, but it also is just gossip too. So hot gossip.
I guess that's true. But does he seem like a hot goss type of guy? Like he's
I don't
going
know. I don't
around
know how many
spilling the
drinks
tea?
deep he is.
That's also okay. That's also fair.
Well, the guys don't hot gossip with each other, so they have to do
Yeah.
it when they're hanging out with the women. All right. Minsol is gonna ask Jinsol, like ask him again about going with somebody else to paradise, like his answer to the
Yeah, like
question.
who the new person is
And
that he wants to go with.
Jinsol is just so cool about this. So cool.
Well, he does
He's
start with like, "Oh yeah, I have a few in mind" or whatever, which is
true.
maybe not the coolest, but
No,
yeah.
that's fine. It's fine. It's the truth. He admits,
Okay.
yeah, he is curious about other people, but also says he had such a good time with Minsol and admits he gave her a chocolate.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, yeah, I have a few other people that I want to get to know and I'm curious about, but we had a really good time and that's why I gave you a chocolate.
Yeah, he does like reassure her about like he actually had a good time and felt genuine about her without like lying and blowing a bunch of smoke up her ass about not trying to embarrass her or whatever. So yeah,
Yeah.
he
And
handled
then
this a million times better than the other guy.
and then Minsol, like, she definitely had a moment of like, oh, that's not good for me, right? But then I feel like
Mm-hmm.
she was very positive to this like truthful response that he gave and was totally like, oh, I guess it's not as bad as I thought it was.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. So I thought both of them were like very reasonable about the
Yeah,
situation.
I agree about this
As much as
particular
I'm
situation.
rooting
Yeah.
for him to pick Minsol, like he can feel however he wants to feel about the women. You know, it's like like he's not actually doing anything wrong by not choosing Minsol 2 dates into the show. It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. It is day 3. Yes.
Yeah. Also, Minsol only got one chocolate, so where's she's going, right? Where's she going?
Game changer. That's where she's
Oh,
going.
game changer. Fuck. I hate those guys. All
Mm-hmm.
right, all right. Oh, Heijin in this conversation though said she's like totally out on Jongsu now after the
Yeah,
campfire.
yeah. All
After
the things
the
he said
yeah,
and the way he was behaving, she
let's
is just
go,
done.
let's go. She didn't even have
That
to
was great.
witness the bullshit conversation that Sion had to sit through. Although maybe she would have felt good that he asked to talk to her, even if it was a bullshit conversation. I don't know.
Yeah, probably part of the things that he did tonight that annoyed her was the not asking her for a
Yeah,
confrontation and
he
going
asked
with
the other
Shion.
girl. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, I thought he was better with Hyejin, right? Didn't we like him and Hyejin better?
Yeah, and I
I
thought
forget.
he liked Heijin better, just given that like he seemed
Yeah,
so
the whole
not
teasing
into
thing. Yeah,
Shion. It just I feel like half the time on these shows, like the thing that I think indicates a good connection is not what ends up being how the
yeah,
people actually felt,
yeah.
So
I
hard
still
to
do.
say.
I will say, I still do feel like Hyejin might relapse.
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
it's fine. I think she definitely could. I don't think it would be that hard to to necessarily talk to her and be like, all right, well, yeah. Again, she also only got one chocolate, so it, it
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not even that crazy if he gives a half-ass explanation and she's like, all right, let's try again. Why not?
yeah.
All right,
But again, game changers are
go
coming.
game
It's fine.
changers.
She
Okay,
has other
we
options.
need them. All right.
Yeah.
Sion and Theo talk. Okay, tell me if this is true. I thought was Theo saying that he drank on every question that he was asked, and we didn't see any
Um.
because we didn't see him answer any questions.
Yeah. I guess
I thought that's what
I
he
don't
was
know.
saying, unless he was
Yeah.
like joking, like he's like, "Oh, I'm so drunk because I drank on every question," or I don't know.
Yeah. I wasn't sure
If so, that's weak. Also, seems
what
pretty
to not answer
calculated. It
any
seems pretty
question.
calculated to me if that's what he
It
did.
also just seems like really surprising that he wouldn't just answer questions.
Yeah,
Like
that's odd.
it's very not his
What
vibe.
question could Theo possibly been asked that he was not comfortable with answering?
If he prefers Shion over Denso. There you go. The hardest question to answer.
Shion over who?
Denso, the guy everybody loves, including
Oh,
him.
Junso. Yeah, yeah. That's a tough question, yeah.
Yeah,
That'd be funny if he drank to that question though. Yeah, like he's saying he's only interested in one girl. I guess he could say, I didn't want to embarrass you or something, but what does he need to hide? Maybe he didn't say that. Maybe I was confused. Maybe he was making a
maybe.
joke.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
really have
confused.
notes on that part exactly,
But
so
he
I don't
wasn't
really
in this segment at
remember.
all, so I kind of believe it, but I
Yeah.
don't know.
Well, it's like maybe nobody had to ask him anything because like he's so fucking loud. about how he's
Yeah, maybe
theoretically
nobody
feeling.
cared
So
to ask
like,
him a question.
yeah, it's like, oh, we already know how you feel.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Theo does tell Xian, though, that he's only interested in her.
Mm-hmm.
Or
And
he's only interested in one person, which implied that it was her, I think. Right?
yeah, and then
Okay.
like I think she like asked him if he's curious about anybody, and he's like, nope. And then he tells her about the chocolate thing where he's like, yeah, I got these chocolates, but it doesn't matter because I only am into one. Like it only matters who I'm into. I don't need to know who these other people are.
Yeah.
And which is a entirely different, conversation than the one she just had. So it's
Yeah, exactly.
appealing in that way.
In my notes, I wrote, even though I don't really like Theo, he is absolutely crushing Jongsu right now. Like the contrast between these two conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then he gets like a little vulnerable even, and he's just like worried that he came on too strong. He sounds very sincere and not like ridiculous for once. And I think it did it for
Let's do it. I'll take it. It's fine. I got worried. I was worried it was Guan He vibes, but I think we're gonna be fine here. I can root for Theo, right? Theo and Xian.
Yeah, he's
Why not?
fun to watch at least. And I mean, he's maybe ridiculous and over the top, but he doesn't seem to be like bad,
And as long as like a bunch of other girls don't start picking him too.
Yeah.
Like if he finds his one person on the show and that's it, I
Mm-hmm.
can root for that. Why not?
Yeah.
All right, sorry. Anything else from day 3? There's probably some stuff I skipped, but
I think Don Ho and Aaron have a conversation, and it's just like more confirming that like they're in line with choosing each other now.
okay. Is that what Dong?
Oh, and then there's awkward like Eugen swinging alone time, and the camera placement makes it seem like she's a creepy ghost, and I didn't enjoy that whole
Yeah,
part.
I was confused. Like, why couldn't they get a camera that just showed her swinging normally?
Yeah, they like put swings on this island, and then didn't put a camera anywhere where you could see people on the swings.
Cameras
Okay,
can't. I guess you think we're only dealing with still cameras that can't rotate around to see the maybe not. Maybe they
apparently they didn't have swing coverage except for the top of her head as she was going by.
Okay.
So I don't know, man.
All right, day 4, announcing early in the morning that only the women are headed to paradise. All of them. All of a sudden. What are we doing?
And I was like, oh yeah, a 6-on-1 date with the new guy. Let's go.
There you go, yeah. Everybody figures it out pretty fast. The host, well, it's not going to be what people thought, but the idea that the hosts and
that it's game changer
the contestants
time,
know too, yeah. So they arrive at the hotel, and there's a new guy that walks in.
Mm-hmm.
Who dis?
This is Songbo, and he says he's fun and pleasant and doesn't hesitate with his feelings. He also says some weird shit about how he naturally grows on people, and before you know it, you're dating. I'm like, that's a weird way to go about things, but okay.
All right, that may be true based on his perception of his experiences. I don't know.
Yep.
This is a good-looking man.
Yeah.
Seems like a solid pick for a game changer.
Yeah, but we don't get a lot of time with him before we get another guy.
Yeah, I was like, why is he sitting so awkwardly far away from them? And in a
why
a wide couch?
Why is his little couch so big? Yeah.
All right. And then a second guy walks in out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's Jong Hoon. He says his wide shoulders give off a trustworthy feel.
Yeah. Do you know what that means, Sarah?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what that means either. I don't know if I've ever seen somebody's shoulders and been like, ooh, I can really trust this person.
Maybe it's meant to be like, my shoulders are so broad, clearly I can protect you? It makes you feel safe?
If you had to carry something, I would like trust you to carry something.
I guess?
Like, especially if you had to carry it on your shoulders. I'd be like, this is the guy I want to carry this thing on his shoulder.
Perhaps? I don't know.
I don't think I've ever looked at somebody's shoulders and said, like, oh, I feel good about their personality.
Similarly, I've never looked at some shoulders and been like, that's one sketchy motherfucker. I don't know. Don't trust him. Like, it's never come up.
You don't think so? Somebody had like some like crazy shoulder slouch or something. You wouldn't have a little bit of a reaction?
I don't. It wouldn't be the like.
It wouldn't be
he
like.
He specifically says the like wide shoulders. Like it implies the size of his shoulders are the important thing.
Yeah.
So like not the posture necessarily.
Maybe you trust that he's fit all over. Like he's.
I trust that he's been to the gym recently is probably the most accurate thing I can say.
Yeah. Okay. When I tell people I work out, they trust me because of my shoulders.
Yeah, because they could see
Because I
that you
never wear
worked out. Yeah.
sleeves ever.
He hates sleeves.
Well, so now we have two guys,
Mm-hmm.
and yep, that's it. We have two guys.
Except there's more room on this couch, so a third guy comes on out.
It wasn't clear if there was third room. They got a couch that was like just awkward enough for three, but could do 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't sure if we were getting a third guy or not. But I was
It
like, this
felt like
couch
a
has a little bit more room
three-guy
left, doesn't it?
couch.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
But all the guys are big, so it's like maybe they were like, yeah, we got the big guys coming out. So maybe we
And
just need a big.
they did do a fair amount of man spreading too. I think I was surprised they managed to fit on with how
Okay.
spread out they were.
All right, who's the
But yeah,
third
we
guy?
get Kiha, and he says he prefers older women but likes to speak informally to them so they don't feel old. I do have a note that all of these men have had their shirts off during their promo package, and I think this is the guy that like is clearly modeling with his shirt off and his pants undone, and you get a big gasp from the like older woman host, I think.
Was that this guy? I thought that was the second guy.
Maybe that was
maybe
the
not.
second guy. I don't know. There was a lot of just
They
like
show two major reactions from the older
Yeah.
woman host for I thought it was the first two guys, but
regardless, they all were kind of in your face about their shirtlessness in their promo packages, and there wasn't a lot else going on.
Kiha, his strength is how well he takes care of himself, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Like I said, all with their shirts off in the promo package.
Is whenever someone says they prefer older women, is that a code for I'm very young?
Oh, maybe.
Is that what that means? I feel like that means
might be.
that sometimes at least. So I'm just guessing.
Yeah,
We may never find out this man's age, but I'm guessing
that's true.
he is young, on the younger side.
That's right. We may never find out his age because this is a crazy thing they've never done before. What they all got to talk have one-on-one conversations for like 10 minutes each.
Yeah.
And now I guess they're gonna vote and pick which one to take home with them, and the rest like leave the show forever.
Yeah. I don't hate it. It's kind of
It's
like
fun.
yeah, it's kind of like they at least get to talk for 10 minutes. So I think that's about, that's pretty good. Honestly, this is like the best way to go about it because it's like, okay, we only want to add one game changer, but we have these three guys. I will say, I mentioned how like there was a lack of diversity in the women on this season. I feel like there's a little bit of a lack of diversity in these three guys. Like they are all
like I said, they're
wide
all the
shoulders,
big shirtless
same haircut.
guys,
Yeah.
the hunky guys. Yeah, exactly, 100%.
So I could see production be like, wow, we have three guys that we all like, and they're all the same. Let's just let the women decide which one. It's like,
okay,
this is the perfect three guys for the women to just be like, you figure it out.
so like when I thought we would at least like before we saw all these guys, I thought we'd get like 2 guy game changers, and we're like reshifting the balance to more guys than girls for later girl game changers to come and like even it all out. But they're just taking one, which evens it out. And then in the previews for next episode, we see that the guys have stayed on Inferno, but a woman has joined. And so do you think we're keeping it uneven, or are we doing some weird shit where the guys then get to vote if we keep the new game changer and send somebody who's already here home?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, was there? I guess there was a second. Was there? Wait, you're saying there was something in in like the preview for next time?
In the preview for next episode, the
There's
guys
like a
get
woman
their
coming?
own game changer. There's a woman, yeah.
Like
But
for sure?
I
for
think they
sure?
only show one. For sure.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's a good question. What's
So I
interesting
just
is
wonder if like nobody
actually
like this
isn't-
concept of like kicking somebody off the show who's been on it like is crazy in terms
We
of
don't
how
know
this
that
show
that's
has gone.
happening.
I don't know that that's happening, but like now that they've introduced this weird voting pick whoever you're going to keep thing, like there's no reason to not think that maybe that'll extend further.
I see. I mean, I think. I don't hate it. Like, I think this season's a bad season for it, but in like past seasons, especially if you do like the chocolate segment, if you get 0 chocolates, you might as well just leave,
Oh yeah.
right? Like, there's people that can be kicked off. Add somebody else in and get rid of the person that's getting nobody. Now, there's always a chance that the person that has no chocolates could have a connection with the game changer that comes in, right?
Yeah. But that's really not what production's hoping for anyway. They're hoping the game changer messes up whoever
the game changer's
is
supposed to mess
already
up
looking at
what's
too many
already-
people. Yeah, exactly.
So, but this season there isn't any zeros on the chocolates. So,
Right.
if that's what they do, I think it's like the worst season they've had to do that.
Yeah.
Maybe they're doing that. I don't know. They could just have extra people. It's fine.
Yeah, they might swing some more game changers in later on, or keep it uneven.
They
I
could
guess
just give them
even,
3,
like,
and then they have to choose, and then there's just an uneven amount.
there's just one in the.
There's
Yeah,
just
they
7
might just.
women and 6 guys. It's okay.
Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
We'll see.
Just
Yeah.
struck me as a weird potential thing that could happen.
Yeah. So they're doing. Each woman is doing a 10-minute one-on-one with each guy. So it's going to take like an hour, basically. 10 minutes per guy for 6 women, and then they just fast forward it, so we don't get to see any of the conversations yet.
Yeah,
I'm
we
assuming
know
we'll
nothing
get
about these
flashbacks
guys.
maybe at some point
Yeah.
if something related to why they might like the game changer comes into play.
Yeah,
Actually, we
but
probably
like
will.
only for the one that gets picked, right? We won't really get the other
Yeah,
guys at all.
probably. And we're just assuming it's a vote. I don't actually know
That's true.
if they're going to vote or they're just going to talk and come to a consent. I don't know how they're going to do it. It has to be some vote where majority rules.
Yeah,
ultimately.
they just say the 2 men who are not chosen will be eliminated immediately. So,
Yeah.
but they don't explain how they get chosen.
I like this.
So yeah,
This would be gross
Yeah.
if they didn't get to talk to them, but they're giving them 10 minutes, you know.
Yeah.
Each guy, they have a chance. They get to be on the show, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They're only getting 10 minutes, but it's better than nothing. Better than not being casted on the show, right?
Yeah.
And who knows? Maybe we'll see them on Singles Inferno 5. I think these guys are going to be
feels like
these guys
we
are gonna be
probably
okay.
will.
Yeah, these guys are going to be okay. That's it. That's all we got. We don't know who
That's
won.
all. We went through 4
We actually don't know.
flipping episodes. Yeah, we don't know who got picked. That's for next time.
Yeah, there we go. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I am enjoying this.
Yeah, much better than last season.
Yeah, I don't know how fast we got out on last season, but I think we're going to be fine. I think we're going to be fine here.
Yeah. Even the
We'll
guy
still-
I really don't like, I don't like in a way that's still enjoyable to watch, you know?
I can't not point out when people do things that I think are ridiculous, so I'm still going to do it. But
Yeah.
but there isn't any current potential relationship, or there isn't any current nobody's strongest relationship with anybody I hate, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
Like I think the one you're to be worried about the most is maybe like Sion and Jongsu, but it feels like Sion is going to Theo.
Yeah, it does.
Which I'll take that as a win. For at least right now, I feel like that's a win.
Mm-hmm.
Theo could get worse. I think there's definitely room for Theo to become worse. But we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
And I think we're gonna make it with Jungsol and Minsol. I think we're gonna do it. That's my prediction. 4 episodes in.
All right.
We still have
We'll
8
see
more
how
episodes
it
of the show, by the way.
works.
4 more weeks of 2 episodes.
Oh yeah, I was
That's a lot.
wondering that. I didn't look it
I
up.
believe
Okay,
it's 12.
well, there we go.
So yeah.
That's a
exciting.
lot. That's more episodes than we've had before, right? I feel like
Yeah.
it's just been like 10. Okay, interesting.
I forget what season 3 was. I think it definitely used to be less, but last season might have been more.
Mm.
All right, that's it. We'll be back next time.
Yep.
Singles Inferno 5 and 6. Singles Inferno 4, episodes 5 and 6.
Yes.
Sarah, where can people contact us?
People can email us at keepwatchingpod@gmail.com or tweet at us at keepwatchingpod, Instagram at us at keepwatchingpod, leave a comment under this video on YouTube also at keepwatchingpod, and you can leave us a rating or review on Apple Podcasts or Spotify and tell us who your 5th favorite person on this season is.
5th favorite?
5th favorite.
Just tell us what your 2nd favorite anything is. That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
No first favorites.
Just
I don't want to know your
go
favorite
crazy.
anything.
Just
Just
don't tell us
whatever
your favorite.
numbered something in whatever category. Yeah, let's get it. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm
All
excited.
Right. Awesome. That's great. Let's end this long ass podcast. Ready?
Yeah.
Thanks for listening, everybody. Bye.
Bye.